Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on in the reloading and gun world? Me and AR Guns 1776 are hanging out here hosting Uncle Jim's Saturday night chat. He has a little family member, Leon, his little putty tat, who is sick, and he had to take him to the emergency room to get him looked at. And we're all hoping that he's going to be okay. And we're just holding down the fort until we hear from Uncle Jim or he comes back or whatever. But everybody keeping their hearts and minds and prayers for little Leon and make sure he gets all positive thoughts. So, anyways, Mr. AR, what is going on tonight, this lovely Saturday night that God gave us another one of?
Oh, sitting around waiting on this stream, man. I enjoy it. Appreciate you letting me be a part of it. And
Hey, yeah, we're here for everybody and each other, dude. That's what's good about the gun industry and the gun community here on YouTube and in general. Why
oh
don't you
yeah,
read off everyone that's in the side chat there?
second. Andy's at 79Z28. Good to see you, brother. Rollis Carvelis. Hope I got that right. Andy JH586 is with us. Of course, Echo is. And me. And who else in here? Hey, Ab's here. Hey, man. I'm not in no rush here. Sergeant Devil Dog, good to see you. Alaska 1, Andy. Uncle John, sorry I missed you there. And that's it for right now. Glad you're all here. We appreciate it. We're going to try to do show what we do, why we do it, how we may do it in the future, how we may change on certain things. Nothing is concrete. I mean, anything I do, I can change. Maybe depending on the equipment
Well,
we buy.
anybody that says they know everything about any particular subject, whether that be reloading guns, cars, computers, is in generally speaking an ignorant person for saying such a thing, because there's nothing there's nothing any one person can know everything about. Um,
Yeah, true.
there's always someone out there that can teach you something that you didn't know, and that's half the fun for me, is learning all that I can from as many different sources, and then finding what works for me and make my own routine out of it, pick and choose what I want, what I find that works, and what I find that doesn't, I discard. It's kind of just a never ending learning thing. If something came up tomorrow, just like a new piece of equipment, just like a new piece of information, something that was, thought to be one way, and tomorrow we find out actually it's this way. Chances are that wouldn't happen, because the simple fact is that people tend to not repeat things that don't work. You
Yes.
tend to modify things down until you get something works, just through a process of elimination, and come out with something decent on the end. What do,
Yeah,
what do we got going
absolutely.
on here? It
Andy says
says,
they're already talking.
who's he talking about?
You all feel free to ask questions. Want to do something, and we'll eventually explain what we do here and there, little uh, odds and outs, ins and outs, and this, that, and the other. Actually, I started doing something different yesterday on
What,
crimp primers. So far, it's working good. But
what do you decide to do? What are you doing that's different?
I was using the VLD tool on the RCBS Case Master, the old one,
Right.
and you don't have a lot of control over it. You grind down all the VLD tip will hit the brass in the primer pocket if you're not careful.
Right.
So I decided I don't really like that. I'm going to quit doing it. So I put the little knurl tool on it right there. It's Lyman, and actually I did not think this would work, but it don't do on the case RCBS Case Master. It does not work that good, but on a drill, fast.
Yeah.
Watch this. I'll show you all. All right, that's it. Now watch this. There you go. That quick. I probably did it quicker. I mean, left it in there too long. I try not to run it high speed because it is
Yeah,
steel.
because you don't want to get that thing hot for it to lose its tensile strength and to lose its edge quickly.
Right. This here does not hurt your fingers. If you do the Case Master, RCBS Case Master, or Prep
Right.
Center, you got to push down with 3 fingers. And you got to hold it, and then it wants to wobble, and it's just not a good way. That's why I never used it.
Yeah,
But
that's one of the big complaints I had with all of those case systems. The Lyman doesn't seem to have that problem. Is the fact that they wobble and like I have no depth perception because I have one eye missing. And so when I try to line something up, and I'm legally blinded with the other one, so I'm trying to line it up, that damn thing's moving a little bit. It's like trying to land an aircraft on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Persian Sea or something on like big waves and stuff. It's like I'm not getting my fingers anywhere near one of those deburring tools. That thing would eat my fingertips up like no tomorrow.
oh, the VLD man's like razors.
Yeah.
It is sharp. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you hear that drill down here in my lap?
No, I didn't hear it at all.
Wow. Yeah, I had that thing right here. That's how good this mic is
Yeah.
with the noise cancellation.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, so I started doing that on the crimp primers. It's the easiest. All you got to do is order. I'll order it actually. I'll show you all. You don't have to. You can order it probably individually, or you can order it like I did years ago. There's other ones, I'm sure, but some of these I have on the RCBS Prep Center. I got this for about $30-something. Actually, at a discount, as always, on Amazon years ago. I watch them like a hawk sometimes. So this thing here I'm using in the drill, it actually has threads, so it probably would end up damaging the threads if I keep screwing it in the drill. But I'm doing it now because
Well, if it's got threads on it, you can put a like on the back of my Redding primer pocket uniformer, it's got a spindle that's made to go on a drill or a electronic screwdriver. So you could just take that loose and put it on that and use it on there.
I need that, actually. So I need that piece.
Oh, you're missing it?
Yeah, I don't have a Redding set.
Oh, yeah, you need that. Yeah, you definitely do. Yeah, they're carbide, and nobody does that particular tool better, in my opinion, the primer pocket uniformer than the Redding carbide primer pocket uniformer, both available in large and small. And they do not make one. Okay, they make a large and a small rifle primer pocket thing. So the small primer pocket will work in pistol primer pockets and rifle, but the large only works in large rifle. If you're going to do large pistol, you need to get the RCBS large pistol primer pocket uniformer. Now,
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, and that one is not carbide, but don't hold me to that. I think it's steel. Like most of RCBS's stuff is steel. They do have a few things they offer in carbide, but you're going to pay through the roof.
Welcome, and William Ganley.
Yeah, hey William, what's going on, my brother? And Andy79Z28 and Pat, what is going on?
Hello, Pat.
Mr. West Covina Dodge. K24. What's going on there, buddy? So yeah, that was what we're talking about is just with the primer pocket deals. Now, what I was also wanting to let everyone know tonight was I got my Mech Marksman press.
Yeah.
And I got my Inline Fabrications. Dan sent me my mounting quick change plate for my flush mount system. And basically, I can go ahead and mount this press up. I didn't know if I was going to do it while we were doing this tonight or if I was going to do a video later and do it in a video. But basically, I've got it set up here. I haven't even unboxed the press out of the box yet and taken a look at it. But the box was in really good shape. And
If you mounted your plate yet, your inline fabrication plate? If you mounted,
did I what?
If you mounted your plate yet?
Oh, dude, that takes 2 seconds. I have not mounted it to the press. No. I got the bolts sitting here, the washers, and the 3 lock nuts. Dan is such a great guy, man. I called him up and I told him I was getting a Mech Marksman, and he's like, God, you've gone through some presses. He's like, I've sold you just about every mount I make. And he was giggling because he makes a shoot load more than what I've gotten from him, but I've gotten a few from him. Mm-hmm. And I was laughing. I said, yeah. I'm like, I'm trying this press out. I've been eyeballing this press for a couple years. And it got good reviews from a buddy of mine. He actually got 2 of them, and I got another buddy that just got one, and Curtis got a Mech Marksman. I got a Mech Marksman. AR Guns is getting a Mech Marksman. Oh yeah, you are. You're getting a Mech Marksman. Look at him over there. He's over there.
No more.
No more presses for you?
No more? I may get the Lee turret in time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's what it was. The Lee turret. Yeah. The Lee turret. My wife is yelling at me. My wife is yelling at me because I'm too loud.
Yeah, I want to wait till the price comes down on that. I'm not going to pay $80 for it.
Nah, you want to play a 110 on special.
Yeah, I know that Mech is good, what I've seen.
Yeah, man, I cannot wait.
You going to put it on this bench tonight?
I don't know if I'm going to do it tonight or if I'm going to do a video or not. It depends. Maybe if I get like...
do it live, man.
Do it live. I could do it live. I could.
We'll wait till see how many's on.
Yeah, I'll wait to see if we get enough people on. I'll do it live. If that'll be like if they want me to. If they don't care, then I'm not going to go out of my way to make anybody like be bored and be like, hey, yeah, be like, yeah, let the blind guy see if he can drop the press on the floor. I'm like, I don't drop presses. I drop a lot of dead presidents on presses. I think I'm buying the wrong kind of presses. I need to be buying printing presses.
Yeah. I was hoping to see it hit the bench tonight. See what you thought of it.
Yeah, I mean, I did clean up the shop. And I vacuumed in here last night at 3:30 in the morning. My wife really enjoyed that. And then I mopped. And then Uncle Jim saw me in here with the pledge, wiping down my wood bench top. And everybody can give me shit about this all they want. But if I took my camera and I spun it around to this top of this bench, it looks like somebody has beat it from one end to the other. These benches, every one of them, except for my reloading bench, have all been at my shop when I was a manufacturer, FFL. And when I had to bust out 25, 30 guns for a company that wanted them, it wasn't, it was all ass. What do they call that? Ass and elbows, arms and elbows, ass, arms and elbows, and just nothing. There's chips beat out of it from one side to the other. I don't think I have one tool that hasn't got wear marks on it from extreme use. What are you
Hey,
laughing at?
Tin Man says, "Hey, our guns, hey, computer chair. That's all we can see is your computer chair."
Dude, you like that? You like that? Hey, look, dude, look, I can spin around like freaking like who was that? Austin Powers. I'd be like,
Almost called you Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley used to hit the stage and then get bored, and he'd turn his back because he knew he could.
Hey, so can I. I can just, you can just, this is this is my best angle. This is what everyone tells. They say they like the best of me. It's when they see me walking away.
Good to see you, Uncle John. Good to see you, Tin Man.
Tin Man, do you want a link? Do you want a link, Tin Man? Or are you working right now, brother?
I sent some links, but I don't know if every one of you were in it.
I don't know. I think I may have Tin Man's email. I didn't even think to send him one because usually he's working at the shop until late in the evening. But I don't know if he works late on a Friday. I can only imagine he does. They literally work him night and day.
I used to work one time when I was young. I worked 17 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, I used to work 18 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week in my tow business. I did AAA from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. And then from 7 at night till around 4 in the morning, I did towaways from downtown Orlando, illegal parking. And then I did that on the Friday and Saturday nights and any special holiday nights. And then the rest of the night during the week, I did repos.
I'm almost tempted to show them my new reloading scale, but I won't say anything about it, not yet. But I will maybe do it.
No, we got that we're gonna leave that for a special occasion.
Yeah, I don't even want to show it.
Is that wait a minute, is this Uncle Jim?
Here, yeah, he's here. He's at the vet under watch. Yeah. What's up, Uncle Jim?
Did they give him an IV, Uncle Jim? Get him some fluids on board? Worried about your little baby.
What else can we show and get into here? We ain't got how many we got on again? Let me look. I'm sure more than that.
I think we've
18.
got we've almost got 20.
Yeah. Where's Vanessa at? She's not been coming on as much as she used to.
I don't know. Maybe Vanessa's been sick. I haven't seen her around lately.
Popped in, I think, last night for a little bit and popped back out.
Okay, they said it's something else. What did Tin Man say? Hey. What is
What are we talking about? A dog here? Right? Or a cat?
You're gonna shower, Tin Man? Well, we can no problem. You want to go live, bro? Throw on the camera and whatnot. Just scream real loud over the curtain, and hopefully you don't have one of those freaky ass clear glass or clear curtains.
Here's something I got too, but recently. But I won't go into the dye part. I won't go into the dye part. I'll let Redding take care of that. Let me poke something out here with a ink pen. I like it. I mean, it's not 100, you know. EGW 7 case 9mm. Just like the chamber, got the shoulder thing on it. Head case is off. Head space is off the head case, off the mouth, like that. Chair, are you gonna do anything tonight? Hey, chair.
Hey, chair. Dude, it's hilarious, dude. It is kind of funny.
Put a smiley face on the back of it.
I could just put a smiley face on the back of my head. Just
on the back of the chair.
Shave a face in the back of my head.
That's actually a good idea.
My God.
Get you a yellow crayon or something. Draw a couple eyes and a big smile.
And be like, just do the back of my head, make it look like Eddie Mercury.
Walter Davis is in the house. He's here.
Who's in the house?
Walter Davis. Some of you I know, some of you I don't.
Yeah, Mr. Walter Davis. Hello, howdy, sir, and good evening to you. Hope everyone's having a fabulous evening tonight. And what are we going to do? AR, what do you want to do, brother? Do you want to, are you ready to reload some belt-fed 30 caliber machine gun rounds? I mean, is that what we're going to do tonight?
I was going to make some nuclear warheads.
Nuclear warheads.
Yeah.
That's what I like. That's what I like.
Want them in a certain direction.
Yeah, I'd be like, Biden doesn't know. He would just be like, what he don't know ain't gonna hurt him. I believe in the old Biden double barrel shotgun rule. Just go out back, flip a couple switches, blow a couple bombs up. You're good. Oh my gosh, the stupidity.
Show some tools you use and why you use it. We're all picky. We're all different. So we could do that. And then we could also do some of the reloading stuff.
Well, yeah, and plus, I mean, I figured halfway through, I've got Tupperware for sale. And this is how, instead of monetizing the channel, what I've decided to go after was my own corner of the industry. A lot of people do patches, stickers, and stuff like that, Second Amendment related. I figured I would do Tupperware and makeup. So, so I got everything covered basically. So let me know if you're interested. I carry Clinique, Estee Lauder, Glamour Girl, a lot of the popular brands.
What's up, Curtis? Curtis Long's in the house.
Oh, Curtis Long is here. Hey, what's up, Curtis? He's my boy. Curtis got him an MEC, and I got me mine.
What's up, Eagle?
Eagle's here?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did he say? How's Leon? Oh, yeah. Everybody's worried about little Leon.
Oh, it's a cat. Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, Leon is Uncle Jim's little kitty, and he's a really cool cat.
What about the fake teeth? No wigs for me.
I call him kitties, but he's a full-grown adult cat. I just call him all, and I call all dogs puppies, just because I'm a big softy for animals.
Yeah, animals are great. I love dogs a lot. I've been thinking about either German Shepherd, a Doberman.
Do not get a Dobie. Don't get a Dobie, man.
Or probably won't.
I had a bunch of friends that have had Dobies, and it's in their breed. They ass bite. They like to nip. They like to come up behind you, and they nip people on the ass. And if you ever have a female over and you have a female dog, they don't put up with other female competition, and they will nip butts. I've had this problem in the past with a roommate that had two of them,
Right.
and they're nippers. German Shepherd, not a problem. Good dogs all the way through, as long as they're raised right.
What I want is a chocolate lab, preferred half English minimum, maybe English, AKC registered. Now, don't matter if it's a a champion bloodline, because I had a dog that was half English that wasn't champion. That dog was smart as all get out. I mean, he was highly intelligent.
Tin Man puts, I'm a Doberman then. Very nifty. Nips a lot right on the butt. Oh shit, Tin Man, you got to get on the show, dude, because I need a good laugh, and I think all of us do. We're all worried about Uncle Jim and his kitty cat. I think we need to laugh. So as soon as you can jump on here, dude, you and Eagle Eye and whoever else wants to come on and just have a really good laugh, talk some reloading stuff. I'm really interested. I haven't even taken this press out of the box yet. I've opened it up and I looked in there and I was like, okay, I really can't see in there too far. And it looks like the box is really built well. I'm like, okay.
Box, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's important to realize these things. I've got a Summit press over here still sitting on the floor that when I got it, the outside of the box had a hole in it where I could see the press on the other side of it, and it had a nick in it. And when I opened up the press, the box, the inside of it was beat down. The inside of the press box was beaten down. Like it looked like FedEx played Mardi Gras football, like had a couple drinks and played football with it for a couple hours. And it was, so it was damaged, and FedEx claim, and I ended up with a press that probably can be fixed, but do I really want to mess with that? I don't know. I may fix it and I'll maybe give it away on my channel.
Dylan is they box good. Hornady, they will ship FedEx years. I'm not saying bad about them, but they will ship when their box will almost be destroyed. You'll get your press scratched up, your book damaged, or whatever else you got.
Yeah, Hornady is not really good on their packaging. I have to say, I've had actual Hornady things show up where they actually were not in the box. I got an empty box. Is what I got, because the box is retention tabs tore, and the whole end of the box was gone. And I was like, oh, I paid. Oh, that's good. And so, but they covered it because it was a Midway or one of them like that. Eagle Eye shooting.
Mention Walter Davis.
Shooting for.
Yeah, he had an English lab. He says, yeah, mine was smart. Had hunting traits. Loved to fetch. Used to jump up airborne and catch tennis balls. He'd bounce off the ground. He'd both forelegs jump up, grab it in the air. He used to catch a basketball with the air let out by halfway. Didn't matter how hard you kicked it, that dog would jump up in the air and go bam, and grab that big basketball. I got a video on the early stages of him grabbing it on my channel. He was a trip. I could leave him in the house. He would not chew the house down. He took care of the house.
Well, that's always good when your dog doesn't destroy the house when you lock him in it.
I taught him not to. He got a newspaper and whipped his butt.
So, yeah, I mean, it worked for me. It worked for me. A little newspaper action. Yeah, I'm very tempted. I'm opening up that box and pulling that press out. And
hey,
you all on the bottom.
Everybody, do a thumbs up or yes if you want Echo to do a box opening tonight. Open box thing tonight. Get my words right here. Let us know.
Yeah, you got to be careful because they're like,
I would like to see the press come out of the box and maybe size one piece of brass at least, but that's me.
A piece of 223 with it. Alaskan Andy. Yes.
That one, yes.
Well, it's going to take more than one. Come on.
He puts some emojis up there, and I can't half see them. Thumbs, I can tell. There's a thumbs up.
Are you sure those are thumbs? Those aren't middle fingers? No.
It could be. Who knows?
Curtis Long, do it. All right, man. We will definitely do it. We got some thumbs going up there. I've got some links out there if anybody else wants to join in and have a chat or whatever. But okay, what were we talking about now? You were talking about reloading 223 Remington and 5.56. Now, are we talking service rifle reloading cartridges, or are we talking reloading 223 Remington for a service rifle?
223 55 grain Hornady soft point boat tail.
Oh, okay. So
clear point. I call them soft point.
Yeah, okay. So let me grab a manual so that I can get all my data.
I don't have the powder. I can't load it now tonight because I don't have the powder out. My powder measure's not mounted.
Oh, no. I know. So, but I just wanted to look at you. You're like, oh, I can't load it. You know,
we'll show our equipment, and then we might do a little sizing, but I'm not going to do everything. Not everything.
You're going to do it all.
Nope.
You're doing it all.
Not me.
Walk this way. Let me show you.
See a pile on one of his emojis.
A pile.
Pile. Looks like a pile square, like something exploding.
Oh.
Some of those things, I don't even know what they are because I'm not that big an emoji, only a few. I know a bottle when the dims cry. I sent one of those to Echo a while back. I know
bottle when the dims cry. See, I don't know what any of those things. I didn't even know they were. Listen to this. Okay, let me tell you guys how ass backwards I am when it comes to technology. I thought emojis were called picture thingies up until about a year and a half ago. Somebody actually told me. Now, I'd heard the term emoji before, but I never knew what it meant. I just was like, yeah, whatever, because it wasn't like something that a tow truck driver or a semi driver would ever, what the hell? I never text, I'm just like, I voice text now, but I mean, if I got to type it, I'm not down for that kind of communication. I'd much rather call them on the phone. Mm-hmm. I'm not down with that shit.
Here's my thing about text. Text, you can say something and some people will get offended or irritated. But if you say the same thing, if they understand your intent, your emotion, how you say it, they don't take it bad. But you send it in the text, they fire off. How did I know that? Because it happens even with my family.
Oh, yeah.
I said, if you were here and you were talking to me, you would know I didn't really mean it serious or
exactly because and you know why is because human beings, when I watch somebody talking to me, I'm doing more than watching their mouth and face. I'm watching their arms, their body language. Body language is telling me more about what they are actually describing than what they are actually describing. Like if there's somebody screaming at me and I got their hands going up and like this, I don't need to understand that something's severely wrong and I have a warning threat level going up that I might be swung on or hit or attacked. And that's just all, that's just normal.
Even your tone of voice in a conversation.
Yes. I mean, that's why I think it's important that they leave those little emoji things so that
helps.
You can, Yeah, so that you know that the person is kidding, or LOL, meaning I
Mhm.
was not being serious. I was just playing around
You know what the
because
problem with
it's
that is, though? Sometimes when you're doing it, you forget to do it, and somebody goes, "Doggone, look what they just said to me," and they start getting all bent out of shape. And
yeah,
it happens. You know what I call it? Lost in translation. Text gets lost in translation. So,
lost in retardation. I agree. That sounds perfect. That's a perfect term for it. Lost in retardation.
I could tell stories. I won't get into it tonight of conversation I've had with grown family members that should be old enough to know better, and just because I said a few things, they just like freak out. And
Right, like grown Bigfoot, like
Yeah,
Bigfoot women.
sometimes I even want to say to them, "I didn't know you were a snowflake," but I don't say that even in a text.
I love it. I love it. I love the snowflake renderings. Dude, am I like handicap here? Why can't I find 223 Remington in my Hornady book?
I can't in
If
a
I
split
have,
second.
hold on, hold on. I got to see if I'm tasting. What is it that you're supposed to taste when you're having a stroke?
Mine's flagged.
Because I'm stuck in between 5.6 by 50 and 222 Remington, which you would think, oh, that's Magnum. That's why I was on the, yeah, I was on the Magnum. Now here we go, 5.56 NATO cartridge. Now that's a 62,000 psi cartridge, and right before that should be 223 Remington. Yes, right there it is. Oh no, look at this. This is 223 Remington service rifle data. Okay, so there must be a regular 223 before that. And my guess is it's super lightweight bullets for varmint rifles.
Here's what
Yes,
I
yeah, yes, it's what they've got. 223 Remington, and that will all be for bolt action rifles that are real twist rates of 1 in 12, 1 in 14,
let me
and like the original M16 and AR-15s were.
let
Go
me tell you
ahead.
what I got. I got 2000 from Mid South. It looks like a Hornady. It's soft point with cantilever boat tail. But when you look at the Hornady book, and I know it's probably Hornady, most likely.
Oh, it is.
Okay, you see a soft point with cantilever, but you don't see the boat tail. You see a Full Metal Jacket boat tail. So you really kind of have to go, well, let's just call it a 55 soft point without the cantilever.
Is it a, well, it doesn't have a cantilever?
Yeah, it has one, but it has a
It
boat
has
tail,
one.
and it's not in the Hornady book,
Okay, which Hornady book do you have?
10th edition.
The 10th edition. Okay, well, I'm looking at the 11th right now. So
Okay.
let me
Here
look
it
in
is.
here. Yeah, you got the all black one. Yeah, that's glossy with the bullets on the outside of the front. Okay, let me see here. What I'm looking for. Well, now refresh my brain for a minute. You're saying you're
So,
looking for the
okay, it's 55 grain soft point.
oh,
Boat.
the bullet. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Hold on.
It's similar to the Full Metal Jacket boat tail with cantilever, except it's a soft point with
Soft
cantilever
point. Yeah.
boat tail. Absolutely boat tail. But yet it's not in my book.
And it's a 55 grain. So let's go to, there's 60. Where is 55? Right here. Soft point SX. And this one has no cantilever. Where is my 50 soft point?
Now
This one has,
what I would do, I would load it with like a 55 grain SP without the cantilever, even though it's not a boat tail. I mean, what does a boat tail matter? But that's how I would do it.
hold on.
Let me know if you can find it. It's funny, the Full Metal Jacket, it's got it.
Okay, here you go, buddy, right here. All you got to do is ask and you will receive, okay?
All right, show me.
This is a 55 grain boat tail soft point with cantilever. and
Okay.
it is a item number 2266.
Write it down.
That is the
Okay.
demon that you are looking for. The reason why it's not in the 10th generation is it was made after 2015. That bullet was between
Okay.
2015 and 22, because I believe the 10th edition came out in 2015.
Okay. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah,
Can you scan? You got a scanner where you can scan that page and email it to me? Or
I can take a picture of it.
I want a good picture because I want to see the.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna take a pic. I'm gonna put my foot in it too. I mean, because you gotta have the foot. You gotta have the foot.
No ankles, man. No feet.
You gotta have the cankle. I give you the cankle. I even hit the focus button here. Okay, because old AR guns needs to have the max load data.
Is in the 11th edition. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, it's in the newest catalog for Hornady.
Amazing. What's weird is I bought these probably 2 years ago before the book came out. But they probably.
Yeah, but they build stuff before their new book comes out. They don't have a book every year. It's every few years.
True. I got you. Yeah, I need a good. I've got a scanner here, a big old commercial machine, but I can lay it down. But I don't have a.
All right, there.
Probably don't have
You
one.
need to tell me if you can see that. It's coming to your phone right now.
Okay, hold on.
And if that doesn't work, then I can take another one or try a couple different ones.
Or you can scan it, turn it to a PDF too. Let's see.
Yeah, but I don't know how to do that. You're talking to a guy that grew up in the 70s.
Yeah, man, I'm an old man here, man. I grew up in the 60s and 70s.
Well, yeah, but you worked with this stuff. I worked with trucks.
Gotcha.
And wrenches.
I can barely. The red I can barely see. The rest I can see good.
Can you blow it up and take a peeky?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can scan it now. I see it. Yeah, this is good enough.
Is that's the bullet, right?
Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. 2260.
It was on the right.
Okay, I see 2260. Which one?
Did I take a picture of the right freaking page?
Okay, I see it.
You did?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
yeah, spear point with count. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
2 point overall length 2.130. Fantastic. Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
That helps me. Okay. That gives me the exact data I need. Or data, however you want to say it. I wish my.
Yeah, these were supposed to be loaded at case overall length of 2.160, and I did them all at 2.2. That's why I loaded these bullets too long in that those 223s, but not anything crazy. I mean, it's not 2.2 is still 60,000 shorter than magazine length. So I shouldn't have any problem whatsoever.
I can load this. Well, I can start out. I got H335. Starts out 21.7 grains. Goes all the way to red to 24.9. I'm going to load 24.1. That would give me 3,000 feet.
Dr. Evil says.
What else? 802 IMR 80208 XBR works with it. 4895 IMR.
Yeah, I've got IMR 8208 XBR extreme bench rest. That stuff's good stuff. That works great in 308 Winchester.
I have Hodgdon 4895. I don't have the IMR version. So
yeah, the IMR is new stuff. It's one of their newest releases of their extreme series powders. Does real good in multiple temperatures. Like if you're loading during summer and doing a summer development of a round, and then you want to shoot during winter for a hunt deer season, it works. It won't drop off like a lot of single base powders. What they'll do is they tend, like ball powder tends to be more single base, and it also tends to get affected by temperature a lot more than extruded powders do, which are usually a dual base.
I'll put that in my book.
Yeah.
It's a large index card.
What'd you do? Just print that?
No, I wrote out what it is, the number, a recipe for my rounds, and it'll be on the phone. And I write on my cell phone.
Oh, okay.
That way, when I see it, I'll know where to go to get it.
Oh, okay. Good one.
I'm organized, man.
Oh, hell. Yeah, sorry, brother. Jamie's been sitting in the back room, and I'm a dummy, the host with no most. There he is. There he is.
Hey, brother. What's up, Jamie?
You're muted, Jamie. Yep, there we go.
Oh, my gosh, man.
Did I leave you hanging back there, brother?
Man, I am.
Wow.
I'm glad I don't treat my guests like that. And another thing I don't do is turn my back to them either. So.
Hey, listen.
Elvis Presley.
Hey, listen.
Out, man.
Listen, I was going to do a display thing set up on my press, so I'm kind of set up for that, and I didn't move the camera yet. So what are you doing?
Just got out of the shower, man. Been working on cars all day.
So what kind of cars were you working on?
My son's got a 95 Dakota. My stepson has a 98 Honda Accord EX, which is broke down in my driveway. And I returned from vacation to find it in my driveway, broke down, won't start.
Oh, that's the one you thought the fuel pump has gone bad in it.
The fuel pump
actually, the
bad.
sending. Okay, so all right, so you put a new pump on it, and then what happened?
We got gas up to the
intake,
up to the fuel injector jets.
And,
and it wasn't getting in there, so we had to take all those out and clean them, put them back in. So I got fuel in there now. I had spark, and it won't start. So last night and this morning, I've been working on the timing, and I got a distributor ordered. Apparently, those are notorious for distributors giving up the ghost.
Saying that.
Yeah.
Also, that fuel rail. Did you bled the fuel rail, right? The injector rail. Yeah.
Yeah, we took it all apart. I took it all apart. I say we like I got a mouse in my pocket, but I tend to say that.
He's got a whole fleet of mechanics out there working underneath the garage. He wishes he's out there by himself with his wife helping him look at things. What do you see anything on here?
She turns the key over. That's all she can do.
Yeah.
How long were you back there, JH? On the backside?
About 10 minutes.
You know what I have to do sometimes with Echo? I have to call him during the chat. I'm back here, man.
Dude, I'm just not. See, listen. Here's the thing. I'm not used to this StreamYard thing. I remember Hangouts when you came into the show. As long as you had an invite, you just came in. You could bow out if somebody, like if your wife needed you to help her with something, you say, "I'll be right back." You could jump out and jump right back in. Well, you gotta constantly. I'm watching. And then the other thing that I find irritating is if you have 5 people on your show and some of the 6th guest comes on, he's buried down below so you can't even see him down there, and you got to be able to roll down and check like the second. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what do you mean? There's not 6 people on here. And they're like, yeah, there's someone there's backstage. And I'm like, okay, well, how do you get them from? And then I figured it out. I'm like, oh, they got to be beneath them or above them or something.
I've never did hangouts. That was before I got into it. Except
There's
backside.
Vanessa. Speaking of the kitty,
Willie
Miss
needs a link.
Vanessa.
I thought Willie was in my forwarded email from you, Echo.
Willie needs a linky poo. All right, William, hold on here, Mr. Sir. You know, because you've got years of computer skill, working behind the trigger here. So be careful. We don't all get electrocuted instantly by.
You want me to forward him the link?
Well, by the time you do that, listen, ease off the trigger here. I got things. I'm
Under
pasting
control?
and I got it all under control here. All right, Willie.
I'm the one that had to send the forward earlier.
Two Mexicans and a mule should be arriving at your door shortly with a link wrapped in a briefcase. I'm old school.
Ozark's with us. Ozark Spirit.
Ozark.
Hey, Marvin and Kenny. Eagle, I don't know who Hall is. I don't. Oh, he must be watching a fight. Okay.
Oh, Kenny's watching the fights, the mixed martial arts thing tonight.
From what I can tell.
Yeah, I saw earlier an ad for that coming on. Those fellas look like they were serious business.
Well, yeah.
Willie coming on?
I don't see him in the back yet, but I sent him a link. Actually, I sent him a link to a underwater basket weaving class that they're having on YouTube right now. 14 hours straight of underwater basket weaving. Oh, Lord.
I hope this is a no fluffing chat. What does that mean?
Oh
gosh.
God.
We don't even want to go there. Let's not get into that.
Yeah, I was messing around with people, and I made up a story, and basically it was that more or less I thought that I had made a comment that I had been a fluffer, and then everybody was making fun of me and everything, and then I made a comment like fluffing. I worked at Ivy's and I fluffed men's shirts. And the people were like, what in the hell is he talking about? And I'm like, yeah, that's what they call a fluffer, right? And then everybody was going off going, no, that's not what a fluffer is, dude. That's, and so I was purposely baiting people to get a little laugh out of the side chat. That's all it was.
Okay. What's up, Willie?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, man. What's happening?
Man.
See, this is how sheltered of a life I live. I do not know who Ryan Hall is in MMA, and I don't know what a fluffer is. So
I don't know the MMA
you
stuff.
know what a fluffer is. Trust me.
no, I really don't, and we're not
Let's keep
talking
it-
about it. So,
Jesus, man.
We're going to keep it PG.
Keep it PG.
today.
yeah, you can tell me later, man.
Oh, I'll tell you. Trust me. And you're going to be like, oh, my goodness.
Oh, hey, listen,
Oh,
who's been reloading and what caliber have you been doing?
9 mil.
9mm.
Lots
Oh,
of it.
and Willie, was that your new 45 you were shooting in the competition?
No, it was my Glock 34.
Okay. All
It was funny. A guy who was standing next to me, he had a arm surgery, so he had a bandage on, and I was talking to a guy with an optic gun saying that I'm getting my slide cut for an optic, and I was wondering which optic. And the guy goes, "Oh, you don't want to shoot a 97 here." I'm like, "Why not?" He goes, "45 costs too much." I'm like, "Well," I said, "Yeah, you got a point. It's going to cost the lead. It's going to be 2 of a 9 mil, but the powder charge and the primer is going to be the same amount of money. So yeah, I'm spending double the money on the bullet." He goes, "Oh no, bullets cost way too much." I'm like, "I make my own." I'm like, none of them cast at all. Most of them reloaded, but none of them cast. They all buy bullets outsourced. Because I was talking to the guys going, "Man, that's a beautiful blue powder coat," and it was high tech basically from another. And I don't know what the company name is. They told me, because we're going so fast. I'm trying to learn and listen, and because this is the first match I ever went to, so it was interesting. But no one wanted brass. So I was going through trying to pick up my brass, and the guy goes, "Oh, another brass whore." I said, "No, I am the king of whore. Trust me." I said, I would picking up all the brass, and I brought a 50-gallon can full home. I'm like, "Yes, I'll take it all if you don't want it." And most of them had them. I figured everyone had the rounds loaded really hot. No, most of them were just barely enough to get the slide to go back.
Yeah, I told you about that.
Yeah.
Ozark
recovery.
Ozark said I didn't know what I don't know, but I'm ahead of the game because I know that I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I watched your video.
Oh, thanks, Air.
I liked it.
There's a few stages I was just like, "Holy crap! I can't." You're sitting here, and I learned something that I've always said this: if I'm with a rifle, you're dead. If it's a pistol, you have a fighting chance. And it was true. The one of the instructors there, he was behind me, and he kept saying, "Easy, easy on the trigger." And I'm like, "Man, shut up! Let me do my thing." Because you're looking at that little 10-inch plate that's so far away, and my front sight was dead nuts on it when I pulled the trigger, but by then it just moved just a little bit off plate, and the bullet went right by it. Because a lot of them I had corner hits, I noticed. So that's what it was. He goes, "Do you have arthritis?" I go, "Yeah, I have real bad arthritis." He goes, "That's why." I'm like, "Okay, I just need more trigger time." It's a perishable skill. That's the one thing I'm going to say. The more you practice, the better it is.
Yeah, true. Vanessa's got a question. Is always shooting light loads a good thing for training?
No, not my book.
It depends really what you're training for, Vanessa. If you're training for competition shooting, most people load a lighter load unless you're trying to meet a certain power factor for like an unlimited shooting, where you're shooting a race gun fully modified, so you have to shoot a full power factor. Usually in most competitions, most people use lightest load possible to get the gun to fire flat and straight and just fast. Now in self-defense, I like to load a hotter round, something that's going to give me more of what my self-defense loads would replicate. So it's kind of two different things. Am I going to shoot competition, something that I can just shoot fast and low recoil, or am I going to want something that's going to stop someone from doing bodily damage to me? Then I want something with a little bit more ass on it, and it's going to recoil a little bit more because of that.
To answer K24's question, yes, they were blue bullets.
Chris, half blind, 338's in the house. What's up? How you doing?
Blue bullets. I know Acme does red, but I don't know if they do other colors. I'm not.
The blue was just beautiful. I mean, I was like, wow, that is a great. If it's powder coat, I was like, I want that powder because it was brilliantly blue, but it has to be high tech, you know. But none of them cast, and I was quite shocked. Of course, there's only 17 competitors. Thank you, baby.
I like the blue. I like the green, that real intense green.
Well, you know what? We're as far as what was their age, Willie? As far as competitors,
Most of them probably my age. There was two younger guys. They're all family members, of course. One was probably 25, and the other one was 17. And there was a 13-year-old there, but he wasn't on our squad. But he was shooting 22. There was only 22 shooters out of the whole match. So I need a lot more mags for my 22.
what were you using your 22 for?
No, I need more mags. There's two other guys shooting the competition with 22s.
Oh.
And they
Speaking
go
of
from
mags,
the low ready.
Speaking of mags, I was at Clyde Armory in Athens, Georgia. He's also a representative now in the, I think, 7th district. I can't remember. It seemed like it's that district. But they had M&P mags, 17-round 9mm, 2 used at mint condition from police departments, $19.99 each. That's less than half price. It's about $39 mag.
Yeah, that's almost worth picking up just in case, even if you didn't have the damn gun, you could either sell it to one of your buddies that did or make a great little present for one of your friends.
They had them in a twin pack, though. You had to buy both of them. They were priced $19.99 each.
That doesn't matter.
One. Yeah, it was a good deal. Good deal.
You're getting one free, basically.
Yeah, that's just basically what you're doing is getting one free. But the thing is, see what happens is when police departments go with, say a police officer, they're going with new guns for the department. And even small departments will do this, but basically these are medium to larger departments. They'll buy a model gun, a make and model. They'll get like a 4th gen Glock 21 1 year. Well, maybe this next year they want to go to a 5th gen Glock. So instead of modifying magazines and all that kind of stuff, what they'll do is they'll offer the gun and gear to the officer at a discounted rate if he wanted to buy his own old duty gun, or they take them back from the officer and then they'll offer them in police trade-in deal type deals. Well, the new guns come with new magazines, and what happens is people like these stores will buy these guns, and if they don't buy the guns, they'll bid on the magazines. They may end up with a couple hundred magazines. Well, they'll sell them, for whatever they've got plus, 100% markup, but you're still getting a deal because they paid pennies on the dollar for stuff that is in great shape. And if magazine springs start to go bad, the armorers at the departments change those out on a regular basis for the officers. So you don't have to worry about usually getting any problem magazines or firearms from law enforcement trade-ins.
You're probably right on that, because I looked at inside the magazine, the plastic piece,
Yeah.
Follow. Everything looked like brand new. I said, this thing looks brand new. Don't like it's even been used.
Yeah, I can say from becoming from a high power shooter to the pistol, it seemed like the same type of guys there. Very polite, very nice. No one had an ego problem from a new shooter to a competent shooter, but gear is king. I can say that much. I got to get magazine holders if I'm going to do it. I don't have to, but it's a lot faster to pull a mag off your hip than reach over from the table, the barrel to grab a mag if you need to do a mag change, So gear is king. Just gives me an excuse to buy gear.
Yeah, now next time we see Willie, he's gonna have like those 6 magazine
Oh no,
holders that
that
are
would be
all
nice.
off on an angle where you can set the angle and the index forward or backwards to
It would be
offset
nice.
your belly.
Get your
And
war belt.
It
War
would be
belt.
that's
nice.
that's what they are, war belts.
It would be nice, but I don't have that. It'd take me forever to get that type of funds for it.
I want to get one of those holsters with the Velcro inner liner, and then the outer's that scuba webbing.
Yeah,
I want.
that's what I've got for my Ruger GP100. I've got an inner and outer. The inner belt goes inside your pants jeans or your pants belt and goes inside and it velcros on itself, and it's got female what they call the hook or the loop on the outside of it, and then the outer belt has the hook, which is the male velcro part on the inside, and that's go against that female, and then you've got belt keepers that interlock the 2 belts together. There's 4 of those.
What brand do you have?
I've got an original Uncle Mike's when it was still made here in the United States before it went to China from 1990.
I'm thinking about going with the.
Go ahead, K. Twinford. I mean, AR, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've been looking at SOE. That guy, I forget his name now. Can't remember, but he's got a little factory. He makes special operations equipment. He makes everything: butt bags, purses, wallets, belts, everything. Lifetime. I think it's lifetime warranty.
Thanks, Eagle.
He tells the story of how that got started, why we're using that now. You probably know the story, Willie. Those belts.
No.
Yeah. Okay. What happened? They used to be nylon scuba belts, like on pallets in planes, in cargo planes, in the military. He said they started taking those things off and making their own belts with them, and they're real stiff.
Yeah, well, they started using parachute cord originally. Like the SEALs and the Green Berets, they started using that kind of stuff and kind of making their own gear. And I know who you're talking about. He was a special forces
Willis.
operator. Yeah.
Willis.
And he actually got out of the military, and before he exited the military, he started making his own gear for his own teammates, doing the best he could. And then he started making gear that he used in combat for other security, like contractors and shit. And then other military guys started catching on to some of his handmade gear and was like, this is good kit. And he started making it for just people word of mouth that saw and used his gear, and eventually started that entire company that way.
He hangs around James Yeager.
Yeah.
They're friends.
I can tell you, I'd go broke with some of the gear these guys had. There was one guy, he thought he was a cat's meow. He had all the top racing gear on, and he shot a worse score than I did. He had a 2011, but I didn't really care. I'm not trying to say who's good, who's bad. I was just having fun. But this guy was walking around with a chip on his shoulder. He was the man. And I was like, as long as you're having fun and you're safe, I don't really care. But other guys were talking crap about him. I'm like, I'm not here to talk crap about anyone. Because believe me, I had to do mag change on those small plates, trying to hit them. And they limit you 10 rounds per mag. And I'm thinking, man, I want to put 17 in. Oh, well. It was fun.
I worked at a corporation for most of my life as either employee or supervisor. And typically, if I don't want to, I don't let people drag me into that crap.
Mm-hmm.
I'll listen sometimes more than I talk. I work with a bunch of ladies at corporations, and they just gossip. I did all the listening. They'd ask me questions, and I might say things here and there, but they pretty much didn't know much.
Oh,
I didn't tell them very much.
You love those women. They would come in there and chit chat to you. You listen to them for hours. You just go in and be like, you know what I want to do today? All the women be standing around. And you go, I want to know what is going on in your lives? Just tell me your feelings. That's what I want to know for the next 4 or 5 hours. And
Heard a
that's
lot of
what
stuff there. Oh, I'm not kidding.
AR is like. And then I went into the back office and I closed my head in the desk drawer about 6 times.
That's right.
I knew everything that was going on in that company almost
Y'all have
all the
any
time.
books like these?
Yeah, I have a few of them.
I want to get a few.
I bought
Don't
2
have
the other night at Cabela's.
What is that, Jamie? What book is that?
Lyman, didn't Lyman put it out?
No, it's
Some other company?
one book, one caliber. It's Load Books USA.
Oh, okay.
This was printed in 2016. Been a lot of powders come out since then.
Oh.
But it's one book and one caliber, and it's got load data at the wazoo.
You find it better than the other books?
I just found it on the shelf.
It's
I ain't
Yeah.
dug
those,
in yet.
yeah, those books are a compilation of load data that's already available. What they've done is
Cool.
they've taken everything that is printed to date on 6.5 like Creedmoor or 30-30 Winchester, and they'll put everything in there for all the bullets and everything. So they're pretty complete. And the only thing is that I've noticed that's with them is, like Jamie was saying, they're not the most recent date as far as load data.
Right. Yeah. Oh, Vanessa, we're talking about scuba webbing. A lot of your belts now are made by several people in business. I think Warrior Poet has some scuba webbing belts. Probably some other brand. I can't think of it now.
But we got one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, Mr. Chico Wise.
Wise.
Hey,
Yes, sir. Chico.
What's up, Chico?
Long time no see.
Sorry, everyone. I'm eating my supper right now.
Is that Last Supper for you?
You never know.
I have breakfast with AR almost every night now.
I would be happy to die today because I had fun. So I'd be a happy man. Held my grandson. No, I did not hold my grandson yet today. Let me take that back. But I saw him, so that's all that matters. Poor little boy's recovering after his circumcision.
I don't even want to talk about that. That's
the mean things we do to little boys.
Let me show off my shirt. Andy Alaska 1 said he liked it. It's a CMA shirt. You got Jesus is number 1, and you got the
blow it up, Echo.
Oh yeah, hold on, Jamie. Let me get you here better. Yeah, I'm slow.
I want to see it. Jesus is number 1.
Yeah, we don't want no belly hair.
And you got the wings in the background. That looks cool.
That is a nice shirt.
So I challenge you to go look up Colossians 1:15 through 18. See what it says.
Hey, Tin Man.
Write it down. 1:15 through 18.
Colossians 1:15 through 18.
I hate not be able to see. I go right up to my screen to see what people are writing on the side chat.
They don't make Windex strong enough.
I'm telling you. I need to get some Coke bottles and glue them to my glasses so I can see.
Fairburn. I don't even know where Fairburn, Georgia is, man. Be careful out there, Chico. I think Eagle shot a match today, too. Did you shoot a match, Eagle? I think so.
I saw his
earlier today.
I saw his last match. That was fun. His 3-gun match. I think it was a 3-gun. Maybe it was 2-gun, but it looked really interesting.
And we got everybody competing now. Willie's competing, Chico's
Oh no,
competing.
I'm just starting, but
Yeah.
Kenny's. I'd be halfway. I was watching Kenny run with that rifle and pistol. I'll be like, okay, timeout. I need oxygen.
I was watching you, Chico, on your match.
They would have just had me run to a hole, and when I got to it, I would just gladly collapsed in it, and they would have just been, go ahead, just like knock some dirt over him.
Absolutely. I would have got to the first target to shoot, and that would have been it. Okay, have a paramedic waiting for me.
That would have been so funny though, because I would have just been looking at the camera. My face would have been as red as Jamie's red stripes on his flag behind him, and I would have been like, "This is just too hard."
Got 27 on, Echo.
There's Mr. Pollard.
Hello, Mr.
Oh
Powell.
yeah, Mr. Pollard. What is going on tonight, Mr. James?
Uncle
doing?
John, if you want somebody to do a ice cream run, you got to get Curtis to do it because he can flirt with the girl at the drive-through, not even know it, and not even. He's just being nice. He's just being Curtis and talking to the lady, and next thing you know, he's got her phone number. Yeah. Miss Kitty, do you remember push-ups, or do you still have push-ups? Or those orange dreamsicles. I got a friend in the Dalton CMA chapter that I deal with. They're he does, don't he, Tin Man?
Talking about orange sherbet push-ups.
Dreamsicles.
They're
okay.
so good. You're telling me you're gonna get one last night, and I was like, you rat bastard! Now I want one.
I got an orange one last night, and I had a cherry one. That was what I was doing while I was waiting on Echo to let me in the chat when I was backstage. I was eating that cherry push-up, but yeah, man, that he had a Harley that was the same color as an orange dreamsicle, and we called it the Dream Cycle.
Now I'm not to interrupt you, Jamie, but I want, if anyone knows, is Leon okay? Jim's cat. Jim did the little video saying no live stream. He has to take Leon to the vet. So I'm just curious if anyone knows if he's okay.
From what I could gather from the side chat, he had to leave him with the vet, so they're expecting a phone call.
Oh, that's going to destroy Jim if something happens.
How old is the cat?
I don't know, but I know Leon's his boy.
Old lab years ago. I think it was about a year old. Almost died. In the vet.
Yeah, well, let's not
3
cross
days.
that bridge until we come to it. For all we know, he could just need some rehydration because he's dehydrated.
Oh,
Maybe
sure.
he's-
I was just wondering if anyone knew anything, so I saw that on
we don't know anything yet. They're watching him for observation. They're probably doing blood work, and they're rehydrating him, and they're gonna come up. The doctor probably has an idea of what it is, but he doesn't want to jump to conclusions until he's verified what he thinks it is. 9 out of 10 veterinarians that are worth their weight know what it is just by their initial examination. That's what most people don't realize is veterinarians are trained to pick up on subtle things that me and you would overlook, because doctors use the like, if I go to the doctor, I give him a list of symptoms. He listens to those symptoms. He listens to the way I've been feeling and other things that to add into the whole diagnosis, and comes up with a conclusion. But veterinarians have to do everything from an animal that doesn't speak English. So it's really neat. They're very special. If you find a really good vet, they're very special people. They can almost like communicate naturally with the animals. pretty neat.
Way to go, Mr. Pollard. You're gonna love that pot.
I'm asking him how much. I typed it in. He'll show up in a second, I hope.
Did he get a used one?
A Seiko.
Now, okay, I've never heard of Seiko. Is what manufacturer?
It's a cast iron ingot bottom pour pot. So you can do zinc in it or lead.
Oh, that's by
No.
Redding. Seiko is.
What do you mean? Redding owns Seiko or Seiko?
Seiko bought
owns-
Redding. I mean,
I think it's old.
Yeah, I thought
Redding.
Seiko was bought out by Redding.
right.
Oh, okay.
And
There you go. Zinkers. I love it, Mr. Pollard.
San Antonio Engineering Company, is that what it stands for, I think?
I don't know. Sorry. I just know they're great pots.
But he speak at once.
I know, right? Don't everybody get
Sorry,
all
I'm just
loud.
reading the side chat.
Santa Anita. So it's from California.
That's where everything's good. Mm-hmm.
Wow, the handle on this
Not-
press is pretty damn stout.
Chico says he used to love pot, but ended up getting a government job.
What was that? What about what was that?
Because Tin Man wrote, nothing like some good pot.
Uh,
Man.
I bought a large South Georgia watermelon the other day, big, and I was talking to him up here down the street here, and I look on the deck. I notice that stuff. I look around everybody's vehicles around because I don't know them, and I see a big crack pipe. I said, "Oh boy, long one," and I walked
Jesus.
away. Yeah, and the guy sitting there talking to me, and he don't
You
really,
were-
probably know that
you
I
were-
know that.
You guys were all hanging out after that for hours, and
No,
Hearing
I know-
that glass crack. Crack, crack, crack.
yeah.
he's like,
I was- When I seen that, I was actually watching how he talked to see if he was on it. He was okay at that point.
he
He
wasn't
just
all
might be
jacked.
used to
He's
it.
like, he wasn't all jacked up. Yeah,
No, he wasn't jacked up.
He's just used to it, and you don't know he's jacked up.
His eyes
Yeah,
weren't all
that could
bugged
be.
out. His eyes weren't all bugged out of his head or anything.
Told my roommate, I said, I need my gun.
I
Let's
need
go
my
home.
gun.
I always carry. I carry a gun everywhere, man. Walmart.
Well, dude, yeah, dude. If you haven't figured it out by now, dude, it's gonna be where you forget to carry it that you're gonna need it.
Yeah.
I can already guarantee it. And it's gonna be somewhere stupid, like right around like right down the street from your house. And you're
Where I
gonna be
was.
like, oh, I don't need it. I'm only going like 2 blocks down the street, and then you're gonna end up needing it. That's what that everybody I've ever met that's ever had to pull a gun and has either not almost didn't bring it because they figured, oh, I'm only going right down the street,
My
or
roommate-
they didn't bring it.
I looked at my roommate and I says, "Wish I brought my gun." He goes, "You don't need that. They seem nice." I said, "Don't matter. I still want my gun with me."
If I could have a CCW or whatever you guys call it, it'd be on me from the moment I woke up.
I walk the neighborhood every morning, sometimes twice, sometimes, and I carry it with me every single time. They had a knife, a little flashlight, cargo pockets. I put my CCW and my driver's license, water bottle, and a hat, and I walk the
Oh my
neighborhood.
God, they really pack it. I tell you what, I've taken a lot of presses out of boxes.
Oh, you're going to do
This-
it?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Oh,
What
okay.
But
press
this is
did you
the-
get?
Let's look at something besides the back of your chair.
I'm looking at it. Oh, I thought you guys could see.
Yeah, that's all we can see still.
Besides your sexy white legs and black shorts, that's
I told her to
Hey,
draw a
did you?
face.
Hey, I want you to check these shorts out. My wife bought these for me. She got me a couple different pairs, and I'm happy because I got new shorts, and I got like 3 pairs of them. And my wife was being super cool and like, "Hey, here you need some shorts, and these look like something you would wear." And I'm like, "Hey, I would wear those."
so you don't look like an old skateboarder punk.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with looking like an old skateboarder punk. But the bottom line is I'm 50 and I probably should dress a little bit more, maybe age appropriate. I don't know.
You're
Can you
still
zoom
young.
your camera in more?
No, but I'm gonna bring it over here so you guys can
Oh,
be
okay.
up my ass. All right, hold on. Let's get this.
You just got to
So-
put the thing to the press and the plate and drop it in, right?
Yeah. Let's see here what we got going on. Let me go to the biggie. We'll go
I hope
over
it
here
don't. I hope it don't take 2 hands to turn that ram up.
Dude, no, it's smooth as silk. I already touched it. I was like, that's the first thing I did was if I'm gonna be impressed with this, or am I gonna? Oh,
So you fluffed it. I see.
listen to him. Him and his damn fluffing. All right, here.
So you were able to send all those RCBS presses back? They gave you credit?
Already did. I sent it
Oh, I was
back.
just saying, you got credit back for it already?
Yeah,
Good.
Gave him one.
yeah. They gave me one of them. They said
Oh,
I
they let
could
you
have
keep
it.
it? Oh, I'll be
Yeah,
damned.
they let me keep the one. So I'm gonna probably order parts for it, fix it, and give it away on my channel.
I don't think it can be fixed, but
We'll see. If not, then I will make maybe a target out of it. I don't know.
why I say that? Because all the parts are new on it. The linkage, the bolts.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just,
Me no.
I bet that's a nice
Okay,
press.
see. Yeah, it's actually really nice, dude. The thickness of everything.
That's true, Eagle. Look at that clean press. Someone's a little OCD about his press. Or
Dude,
the
I just
table.
took it out of a box. What are you
No, I'm
talking
talking
about?
about your table. Sorry.
My table's got
My bad.
holes and dents all through it from hundreds of AR-15s being built on there.
I was looking at parts for AR-15 today at Clyde Armory,
Oh yeah.
Athens, Georgia.
Oh, that's just right down the way from where you're located, right?
Yeah, I'm not too far from Athens. Fort Drive. Actually, straight shot.
Miss Kitty wants to know how thick the top of your bench is.
On this wooden one right here.
The one you're working on, yeah.
I think it's either 1 inch or 3/4. Hold on, Vanessa. I will let you know, young lady, in just uno momento. Let me grab a tape measure.
There's Ram 4x4. What's up, brother? Welcome.
Hey, Ram.
Hey, Ram.
Looks like it's right at 1 inch.
I have 2 3/4 inch hardwood pieces of plywood on mine.
Now measure the table, Echo.
Measure the table.
He didn't get it.
What are you talking about? Did you want me to measure the table?
No, you sit. Never mind. It went over your head. Went
Yeah,
way
it did.
over your head.
Yeah, I did. So see, everyone thinks that like I'm like it's like when I'm thinking about like working on mechanical things, you could literally just tell me things and it would go right over my head. I'm just like, because I'm thinking about other stuff. And
Echo's got a Eagle's got a question for you, Echo.
Yeah, and I got an answer for Mr. Eagle. What's going on, Kenny?
It says, do you recommend bedding an AR barrel to the upper receiver? Any benefits?
Okay. This is kind of one of these. If a barrel, most high quality AR-15 barrels, when you're putting them into the upper receiver, have resistance fit. In other words, when you're trying to get the barrel to insert into the upper receiver, it's not going to want to completely just slide or drop into that receiver. It's going to be resistance, like to the point where you may have to start the barrel nut and go and pull that barrel, or take a wooden block and tap on both sides of the barrel extension, or like I've got a wooden where I've cut out a hole in a piece of 2x4 and we'll slide it down and it sits right on top of the barrel extension, and then I'll tap it all the way around in a circular pattern and drive that barrel up on there. Now, if the barrel itself is sloppy and is fitting loose and just all kinds of sloppy into the receiver, I will cut stainless steel shim that goes all the way around the barrel like a C, and will come up and stop right where the barrel timing pin is, the alignment pin at the 12 o'clock position. And then I've got stainless steel shim that is in 1/4 of a thousandth, 1/2 thousandth, 3/4 of a thousandth, 1,000th, and 1,000th and a half. And usually you can find one in between those thicknesses to work. That stainless steel shim material is about $60 per thing. So, I mean, you might want to figure out exactly what the thickness with feeler gauges that you need before you spend the money on that. And bedding the barrel most definitely does improve accuracy, because in an AR-15, it's very violent. The action of the bolt is moving back and forth at 40 feet per second. And every time it impacts with the barrel extension, it's causing that barrel extension to move or shift if that barrel isn't bedded tightly in that receiver. So the tighter you get that barrel into the receiver and make that one entire unit one piece, the more harmonically sound that upper receiver is going to be, and the more accurate and the more consistent that barrel will hit every single time.
I've got some Criterion barrel, a Faxon barrel, and a few of my receivers, which are Aero Precision. One is snug, one upper receiver is just a little looser.
How loose is a little loose? Like you'll have to you'll show me. I'll
I'll show you.
I'll cut you a piece.
I'll bring it in here one day and we'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah. We can do a barrel show, can't we? We can't.
Yeah, I can. We can do an upper receiver. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. You don't understand. You don't seem to. I'm here. They're not going to do nothing to me, because if they try to and it's legal in the United States, they're getting sued.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll get my upper receivers, bring them in here in my barrels, and I'll show you. Maybe in the next live stream. Not now.
Yeah, we'll figure it out and see what it's going to take.
Where do you get those shims? Are they made for that?
No, they're made for. Here, let me grab one real quick. I'm just trying to get the tools that I'm going to need to.
I was just wondering if they were specific to that.
No, they're metal shims, stainless steel metal shims that are made for like tool and die work and stuff like that. I'll give you the actual name off the box. Just give me a second here.
I've seen people use Loctite on YouTube.
Yeah,
all kinds of stuff.
You can use like a 609 Loctite. I've actually done that before. the thing is with Loctite is it can make a mess, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can ruin stuff. So I kind of steer people away from doing it that way and doing it with metal, because the bottom line is if you use stainless steel shim, most likely it's never going to move. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be in there once you put the foot pounds from the barrel nut, and you do that, it isn't ever going to move.
Can you go ahead and bring our guest back in for a minute?
What happened?
How long is it going to take? Well, you're zoomed out. You're zoomed. Just
Oh, okay.
yeah. Let's at least let them. We can still watch you for a little bit as you go.
AAB says that Aero Precision has cheaper but still good quality shims.
Bring Jamie back in and Willie.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
There you go.
Damn.
We can still see you.
I'm just trying to find where some of that stuff. Oh, here's one of them. Oh no, that's a fire extinguisher. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here's some. I think so.
If you want to show us something specific, just zoom it in. You know, when you want.
Hold on. What is this?
See a little blue. Was that a lamp you got?
What,
Blue?
this?
Oh, no, a little blue thing on your bench. Looks like a.
Yeah, it's a little lamp.
Okay. That the shims?
Yeah, you see where it says shim? What does that say? Shim
in a can.
in a can. Okay, it's stainless steel shim, and it should say on here what it is, what thickness it is.
I know with BCM you have to actually heat the upper receiver sometime with a heat gun or a blow dryer.
Oh, well,
Get it on
that's
too
just
tight.
that's just to get the hand guard on the barrel nut, the hand guard onto the barrel nut.
Well, even the barrel into the upper BCM, it's tight. You can't even fit it on. They say sometimes you have to heat it. That's how tight it is. They
Willie,
make it.
they're making jokes about what you're doing over there, bro.
Who is making jokes?
I was working real hard to
Tin
send.
Man and Mr.
I'm filing. That's okay. He can make joke.
Okay, look, this
I'd
is.
rather do this with my microphone off than you guys hear me more.
Yeah, see, Eagle Eye says JP uppers are heat fit. Tin Man, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so BCM is too. I've seen them do it.
See this? It's stainless, and it's 1/1000th of an inch, and you can get it, and it's 6 inches by 60 or by 50 inches.
Is it a sheet, a roll of?
Yeah, roll.
Can we see one?
Yeah.
I would say, Tin Man, don't throw me under the bus. I'm listening to Echo's voice, and it's just right there, dude. Just
okay. So you cut that. You cut
it with a pair of paramedics EMT shears. Right. These right here.
Okay.
And this cuts it the easiest. Pair of real nice paramedic shears.
And that's stainless steel?
Yeah.
Thin stainless steel?
Yeah. And it cuts it real smooth. And basically you just cut it around the barrel extension, and then you leave a little opening right where the alignment pin is. And then you start it into the receiver. And just like I was telling you, you beat it down into the receiver by either cutting a piece of wood. I always like to use a piece of pine 2x4 and just drilling a hole out of the middle and running it up, down over the barrel, and it'll stop right at the lip of the barrel extension, and just tapping it with like a dead blow mallet all the way around.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Drill a hole in a 2x4 and slide on over the barrel. I like that.
Almost like I've done that a couple of times. I've built a couple over the years, just a couple.
Yeah.
Still brings back memories of me and my pops back in the garage. It was freaking awesome. I was so excited. I was like, it was 1984. Let's see, how old was I? I think I was 15 or 16. I know I hadn't turned 16 yet, but my dad and me, we had been going to Army surplus stores and buying pieces parts. And he had a friend he had bought a lower receiver from. And it was an Olympic lower receiver, and it was an Colt upper receiver, and we had all the parts all bought from Bill surplus stores. And it was me and my dad out in the garage every Friday night for about 4 hours for about a month straight, and we built it, and then we got to go out and shoot it. And it was just one of those things that you'll never forget when you're a kid growing up, sharing that experience with your dad.
It's always a good thing to be able to do stuff with your dad.
Yep, and now he's gone. Yeah.
Echo, you got 25 on?
I appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen.
25 on.
For showing up tonight. I know a lot of you are here because of Uncle Jim's wasn't available to do his chat, but I appreciate you coming over and hanging out, and hopefully Uncle Jim will get some good news on his kitty and make this whole thing just be something to remember in the past.
Yeah, Leon's a cool cat.
Yeah, I love cats.
I can hear it now. Remember when I had to take you to the vet hospital?
You cost me all that damn money, you cat.
Dude, it
That's
don't
why you
matter.
stop eating lizards. Stop eating lizards, damn cat.
Go ahead, AR. I didn't want to step on you.
I've got something I'm not going to show now, but you all probably would not even believe it if I showed it to you. It would probably shock you.
Hey, now that's sounding dirty.
Dude,
Well,
dude, listen to this guy. Is he talking? What kind
I'm
of
just
is
picking
that?
up what you're putting down, Mr.
I
One
don't-
Incher.
Not only is it a reloading item, it's what comes with it and what the company said. It is so bizarre.
Oh,
I'll go into that another time.
yeah.
You're ready?
No, you done brought it up now. Let's
Yeah,
see.
you done stuck the.
You wanna
you
know?
done-
Yeah, I don't want Redding to get mad.
No, don't say
Yeah,
anything
you
right now.
spend-
No,
you
don't
spend
say
good
anything
money.
right now.
You spend good money on the product. If something's wrong, they need to back it up.
Well, let them give them a chance to back
Yeah,
it up
correct it,
before you.
Oh, I thought you had news about it. Oh, okay.
No.
Oh,
I would do a video.
What was I gonna? Yeah.
I'll
do
do
it.
a video on it showing you what's wrong and read the letter, and then I'll keep it, and then I'll eventually, once I get it resolved, I'll put it on my channel. I mean, Redding might not like that, but I will. Put a
Hang on now. Did you spend honest, good money you earned?
Not me.
Yeah,
Somebody
you.
else. No,
Okay,
somebody
someone else
did.
spent good money on it.
Yeah.
They need to make it right. If something is wrong, they're
Yeah.
a manufacturer, and effing that they're not going to like you saying something bad about them. If they're not going to fix it, then you need to tell the world. If they do fix it, then you should say on your channel, hey, thanks for doing this. You guys did a great job. I appreciate it. But if they don't want to, if they're telling you to pound salt, then what, are they going to sue you for slander?
I won't go into the story because it's personal
say
at this
get in
point.
line.
It makes me mad about what excuse they used. Really, I mean, it's unbelievable. I read the letter.
Just as bad as what CCI told me and told Kenny about our primers, that we don't know what we're doing on seeding primers enough. At least that's what they told me, and all I did is want to say, hey, this lot number, I'm having a lot of problems with them not going off. And I had a friend with kind of close, same lot number, and a lot of his didn't go off. Mm-hmm. And You just don't know what you're doing. You're not seeding it far enough. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, companies sometimes instead of helping you, they want to sit there and blame it on the customer.
But I
Done that
wasn't even
before.
asking them to replace them. I'm just saying, hey, just a heads up.
Yeah.
This lot number I'm having problems with.
You
What
might
I-
want to check. You might want to look into this lot number and pull some. Because
Exactly.
listen, every manufacturer keeps like 1,000 or so out of each lot that they'll run, and they'll save it for testing. And worst case scenario, they dispose of it or they sell it. You know, but the bottom line is usually they always will keep for like a year, and then they usually will dispose of those samples. And what it's for is if they run into a thing where they start getting product back, they can pull down a sample. And I can't remember how long. They don't keep it for a real long period of time because obviously they'd be overpiling with with stuff. But
what I seen, I could not believe with my own eyes. It was just shocking. I thought, how the world did this happen? I mean, you would have to literally be. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's no excuse in it. Even if it was a new employee, if it was quality control with a new employee, you still couldn't make the mistake. It would almost be impossible.
You got to remember how many they're making, though. Every once in a while, there's going to be one bad one that gets out the door.
And they probably don't check everyone's what I'm suspecting. Because if he did, this wouldn't be.
It would take forever if they checked every single one.
Right. Well, I was in manufacturing my whole life, so yeah, we didn't do that. I used to pull out 10% of contact lenses and do audits on them. Back in the day, we used to send hundreds of thousands of lenses to Baton in Puerto Rico. Bad on our automated machines at Contact Lens Company.
Wow.
That's just kind of how it works in manufacturing, though. But so I got a good handle on how it works. But it's just this thing should have been looked at, but apparently it wasn't. But that's really not the issue. It's another issue. But I'm not going to talk to them about it. I'm going to just keep quiet about that part.
I got you.
Until it's resolved, and then I'm going to tell them the story. Probably once they correct it. And I'm going to say, that really was not cool what you did. And if I have to, I'll call Robin Sharpless and try to get a hold of the vice president. They're a good company, so they'll make it right. So
they should, yeah. It's a great company. Mm-hmm. You pay a lot of money for the item, so.
You ain't kidding. Breading stuff is very expensive.
It's more, you're paying more so that, and everything I've ever had an experience with Redding has been top notch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
So that's why I was very surprised. And,
yeah, I was surprised to see it.
Yeah, and the bottom line is,
thank you.
What is that? Who you just got served something, didn't you?
No, my son brought my gun in. I left it out on the counter.
Oh, you let now? Oh my gosh, you're in California and you're just leaving firearms unattended?
Absolutely, every day.
I gotta go get my dog some water. So hold on, guys.
He's like, I gotta go get my dog some water. Like, what a time to. He's like, I gotta go. All right. See, anybody could do this except for a blind man that can't see the holes.
At this point, I could walk out there and talk to you while I'm getting the water bowl outdoors, but I'm not. So, anyway, catch you.
Yeah, dude. He's got the headset now that's wireless, and he can go anywhere. All right, man.
That's a dangerous thing.
What's that?
AR.
All right, so very slowly making some headway here. Getting them just snug.
Damn, couldn't Glock make an easier way to take the damn slide off sometimes? Sometimes it's a pain in the ass.
Well, you dude, for about $15, you can order replacement pieces that go inside where the two little things are, and it makes it so you can actually grab a hold of it without having to.
Oh, I have the extended ones on here. They came from the factory.
Yeah, but these aren't made by the factory. These are a different manufacturer, and they're.
Well, then I'll have to look into that. Who makes it? The Glock store?
Glock Perfection, right?
It is perfection, but it's just taking them apart's a bitch.
Hey, I'll tell you, if everybody wants to really know the secret behind Glock Perfection, is that Gaston Glock was able to put a pistol made out of Tupperware together and sell it in the United States of America, when if you weren't blue steel with wood walnut grips, you weren't getting bought here. Not only did he do that, but he was able to make 65% of all law enforcement police department agencies use his pistol. And he did that within 25 years of releasing his very first gun ever made by his company. So when you start thinking about what he was able to achieve, Miss Gaston, my father-in-law's name is Gaston. He's Greek, but Gaston, the Glock, is a all-out, just one of the greatest businessmen. Forget about the fact that he made a handgun that was so good. But the thing that he was able to do that no one else could do was he was able to make his pistol so imperfect that they would still function. In other words, if you take two Glock frames and you measure the holes and compare them to each other, they will be off by tens of thousandths of an inch. What makes it so perfect is that just by adjusting a few pieces in the striker assembly, you can make it safe. That pistol will function just as good as this one. The only difference it might be is you may have a little bit heavier trigger pull on this one versus this one. And that's what you see. Every pistol slightly different, but every pistol is still safe and functioning. So that's why I always thought it was really kind of something different in its entire, like, I'm not a Glock fanboy. Do I own Glocks? Yes, I've got quite a few, but I also have quite a few Smith & Wessons that are M&Ps. So I'm not stuck on Glock.
Nor am I.
I think
I like the 34 though. I mean,
yeah, that's a good gun, but the bottom line is they're ugly as sin.
That much is true. They are big black blobs, but they shoot.
These headphones are amazing. You can walk across the yard at a point. Even though you're muted, you can hear everybody. They're true.
He's out there with his headphones on in his yard.
Well, actually, when I walk out the door and turn left, it goes dead on me. I can't hear nothing. But when I walk out there to go get the dog bowl way across the yard, it worked most of the way out there. I lost you one time.
Yeah, you'll find that it's got like little spots that it'll go right. Like dark in.
Yeah, it'll get real quiet.
Yeah, but it's the same. But see, what you got to remember is these headphones are running off the same signal that the wireless cordless telephones worked off of years ago when they first came out. You remember?
2.4.
And everybody. What?
2.4 gig. 2.4.
Yeah. So that's why you get in positive and negative runout when you get
Right.
in certain rooms. It'll be behind certain thicknesses in the bend around the wall. I'll lose it, and then I'll step a foot forward and I'll get it right back.
Yeah, I'm noticing that already.
Okay, now I see how this goes on.
Let me say, powder coating is the best. My barrel is spotless, no lead, no net, and I have soft lead here in California. I got to add a lot of stuff to harden it up. Not a speck of lead. Gotta love powder coating.
Eventually get into casting. It's
I
gonna take
think
time.
I think powder coating might catch on more.
Hill 25 watching Echo. Not bad.
I hope so,
Really?
Jamie. I hope one day someone actually makes a book with powder coating in it, you know, saying that, yeah, you could. I know you guys have been doing this whole time using this load data, but now it's actually there for you to see. Or someone new comes in, they can see the information.
Chico, he was using a Glock 34 and 9mm.
Oh, sorry, I have a hard time seeing the. Oh, thank you, Chico. I tried my best, but I'll tell you what. Again, shooting is a perishable skill. I got to get back out in the range more.
Jay said he had to use a 1 in 7 twist, even at a 75 grain, to stabilize. I've got stabilized bullets in mine at 55 grain. The barrels I got, even on target.
Yeah, I can stabilize with 1 in 9. I don't use anything faster than 1 in 9.
I've got 1 in 7 and 1 in 8. I don't have no 1 in 9s.
I use, because I also have 1 in 12 and I have a 1 in 14.
Oh, wow.
And if you look at the 223, like, remember how I was reading, some of it was 5.56, some of it was 223 service rifle, and then some of it was 223, and then one was just regular for 223. And so basically I turned it to the 223, and that's out of a 1 in 14 rifling twist rate rifling barrel, rifled barrel. And
Vietnam was 1 in 12, wasn't it? Originally?
yes,
Yeah.
but it was 1 in 14 to begin with.
Right. Yeah, I remember now.
And then they got rid of it, and the first one did more damage because the bullets tumbled faster.
Yeah.
Well, also
and then they changed the powder. It was stupid.
Yeah, I heard about the powder.
Well, this is what happened.
It was not designed for ball powder.
Well, yeah, it wasn't. And the War Department was anti M16 because McNamara was in charge of it, and he was one of the old guys that believed if the rifle didn't have if it didn't have walnut stocks and blue steel barrels, it wasn't a battle rifle. And he thought the M16, and this was a quote that came from him that made it into that movie with what's his name, Bruce Willis, or no, the Vietnam movie where the guy
Platoon?
No. No, not Apocalypse Now. The one where the guy had to I think it was the same guy that was Mad Max. What's that? Yeah, Mel Gibson.
Oh, We Are Soldiers.
We Were Soldiers. Now,
that's a good one.
Yeah, that movie depicted a man that made the comment, what the hell was I talking about? Because I'm trying to think.
First Class. I forget his name.
Moore.
Yeah, there you go. There it is.
Yeah, Moore. I can't remember what I was going to quote him saying because I'm freaking trying.
our first deadly battle. We realized what the enemy was like.
Actually, what was worse than that is when the 173rd went in after the Air Mobile went out, and they lost more with the 137 Airborne Division going in because they went after the Vietnamese, which was stupid as hell.
Yeah, they had tunnels buried, bases underneath the ground, headquarters. I mean,
yeah,
they live like rats.
Yeah, and for years.
Yeah,
the years
they were smart. They were smart.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just the plain thing. Well, they beat everyone back whoever went to that country. The French, the British, everyone. They beat them all back.
And they've been and they've been beating these people back for the last 55, 60 years. It's just like the war in the Middle East. That's why I never wanted to go to the Middle East, because I knew those people had been over there fighting a war for the last freaking
the Mujahideen or whatever. Think about it.
3,000 years.
Russia's Vietnam, basically. So we supply. Russia supplied the South Vietnamese or whatever, the Vietnamese army with weapons. So
that was the North. We supplied the South.
Excuse me, but that's why I'm trying
North Vietnam.
But we supplied, the Arabic countries going against the Russian soldiers, and next thing you know, they used that training and the weapons against us because we gave them so much.
Yeah, I remember.
That's why we should never went.
Yeah, we gave Afghanistan a whole bunch of shoulder missiles and stuff back
Stingers.
in the early 80s.
We gave
somewhere in the 70s. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
We taught them how to use them to shoot down the damn Russian helicopters, the Hind,
which
was the badass helicopter. But if you can hit a tail rotor, it don't matter how badass a helicopter you got.
You know what one of them said in
that one.
A general or a leader in Afghanistan said the other day? Well, we know after 20 years we can't trust Americans no more. At all.
What?
Who said this?
One of the leaders in Afghanistan, the one that's been trained worked with the American military, says, well, after 20 years, any goodwill they did is down the tubes. They said basically abandoned them in the middle of the night without a word. Didn't even tell them to patrol the right areas, is what I read.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah, it was a bad pullout, what we did. We just basically sneaked out and didn't even talk with them, didn't even communicate with them. Does that surprise anybody?
What kills me about our American military, we go somewhere, we bring in millions of dollars of equipment and weapons and everything else. And when we pull it out, we leave it all behind so we can get more money to build the stuff back up.
Yeah.
That's even blew up the insane part.
We blew up some explosives, the big explosives, before we left. That's in the news. I said, my God. It's like a disaster.
I had no idea how much we left in Vietnam until I started reading and watching stories on it. We left.
My dad blew up millions of pounds of explosives. They burned anything that couldn't fly. They burned.
They didn't burn them all. I can guarantee that because I've seen the videos of them showing them still flying. Some of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the article I read in Afghanistan said they blew up some of the big ammunition and just took off. Did not even coordinate with the patrolling. Basically left them.
I got to figure out how this handle goes on. Hey, is Eagle Eye still in the audience?
Maybe. Was earlier.
He was earlier.
He may still be listening.
The Mujahideen. Yeah.
Mujahideen, yeah.
Yeah, I've got it. Vanessa, I think the problem is not the fact that they can't fight without us over there, is that the way they pulled out without telling anybody.
Yeah.
Basically, what it sounds like is we snuck out like
Weasels.
Yellow-tail bastards.
Like
Yeah.
bitches.
K24, you're shooting 500 meters today? Good for you.
We put
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of a lot of goodwill over there over the years. Built relationship.
That's super smooth. Oh my god, that's so smooth. But it's super long throw.
Get it up in there. I'd like to see it.
Can you see it? I mean,
Well,
I'm
we
just
see
trying
it,
to.
but kind of
It's
small.
just the throw is way low. It's like I need the press to be higher.
Remember, it comes with. I told you about the stand. That's why I kind of mentioned
Yeah,
that.
I know, but the stand doesn't bolt to this.
Right.
This
Well,
is
you get
just for
a-
the press.
Get hold of Dan. He's got stuff that'll raise that.
Yeah, but I don't know if it'll raise on
Amen,
this plate.
Mr. Pollard. Amen. Let other countries fight their own battles. Stop
Yeah.
sending Americans to die in foreign countries.
He's got a 7-inch, 7 3/4 inch extension. That's all it is. You just set it on that plate and attach your thing to it. Besides what we got here, the regular ones.
What do you mean? He's got?
He's got something new. Well, it ain't new now, but it's instead of the junior and the 9-inch and 7-inch, he's got like a piece of tube steel, and it's just an extension. It fits in the regular flush mount plate. You just set it there, and you can take it away. That way, you don't have to have something permanent mounted on your bench to extend. Right now, you have to mount a permanent extension from Inline Fabrication. If you get his thing, you can remove it and get it out of your way.
That's what I have is his stuff.
I mean, you don't have the extension though. It's about almost 8 inches tall. That's what you need with that.
Vanessa, if we pull out of there by August, that would be awesome to get all of our guys out of there.
Most people I see with that press have it extended.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand what you're saying, but I didn't know what I was dealing with because I didn't realize that this was going to go. I mean, I can order that part right now, but here's the thing. I need to talk to somebody that knows a little bit about inline fabrication because I can't get Dan on the phone this hour of the night. What I need to know is it a plate that I order that goes into this flush mount kit that extends this whole thing up?
I'll send you the link in a little while.
Well, no, send it to me now. I'm going to order the thing while we're online right now. Come on.
You should have never mentioned it, AR. You should never mention it.
Well,
he's
look,
like a
here's
little
the
boy
issue.
that found out, hey, this thing gets hard.
Look,
I
no. Look, you see how low I got to go with that? I don't want to do that.
I've heard it.
See what I'm saying?
I've heard about that. I forgot about it.
What are you talking about? Are you talking shit about me? Are you talking the shit?
I'm talking about the press.
Are you talking about the shit?
You wish you had a throw like that. Come on now, 1-incher.
I got the double reach around with the Clemensdale 1000.
You're a fluffer. I got you.
A flopper? I thought I was a fluffer. I didn't know I was a flopper.
I said a fluffer. Learn English.
What's a flopper? What is a flopper's job?
Keep it clean, guys.
Never said flopper.
Yeah, Willie's got new names for me now. I'm a flopper. Right. I went from a fluffer to a flopper.
Here you go, Echo. It's called an Elevating QC work base. He's got 2 versions, one short, one tall. $50. Raise your work to the height you want, when you want, then drop it back down in about 20 seconds. It's a nice product.
I'm sorry, AR. K24, did you make a video on it today? I got to find a better camera system to take out there if I'm going to do this also. It was a pain in the ass to use my phone.
I enjoyed the video.
Okay, so what are you looking at right now?
Hang on, I'll send you the plate, the elevation.
Now, does this go into a flush mount thing?
Yes. Yeah, something new.
Okay.
I mean, it's been out a few months.
AR, I know you're speaking English. He's just not comprehending.
Hey, easy there, Captain Slack.
Sometimes I think I'm stuttering.
You might be.
Believe it or not, Elvis Presley stuttered. Believe it or
Hey,
not.
believe this or not, okay, I've had two, is it
There you go.
MITs? No, MTIs, minor strokes, and
There you
my
go.
brain, I have what doctors call a relaxed brain.
You mentioned that. Is that true? You have a relaxed brain?
Ozarks
Excellent.
figured it out there, Echo. A flopper is before a fluffer. So when you become a fluffer, you get a advance in pay.
You got it right now, Echo, on your text messaging. It's called Elevating QC Workbase. You would probably need the tall one, I would think.
And this
50
is
bucks.
that's gonna elevate me unbelievably.
7.5 inches.
Yeah, I have no of those plates. I have none of them. I haven't spent the money yet. I heard they're really nice.
Yeah, these
Really?
are nice. I want one.
You
tall
want one? You want
Yeah,
one?
been wanting one. Because the other mounts, the ultra mounts, and the high rise mounts, when you mount them, that's it. You can't remove them unless you do bolts and stuff. Yeah,
so
this is a total new thing, man.
Okay, so this bolts down. This bolts down, and it gives me. Okay,
You don't do nothing to your press. You're ready to go right now. As soon as you get this, you insert it in your flush mount, take that thing and stick it in. There's no bolts. There's nothing to do.
Okay, it's just an extension that goes in between this plate and this mount. And how much is this thing? How much is this thing? It sounds brilliant.
$50. $50.
Good God, dang.
7 point. I think it's worth it.
You ain't got a discount coupon code or nothing? Jesus, man.
He only does it at holidays occasionally. I've got a few deals from him.
They're as bad as Harley Davidson. Everything HD stands for $100.
$100.
You need a light bulb for your turn signal? We got you ready right here. That'd be $100.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy one.
Exactly. It's like they forgot about whatever happened to 50, 60 bucks. Why is everything 100 or 1,000?
Okay, last time I was down there, I looked at this conversion from a conventional light bulb to LEDs for your turn signals.
Right. You think 100, maybe. How much?
$130.
And see, they threw the 30 in there just out of spite. Out of spite. They were like, you know what? 100 ain't enough. They're like, what do you mean? Well, you know, some guy's gonna come in here and he's gonna want that. I want to make sure I don't squish my hand there. He's gonna want that lighting kit, and you're gonna be like, well, then he's gonna have to pay for it. $149. It's going up as we speak.
Dang right.
And the thing is, people pay it. They're just like, oh, I gotta have it. I gotta have it.
They designed that press for it. Has a
way
the throw is it's low.
You know that highlighting, that glow lighting under motorcycles and under cars?
Yeah, that fluorescent tube lighting stuff, but now it's all, I think, LED or something.
LEDs, man.
Yeah.
LED strips. You can go to like Amazon or the parts store and you can get that crap for what, $30? You know, to do a whole kit. You got a rheostat, a potentiometer, turn up the brightness on it, and then a switch, and then a control module, you know, and not a whole lot to it. But if you want it for a motorcycle, it's $250.
Oh yeah, of course. Because you know it's the exact same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you want it, and then if you pay for it at a Harley Davidson shop, you're gonna pay $160. And I've noticed that because I used to have friends that rode Harleys and I rode Zip bikes. So I would go to the Zip bike stores because I would need parts, and Harley stores usually didn't sell Japanese motorcycles and parts. So I would see what they're buying and what they're paying for stuff. And then when I would go to the Japanese bike shops, I would see the exact same product and it would be discounted less because Harley everything was like a higher, cost because it had a name brand to it, where the Japanese bikes, they were expensive to buy brand new, but they didn't hold their value for nothing. Like you could buy a bike a few years old and it would literally, they were almost paying you to take it off their lot.
Well,
What are you doing now to the press, Echo?
I just Loctited the ram arm, and now I'm just going to
the best deal in motorcycles, regardless of the brand, whatever, Harley, Yamaha, Toyota, Kawasaki, all of them. The best deal in motorcycles is a 4 to 5 year old bike that somebody's had sitting in their garage and they just don't want to deal with it anymore. You can get them suckers for, a quarter the price of the new one, and a lot of them don't have 1,000 miles on them.
Now I have a shooting question, guys. Has anyone tried this G96 that Uncle Jim recommended?
Oh yeah, I've got a can of it. I've been using it since 1990.
Man, what a good smelling product. I mean,
oh dude, that is an excellent
product. You can use it indoor and not be offensive to your wives. I can tell you that right now. To me, it smells like Hubba Bubba gum. That's what it reminds me of,
Yeah. Let me tell you a little something about that product. The original manufacturer was a man lived in here in the United States, and he manufactured that product. And for years, other companies tried to copy him and mass produce it over in China and all this kind of stuff. And he stayed firm, wouldn't sell the patent to the formula, all this stuff. So he gets old. He stops making the product because he's old. And, but Diz never sells his patent. And then, he ends up dying, and he left in his will directions for his daughter. And basically what she had to do was she had to get the people that bought the actual product, the patent. Mm-hmm. They had to promise not to alter any of the way it was manufactured, or they had to keep it in the original can. Couldn't change the can, coloring, marking, name brand, nothing. They had to keep it all original. Or if they break their promise, the original property rights go back to the original family name. And Birchwood Casey bought it.
I don't put smelly oils on my hunting guns.
This smells good, though. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I can see that on a hunting gun.
Yeah, I keep scent-free stuff on it.
Because you start using hoppies and stuff like that, hoppies doesn't offend me, but it might offend one of our misses, Oh,
yeah, that drives my wife nuts, dude. That stuff does. She doesn't like that crap. And most women don't like obnoxious smelling stuff, and it's not that. I mean, if my wife, let's put it this way, if my wife did some type of hobby where she like melted something to make some type of something or other, and it stunk up the house as bad as some of the stuff I use, there's no way I would let her do that. I'd be like, no, you can't. You're gonna have to do that outside.
Oh yeah,
and she's real cool about it. So
this stuff is very pleasantly smelling. It reminds me of old chewing gum.
I thought about trying it when I seen Uncle Jim show it.
That's the reason I bought it, because Jim showed it, saying, "Yeah, it's the best. And I figured, okay, Jim's been doing this a long time. He's old as salt. So I figured, what the hell? I'm going to take his word. That was completely weird. Let's try that again. Line up this one. There we go. Well, I tell you what, with powder coating, cleaning the barrels is a swipe. Just a couple swipes with a plastic brush, and
I like it.
she
I've heard of
done.
that.
I like it, gentlemen.
Very easy to clean up. I had more time cleaning the frame and slide than I did the barrel.
When money gets better, I'm gonna get into casting. I want to make bullets.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Green bullets.
It's a real thing, man.
Zombie bullets.
People really do it.
probably get there. So what size does this thing come in?
7.5, 4 inches, 7.5 inches.
Come
Oh.
Big 4-inch and a 7.5 inch.
You'd need the 7 at a minimum, I would think.
Why do
Okay,
you
everyone. There's the
Oh
newest
my
Mr. Young.
goodness, look at
Oh
that.
wow!
Blow
There
him
he-
up, Echo.
Well, hold on. You got
Goodness.
Got that hair.
Look
What-
at that.
what do you got? What did you buy? Did you get a new gun?
No, it's my grandbaby. Full blow it up.
Oh, dude, is it the Mexican one or?
No.
Look at
A head of hair.
Yeah, he has a head of hair, all right.
Mhm.
on the back.
Well, listen, Willie, when you lose more of yours, you can ask him to borrow some of his.
Exactly.
Brown or
What's
black?
the matter, baby?
Hair.
What's the matter?
Black hair.
No,
Oh, it's more of a
no,
brown.
dark
It's a brown.
It's dark
Mhm.
brown.
He has very blonde eyelashes, right? Eyebrows.
He was smiling.
He was having a
Precious.
sweet dream. You see him smile.
He smelled the G96. Said, "That smells good, Daddy or Grandpa." Timothy Allen Young the second.
He heard Uncle Jamie's southern drawl and had a grin right there. Said,
Yes,
"Yep,
sir. He certainly did. Thank you for bringing him in,
All
baby.
his hair is in the back.
Yeah.
He's got a lot
A lot of hair on the back of his head.
Receding
Yeah.
hairline.
Thank
I'm
you for
about to be
bringing him
another.
in, dear.
I'm about to have another great granddaughter.
You can unfully sub this handsome man. And I did wear the Reloaders Network shirt in 112-degree weather and a black shirt,
Well,
trying to spread the wealth, and not many
whose-
people
whose-
wanted to look at it.
whose wealth were you spreading? Oh no, we're
I'm
gonna put
just
it.
trying to
We're
spread
putting.
the reloading.
We're putting.
How we got Jamie on here now?
I know.
Well,
I like Jamie. I'm just
The
trying to
original
see the
OG.
screen for a second. I'm trying to look across. Here.
He's an OG.
Oh look, there's
Okay.
Willie.
Uh-oh.
Airsoft.
All right, Willie, what are you doing here? Yeah, there we go. Now,
There you go.
there we go. I was like, what am I doing wrong? I'm
We
like,
banned.
does not
You're
compute.
breathing.
Does not compute. Can you hear me breathing? Is it it
No.
a bad thing? Oh, do we need to stop me from breathing? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. He just asked what I'm doing wrong. I said, "You're breathing." Bullet man's so mean.
Bullet man.
Gonna
One
become
thing
another-
I found out though, and I never thought of, you got to write your name on everything. This guy wanted to steal my headphones because I took them off while I was picking up my brass, and they
Oh,
started
yeah,
taking
dude.
all the targets down and everything. And I'm like, okay, where'd my headphones go? They were here. Oh, I thought I had a free set of headphones. I'm like, no, dude, you don't have a free.
Wow.
set
You
of
almost
headphones.
got your ass beat for free. You almost got your ass
Exactly.
beat for free. I mean, I
Like,
gladly
if
do
you,
that
if
for
you
you.
want to give me $49.95, you can have them. I'm gonna make a little profit on the deal, you know. I didn't spend $49.95 on them, but if he wanted them that bad, he could have bought them for $49.95.
He knew dang well he was picking those up. He didn't.
Yeah,
own
and
those.
he just thought that if you didn't say nothing, that you
Mhm.
probably weren't the one that had owned them.
Exactly.
That is so horrible. You know what? If I would have been out there, I would have had to say something like, "Hey, look, the Second Amendment community don't need people like you. You get your shit and just get the hell out of here."
Chico,
'Cause
what
what was that?
does AR have found? I don't know. Found located good source of lead for casting. All I found was stick on pure lead weight so far. I'm not getting a lot of those. He's got a few in a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah, you got to watch out. Like I said, the price he wanted for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him and try to renegotiate that. I don't have a lead source actually. I'll probably have to end up buying it online.
I mean, does it sound fair to you? Stick-on wheel weight's $1 a pound for stick-on. To me, that seems high. I think
Oh.
50 cents a pound.
Yeah,
Probably-
there's people trying to rip people off, take advantage. Because
That's
didn't
what
know-
I think, at least.
I didn't know I was buying stick on wheel weights. I thought it was regular weights. I said I'll give you $1 a pound for the. Oh, we don't never throw those away. We reuse them and use them. I said okay. And come to find out, it's just that soft lead.
Pardon me.
Well, there's
Stick-on
nothing
wheel,
wrong.
with
There's
stick
nothing
wheel.
wrong
They're
with
just really
stick-on.
soft. If you're doing black powder and shotgun, then yeah, stick-ons are great, but you're going to
Or
have to add
if
a
you've
lot
got
of stuff to
tin.
make them hard. Tin
Yeah,
and
right.
arsenic and everything else, but you're going to spend more money. You might as well buy the damn normal wheel weights, because in Georgia, your guys' wheel weights are 18, 20 BHN. My wheel weights here in California are 8 to 10. I don't know why they don't have
Wow.
a uniform hardness. You think, but
Well,
now I barely get any wheel weights here at all
Well,
that
the
aren't
problem- the
zinc
pro-
or steel.
Yeah, the problem is, Willie, is in the state of California. They have a hard time keeping things hard.
Exactly.
Yeah,
All the
and so-
cancer.
yeah. So basically, they've taken everything that's male and testosterone related and just eliminated it and replaced it with large amounts of estrogen. And when you do that, you have what they call an
That's funny.
unbalanced synopsis.
I got you, Chico. That's what I'll do. Appreciate the tip.
What's going on
Uh,
here? What are you doing?
Who you talking to?
Oh, I didn't know I was live. I
Talking
got
to
a.
Chico.
Oh, you're talking to Chica.
Uncle John and Thorzak's talking about who's in the hospital. I think that was a joke about somebody
Tell 'em
trying
I'm-
to steal Willie's headphones.
I tell him I'm making fish sinkers.
Hey, let Kyle in.
Yeah. I watched his little video this morning in the early AM.
Is Kyle backstage, Echo?
Probably is. Echo,
I
can
will
you hear
check,
us?
sir. Yeah, I was inspecting my wife. She had some surgery. Let me see here.
Got
making
Jag
sure-
1 in. Jag 1 is in here. Welcome.
Where is he? How do you rotate it up? You just hit your wheel, right? Your
What do you mean rotate?
oh,
Jag.
all right. All I've got is the people that I see in here. I don't have anyone in the backstage.
Well, if you look at the private chat,
I will.
Let me look. I'll look. Hang on.
it's been over
Yeah.
30 minutes. So
Good
I
Lord,
didn't
yeah.
even know because I was
10:06.
working on. Yeah, I was working on the press. Hey, if
Al Moore.
somebody.
Got 3 here, man.
come
Al
back,
Moore.
Kyle. We'll let you in.
Yeah,
Kyle
I
says how
was.
more. He says Charlie Wilson.
What are you doing in here? Why are you in here?
All right, I'm going to bed, fellas.
You're going to bed.
Yeah, I got
Night, Jamie.
clips in the morning.
Are you bringing us with you?
Y'all
Are we-
want to go? We're at Pleasant Valley South. Come on.
Take care, Jay.
We'd
Good
love
seeing
to
you again.
have you.
Long time no see.
Yeah, I know, right? All right. Good night, guys. Good
Good
night,
night.
everybody.
Have a good one.
You too.
Kyle, if you're still here, come on in.
Let
Need
me
more
see
people.
if Kyle's gonna. If anybody
Come on,
wants to
Will.
come on and they have my
Will, come
any of
on.
my information, you can text me, you
Yeah,
can shoot me an email, call me,
I
beat
bet
me with a.
Kyle was probably not in that link I sent out on that email. I didn't think about that. You forwarded it to me a few weeks ago.
Where'd
Echo.
Jamie go?
He left.
I'll have to
Where-
look. He went to bed.
He went to bed?
Yeah, let me see. I don't think I have.
Oh, yeah,
Kyle.
it's
That's-
10:30. I forgot.
Yeah, he's got to go to work in the morning. Let me see if I have Kyle.
Good
I
night,
think
Jamie.
I thought I sent Kyle.
Well, I did. I forwarded an email with a whole bunch of addresses and put a new link in it. But I didn't read them all. I seen Ocean. I don't remember if Kyle was on the
No,
list.
I don't have.
And right
him.
here, my wife comes in, finds a brand new primer I dropped on the ground. Save me 8
Kyle.
cents.
Kyle, do you have a email from me? AR Guns 1776.
We'll see if you can send it
File
to
in
him.
the side chat.
Not sure he's even around no more. I haven't seen him.
Thanks, Thorzax.
Send Kyle a damn invite, Willie.
All right, let me see if I can figure this out.
Copy and paste that thing. I don't want him getting mad at me because I didn't see him over in the back, or I would have let him on.
I didn't either until he mentioned it. And 10:04, he said something. 10:04 and 10:06.
Yeah, heard that. What was that?
Let me
little
text
puppy
him.
noise?
I'll text him, see if he.
Yeah, I don't have his number.
Oh.
Goodness gracious. Holy chimney, Raven. Oh.
Yeah, Kyle. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm happy with this press. I am really happy with this thing.
Here he is. Got him in my phone thing. Let me mute
I'm
this.
happy with the thing. This is way this worked and as smooth as this thing is. I couldn't have asked for anything better. I like the design. It's nice and smooth. I got to order that damn piece. Look on here and see what old Inline's got. Kyle Lusk. Oh my gosh.
I just texted him. So
Hey, I have his number too. Here's the
Okay.
funny thing. You know what? You know what he sent me?
Mm-mm.
A picture of his foot.
Send him my fish feet. Almighty.
Oh
That
my
looked
god.
weird, man. That was weird as hell.
I'm texting. Listen to this. I'm texting Kyle. Where the heck did you go, brother? I didn't realize you were in the back room like a moron. I was messing with that press.
We did, JH. I texted him. Waiting. Oh, I hate that missing Kyle like that.
I know. That sucked. Oh,
I said, "Hey, Kyle,
Oh.
sorry Echo missed you," and I did too, in the backside.
all right. So we got the mech up. Now I just need. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
You come on back. Kyle, if
Inline
you can.
fabrications.
I know you heard me say that, but I don't care. I told him to come on back if you can.
Now, what is this thing called?
It's basically an elevation, quick change elevation stand.
Okay, that's
That's
what it's called. A quick change elevation stand.
Yeah, it's nice. I want one because you don't have to worry about mounting it. You can take it away off the bench and it's out of the way. It's
All
perfect.
right, this
Genius
is the
design.
ultra mount for area 419. No, that's for the 419 press. No. That almost looks like that might be what you're talking about.
What do you think about it? 7.5 inches.
I'm
It's
not.
the right-
I'm going back to your link that you sent me.
Yeah, that is fantastic idea Dan did. on engineering that. See, I got one of the
Television quick change work base, $50.
fantastic product. I
My
highly
only
recommend it.
question,
I'm going to shield, folks. It's good stuff.
well, Dan makes some killer stuff.
Well, that really is. I mean, because you can put that on anything. See, there's no mounting of that. It fits everything, and you can remove it every time. So there is a difference in it. It's kind of unusual.
I don't know. Are you sure that the bottom plate doesn't mount?
All you do is insert it into your flush mount, and you're ready to go. And take your press and insert it, and you're done. Then when you get through, you remove the whole thing or part of it, the press, however you want to do it. I would take the press off first, take the middle, the stand out, and hang it up somewhere on a little bracket. Maybe buy the bracket, Dan Scott. That's what I would do. But that's just me. That is a great device.
I need to see more pictures.
Enough. Don't put many on there. I think 2 or 1. Yeah. It works though, Echo.
Oh, I believe you. I see him doing that.
And you got to look and see if 7 inches is how it's going to do with your hand. Drop your handle, raise your hand up 7 inches. You know what I mean? Drop your handle, get a ruler, raise your hand up about what you think 7 inches is, and you'll see if that'll
and
help.
then you got to see how far that die is going to hit, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. Still, in your swing,
So,
drop your press all the way down your handle, and stand up there and see where your ball is there on the tip of it, how far it is from it. That'll tell you quick. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Ball your fist up if you want to. Hold it above the ball. If it looks like 6 or 7 inches, that's perfect. If you want to, you can measure it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's probably going to give me right where I need it to be at 90 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Which is what I want, because I want it coming straight.
Right. I'm not familiar with how you're talking about the swing of it. I just know it drops low.
Can you not see? Hold on.
Let me see it. Yeah. Okay. Let's look
All right.
at
So
it.
you see
Go
how?
down. Okay. Stand up.
Yeah.
All right. Ball your fist up. Drop it all the way down. All right. Now stand up straight. Put your fist right above the ball. Okay. How far do you think that is? Oh gosh. If you got a 12-inch ruler or
I have a tape measure.
yeah, put that middle ways of the ball. That will tell you. Now the other option is you could put books on there and raise the whole press, but that's boards or books. That's too much trouble.
That's bullshit. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's why I suggested just measuring it. That's what he told me. So I kind of got this technique from my experience with all these lifts and stuff. All right, we know the bottom of your hand is going to be probably at 2 inches higher because your palm. So stand straight. What do you got? You can add those 3 inches, or you not can add them. That's up to you. But right there.
Looks like I got 10 inches from the tip of my index finger
Okay. Well.
to
Okay.
the bottom of the tape measure, but that's not where. Let's see. Let's get it like this.
Stand up.
That's probably.
The ball's
and
going to be in
that-
the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
Got it.
That right there is at 7 inches. Ball's in the palm of my hand at 7 inches.
You may have to bend over just a hair.
Yeah. So
would-
7 inches is what I need.
And he's got a 7.5. So
Yeah, so that's going to put it right in my hand.
great.
So
That's
that's
good
the one
news.
I need. God, that's expensive.
I use books and 2x4s on my bench to adjust mine. to figure out what I needed. That's a good tip, everyone. Tech tip. Use boards that you press on, hold your hand to your side, drop your handle, or measure like Echo is doing. So. Now, if I'm going to lower my bench 3 inches. I think, yeah, 3 inches. If I do, I'm going to get a 9-inch lift, and I'm going to take my 7 3/4 out. And I'm probably going to buy that 7.5 inch too. That he's got there, those lifts. And this bench is it's 39 inches tall. It's too tall for me, especially sitting in an office chair.
Yeah, mine are high too. Dude, I think I lost my big, huge thing of red Loctite. I had like a $40 bottle of red Loctite, and I can't find it. I had blue, red, 2 things of 609. I lose more stuff.
I do the same thing. You know what happens to me? I change where I put things sometimes, and when I do, my audio sound right.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay. My ring is not expanding very much. So that's why.
Yeah, I don't think that has to do with anything, because what is Willie the Bullet Man doing? Hold on, let me come over here. Oh, here we go. We got someone in the back.
Good.
Let's see. Who cometh this way? Willie the Bullet Man does.
That shows you how much I know computers. I tried forwarding the link, and I kicked myself off the damn link. Channel.
Oh, Willie. All right, so I got to order this thing.
I haven't heard from Kyle. Oh, sorry, I missed your text.
I'd send them both to you.
Sorry, man. I got to talking there, measuring that handle. Forgot to look at my phone. Now, also, when I'm doing this, I turn the notifications where I can't hear them. Plus, I got headphones on. So. I need to prop my phone up though, where I can see it pop up. Hey, man, give us a break. We'll get there. We'll become experts here soon.
Shit, not me.
We're the new Rush Limbaugh.
Here, this is what I'm trying to see is I need to put a die in here and see, you know, what die I can use, because this is going to be very similar.
So you think that lift's going to work for you?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to need it or not. I got to see something here. What you're going to have to remember is this is not a cam over press, so I am not going to be exposing my dies the way I'm. Hold on, I got to get.
As low as that handle is, you probably could sit and reload.
Listen to. I'm trying to figure out how this. Okay, that must be how it works.
Where the hell did Kyle go?
Oh no!
Mine went to bed too. He has to work tomorrow also.
Sunday?
Oh, tomorrow's Sunday. No, he's off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You might be working Saturday. You might be working tonight.
My days are all messed up.
Let me call him. Hold on, I'm on mute. I'm just gonna ring his phone.
Yeah, just call his ass. Be like, hey.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself too, and I'll call him too. Let's
blow him up. I'll call him too. Anybody got his number in the chat? Call him. Everybody blow up phone bomb.
I'm calling him right now too. Well.
Okay, so this is it all the way. All right, folks. So this is it. That's doable, but I mean,
phone's ringing to the wrong thing.
I can hear it ringing.
Come on, pick up your phone, Kyle. Oh, I forgot. He doesn't pick up his phone. He waits to see who's calling him. He'll call you back.
You, Willie. I'm listening to yours dial, and it's confusing me. I'm sitting here listening to my phone. It's your phone.
Set up your call again later. Set it up, Kyle.
I thought it was my phone ringing here for a minute. He'll be back maybe if he's bored. Ain't got nothing to do.
So basically, yes, I like this press so far.
Good.
Yeah, I heard they're nice presses.
Yeah. I understand why they've raised it up, because of the way the linkage is. It goes down so
Right.
low. But here's the thing. You guys are looking at this, all right?
Yeah.
This is
Yes, designed very different. The way it hangs like that. Hello, Walls. That's a song, isn't it? Hello, Walls.
yeah. All right, so I can't really give you too much of an idea, but the bottom
Jake
line
says-
is
He has it on Do Not Disturb. Jamie said.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's just a little bit lower than my one press.
Oh,
It's just a little bit lower. So I don't know if I want to stick this thing up in the air.
well, what about the 4-inch one?
It's a possibility, but I don't know if I'm gonna really even need it because I'm like, looky here.
Are you bending over now?
I'm just that's on a universal decapper.
Now,
And
do you
I mean-
like standing up when you're doing
hell,
your
yeah,
Oh, so I
yeah.
sit down. I with my leg, I couldn't stand up the whole time.
I like to
See, yeah.
stand,
I
but I'll
got
do.
banned.
I'll do both. I mean, I'll sit and stand. So you're okay doing that?
Yeah, I'm okay doing that.
Yeah,
I
a lot of people
mean-
get a shoulder ache if they have to keep dropping their shoulder constantly.
Yeah, I don't know.
The 4
I can
inches.
always screw. I could bring it up 4 inches, but the thing is, I like it sitting flush on the counter. The only complaint I would have about this press is that they knew what they were doing when they had that stand set
Yeah.
in. Yeah,
Remember-
that's why they.
Remember,
had
I mentioned
like-
that. I asked you. I said, "You gonna get the stand?" I said, "It kind of comes with it. It kind of makes it complete."
Yeah,
I should have explained it further, but I didn't really get into it.
yeah. I should have just researched it more. It's my fault. I'm not worried about it. That I mean, I can definitely live with doing this. This isn't.
I would
gonna
get their
kill me.
stand personally. Echo.
Well, their stand, I would have to then bolt it to this quick change plate,
that's right.
and I'm not going to do that
Why not, man?
because I'm not going to try to bolt that thing to this
I'm
quick
just
change
messing with
plate.
you, buddy. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I would not do that. That's not in my wheelhouse book of skills. But I think it's going to work just the way it is, and even if I have to, I can always get that piece, or I can, and then basically my press would bolt to the top of that spacer, and that spacer would lock in on
Right.
this.
You gonna get the
Okay.
4-inch or just the 4-inch?
Yeah, if I got one, I'd probably just get a 4-inch, maybe. I don't know. Or I kind of like the way it looks with all my presses level.
Yeah, but you got to remember it's ergonomics. It matters.
Yes, it is
your health.
ergonomics.
Yeah. That's gonna make it. It's gonna make your back hurt, your shoulders hurt. So that's more important.
And that's like at the end of the stroke too, where you're really kind of pushing on it.
right. Mhm. Anything repetitive, you need it comfortable. Right.
Yeah.
It can mess you up.
Yeah, I'll have to see.
Is the ram good and tight on the upstroke? Stroke it up. Stroke it. There you go. Grab that hand around that thing. I better shut up with that go.
No, it don't move at all. Doesn't shake
I was
at
gonna
all.
say he ain't used to something that big.
It even squeaks when it comes down. It makes
Oh,
you hear,
yeah.
you hear
You're
that?
used to that. You're used
Put a
to
little motor
squeaking.
oil on it, man.
I'll put a little
Take your
lube.
finger and put a dab of. Yeah.
I'll put a little lube on it. Hey, everybody that's in the chat, how many we got out there?
I'll tell you.
You better tell me because I need to know.
26, man. And one more.
26. All right, good.
That is good.
I'm going to bring you guys a product I want you all out there to try. G96. Can you see that? This is a great, it's like a CLP, cleans, lubes, protects. It's magnetic. So if you spray a little bit in on a gun part, it magnetically adheres to it. And I've been using this product since 1990 and just bought another can, my second can, about 3 years ago over here in St. Pete. Like, first can lasted that long. What I'm gonna do is grab me a Chesapeake Bay Terrier here, just to
I need me some Hornady, not one shot, Hornady gun cleaner and dry lube. I need a big can of that for about $17.
You need a big can of wet lube.
Hornady dry lube with Dynaglide.
What the hell is that?
It's a gun cleaner with dry lube left behind. You can also clean dyes with it and lube dyes, and it doesn't hurt anything. Hornady with Dynaglide. Gun lube. I forget exactly the name. Hornady something. It's definitely got Dynaglide in it. So I've used it before. You can blast out dyes, get the brass out, particles, and it leaves behind a little residue of dry lube.
Oh yeah, sounds like a good deal.
It's a gun cleaner.
It doesn't scratch anything, does it? Because a lot of those materials are abrasive. If they
it's a gun cleaner and dry lube. It leaves a residue behind. It's perfect for cleaning dyes, guns, or anything. Now, granted, I'm not a big dry lube fan, but it cleans, and that's what's important. If it leaves a little dry lube, so be it.
I heard you were a big dry lube fan.
I like it
Me
wet.
myself, I like a little spit.
I don't like that.
All right, so you need to figure out all the names in the side chat. I'm going to be giving away tonight.
Right.
Yep. I'm going to be giving away a couple of bottles of Slip 2000. Let me see what I got
hold
here.
on here. Hold on a minute. James Pollard got hid. If Willie would add a little Viagra to the lead, it would get harder. Somebody hit it.
Baby.
I'm going to say it because it's not that bad, but I'm just going to say it.
Okay, who's hiding?
I'm a 2-pill guy.
The show and hide.
That's
Does it
exactly
say-
what happens. I show and then it hides. Then it shows and then it hides.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be these.
Rian Young. Oh, these walls. I think I know what Jamie's talking about.
Oh, you
Hello,
guys can't
Walls.
believe it. I was at the gun store yesterday, matter of fact. I took my wife to Modesto. She had to take her
gotcha.
C-Best. And I'm in the gun store because they screwed up on my paperwork on my CZ. So I had to go in and fill out the paperwork again. And this brand new gun owner's in there, and he's buying some 9 mils. 100 rounds, $135 for 124 range crap. I damn near slapped the tar out of his face, but he doesn't reload and he doesn't know that. And when they said the price, I was like, holy shit. And she goes, is that a lot? I'm like, uh-huh. She goes, well, how much was it before? I'm like, oh, like $25. She's like, no. I'm like, yep. Go ahead, Mr. Echo.
All right.
It's auto hidden. It's YouTube.
It's YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Settings.
Yeah.
I've used that, Echo. I won it from you, remember? Long time ago.
A long time ago, you certainly
Yeah.
did. That was back when you lived over there at Nippolopolis, the lounge and grill over in Atlanta.
I remember how I won it. You offered it. Highboy went in and said, where is Mrs. Highboy shopping or something? Or where is she at?
Yeah. Some kind of like little thing that he did. But basically, all you have to do is be in the side chat tonight. I'm going to be giving 3 bottles away, and they're little sample size Slip 2000 gun lubricant. They're samples sealed up, and I'll just drop them in a little bag and send them to your house. AR is going to be handling this. So if you have his email, which is arguns1776@gmail.com, send him an email with your name if you get called. And AR is going to be figuring out, he's going to be calling 3 names out of the side chat that are in the side chat right now. So you know you're going to win.
And no one on the panel can win.
No.
That's what I think.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah,
we're not trying to win. That's good stuff. I used it, put it on AR-15 and tried it. What's up, Dummy Round? How you doing? Dummy Round's in the house.
Dummy Round's here?
Yeah.
Cool, brother. What's going on? Yeah, I finally got the problem with my scale figured out last night. And I think what's doing it is I was using it over here, and this is an LED up here is an LED, and it didn't affect it. It didn't drift or anything, but the light over where I was using it is an old-fashioned fluorescent with a ballast.
I was wondering about that.
So that might be causing the issue I was having. Or it could be the vent that is right there with the AC vent. You know, it could be one of any of those that were causing the air pressure differentiation. But I was able to get it stabilized and load up 50 rounds, finish 50 of that sub MOA 223, and I'll finish the other 50, and then I'll go to the range and get one of my buddies in the area or one of the viewers that lives in the area to shoot this through one of my ARs and see what kind of groups he can get with it. And that way it's completely independent. Because I can't see well at 100 yards unless I have a scope. So that'll.
So how are we going to do this giveaway? I mean, how are you going to work it?
Sausages. How many sausages can a miniature schnauzer eat running uphill?
Oh, geez.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know.
Basically,
ask a movie question or something.
That might okay.
Be hard.
All right. No. I got one that's going on. Okay. Another guy on YouTube asked this question, and I know the answer to it, but I had to. It was just the awesome question to ask. Okay, it's just how it is. Basically, this is the question. The first 3 people to answer this question right, no, let's not do it that way. Let's have it send it to AR's email, which is argun1776@gmail.com. And it is going to be in the movie Predator, the original movie Predator, starring Terminator. What's his name? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. It's the original Terminator. What was the gun he carried, and what was the additional armament that was on the rifle system? It was this movie came out, I believe, in the late 80s.
You want them to Google it, or they got to answer it within 3 minutes?
Yeah, they can Google it. It's going to be like somebody out there should know the answer to this, because this is a classic piece of military history, and it's a classic piece of military weapon system, and all the pieces are still being produced today. So so everything in that 1980s movie clip is still being produced today.
I watched it. It's been a long time ago.
Yes, this was the scene when Arnold Schwarzenegger was trying to rescue the woman and get her to the chopper. And she went to grab the MP5, which was a gun that one of the other soldiers was carrying and was shot in the head with a laser weapon of some sort. Arnold kicks the MP5 out of her hands, spins around, and fires an entire magazine out of his weapon system at the Predator that is in a tree.
Ooh,
And
I know.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I knew
figured
you
you
know.
would.
Yep. Yeah. So
I can
basically,
picture it in my head right now.
yep, the weapon system and the extra piece of firepower that was equipped to the bottom of the
You're
handguard.
giving it away. You're giving it away.
I gotta give enough so that people have a chance. I mean,
They can look it up on the internet like that.
well, I don't know these things. I just know it because I know what the hell it is.
I would
I
be tough.
understand.
I would be tough. I'd say giveaway in 3 minutes. If you don't know it in 3 minutes, we'll keep on to someone knows the answer without looking at
So
it.
I'll come up with another one. I mean, I don't have a problem. I got stuff like this all day long.
I watched it one time, and that was decades.
Shit,
That
I
came
watched that movie so many times the VHS tape broke.
Yep.
That freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger, that one movie. I remember that was the last movie I ever saw with my mother when she was still alive and not sick.
I'm going to tell
And-
you right now, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Echo, but when I joined the Ranger Battalion, I was like, ooh, where's the portable minigun? I want to shoot the portable minigun. And they're like, Hollywood, son. I was like, damn it. I was volunteering. I'll carry that bitch. I want to be the guy with the minigun going, brrr, yeah. Oh, well, sorry.
Yeah, we went with my cousin Gregory and saw that movie. It was freaking back in, I can't remember. When did that movie come out, guys? Predator, the first one. Was it like 89, 90?
Something
I know.
like that.
Yeah, it was like, remember, it was early.
Now I quote, you can, I don't call me bullshit, but I swear I read somewhere when they showed them firing that minigun and blasting with the M60 and all their weapons in the tree line, that it was live ammo they're doing. I
Yes.
can't believe it, but that's what I heard. It was live ammo
Yes,
they did.
yeah, it was. Yeah.
Anybody remember his first movie in the 80s?
It wasn't Commando, was it?
No, it was that cowboy movie, I thought.
I mean, I'm talking about his first big movie that was at the walk-ins. that
Yeah, it
made
was.
it.
He did a big movie when he was playing a stupid cowboy also.
Yeah, that was not the one that made him that.
Oh,
big,
okay.
though. Yeah, this was kind of defining movie for his career. It hit.
Oh, is that the one with the
84?
That's the
Was
one
it-
where he. I'm trying to think what he did in it.
He had to rescue his daughter, and fly the seaplane, and all that crap. Broke into an Army surplus store and stole the 4 rocket pack system.
He played I was thinking a former slave.
Former slave.
He was enslaved. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
That was a big movie back in the.
The hell was the
80.
name of it?
I can't remember. I just know the movie that really he talks about. He
Are you getting?
mentions it.
Hey.
Oh, is
Are
it?
you getting part-timers?
Conan? Are you
This-
talking about Conan?
Is he a
Conan?
Yeah, that was one of his first big movies. Where everybody
Conan the
remembers him now.
Destroyer,
Yeah, Conan.
Conan the
Yeah, right, yeah,
Barbarian?
Conan.
Yeah.
That was his first one to walk
Yeah.
in the 80s.
That was
But
a
those
big
were
one.
cool. I enjoyed those movies, to be quite honest. And that one
Dude,
chick with
he
the bow,
was-
she was hot.
Dude,
Ooh.
he was ripped. He was freaking. He was, dude. That guy was. That was when he was doing the Mr. America competitions,
Yeah,
and Mr. Galaxies. He was winning all these competitions. He was on steroids, and he was working
Mhm.
out, and he was doing the whole thing. And
Should have some steroids. I
what?
want some. I want some steroids.
No, you don't.
I don't
That
care if the
shit.
government's. I do. I want
No,
some.
you
Why?
don't. The steroids.
I have a back injury, and I used to go to a doctor,
Oh,
and
I
he will give you,
understand.
Deca-Durabolin, and
Yeah,
it eases the joints and it builds muscle in a weak area, and
yeah,
help you. It really
but
worked.
yeah,
got an injury.
you believe
I can
that, but it
see it
also
three
causes
years later, all
cancer,
ripped and
Well,
and it
the
with
doctor
one
won't.
causes a lot.
testicle.
A doctor won't give it to you maybe once a month or every 2 or 3 months, but they'll give it enough to help build the muscle and ease the joints up in the body. And I used to pay $35 for one of them, about every 2 or 3 months.
What, a shot?
Yes, Deca-Durabolin. It's a steroid. It builds muscle. The weightlifters use it. Doctor used to give it to me. He had a big sign in his office. I'd pay, I think, $30 back in the early
And
90s,
hey,
mid
did you
90s.
get? Hey, was this a cash office visit only type thing?
Oh yeah. I'd go
Oh
in and give
yeah,
him cash.
they
He,
got
he,
rid of all those doctors. All those
he,
doctors went to
he had a
prison.
he had a back injury.
I bet
and
he did. I
Yeah,
bet
so
he
he had
did.
and it helped me. I mean, it builds the muscle. It helps you in the injuries.
Oh yeah, but the long term use of it
Right.
destroys.
Yeah, if you
your-
do the thing, constantly the cycles, but he didn't do cycles on me. He just does the shot every few months, and it.
Yeah, he
makes
did
it
a
easy.
cycle, and then
No, he
would
didn't do. No, he didn't do no cycles.
I'm busting your balls.
I know. I can tell. That stuff works. It helps you. It eases inflammation in the joints. It is very good, and it also helps the muscle strengthen. Shoot, I'd give anything to have one. Stick it in me, baby. I'm ready.
Butter my bread.
I mean, you stick me with testosterone, I'll be happy. I don't care. I've reached that point.
Dude, I tell you
Yeah.
what. I tell you what. My wife's like, "Why do you sleep so much?" I'm like, "Because I'm like my testosterone level. You've milked it from me with all this food that you buy that is not organic." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Look at all this stuff in here. Like, what's the one ingredient? Everything in it."
You're cutting out. Skipping.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you disappeared, Echo. Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, he muted himself.
Yeah, he may be talking to his wife. I hate Kyle didn't come on. We didn't know it.
I didn't know he was backstage. Well, my phone was charging, so I couldn't have watched it, see if he texted me or not, but he never did. And he didn't put it on the private chat. I didn't see a private chat saying he was backstage.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
But
did you?
I seen it,
I
yeah.
didn't see it.
I seen it late. Let's see what it says. WB is backstage at 10:36. We forgot him. Echo, you're forgetting everyone. We got to watch that a little bit more, apparently.
I guess
We
so.
got-
I'm just answering people's texts with their talking about my last video. I'm just trying to answer people because a lot of people want to do this to get into that. And I'm like, yeah, if
Yeah.
it wasn't because of two people, K24 and PCC Kid, I would have never stepped up in this, even though I always wanted to try it,
Right.
If it wasn't because those two gentlemen, I would have never looked it up and tried it. I would have been sitting on my ass going, boy, that looks like fun. Maybe I should do that one day.
I love hitting steel, so that has to be awesome.
Boy, talking about ricochets, though, holy crap. When they moved from one stage to another, and I went back to pick up brass, and they were all on two berms away from me, but you can hear it pew, 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 going everywhere. I was like, holy crap. Like, damn. Hey, there's Uncle Jim. How's Leon, Jim?
Maybe when Echo
Oh,
gets
okay.
back,
I just read it. Sorry, Jim. I
We
hope
have-
he gets back real soon to your house.
I hate that, man. 10:36. That was quite a while ago. Jeez.
I hope he gets back to you soon, Jim. He's a cool cat.
Apparently, I got to start watching that private chat more myself. Apparently, I have not been doing it.
I'm getting a text. I gotta go, guys. Sorry, my wife needs me. So I'll come back on if I can. See you later, AR. Bye, Gun. Bye, everyone in the side chat. Jim, I'm praying for Leon. I love that kitty.
Good night, Willie. Hang on, folks. Echo's busy, and I got to take a break for a second. I'll be right back. Echo maybe before me.
I don't know how I muted myself. Something was a little fishy with the Tantalinis. But anyway, so I'm digging on this mech, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I'm digging on it. The only thing that is kind of just a little bit weird is how low this handle goes. It's like it's down there. It's like, is that going to make a big difference? Me not know. We're going to give this thing a good workout.
Echo.
Yes.
Did you hear me? Yeah, we missed another person at 10:36. It was backstage.
Well, I didn't see anybody, so it's impossible. I couldn't have missed somebody.
Yeah, they did a private chat. It's my fault too because I didn't notice private chat. I'll start keeping my eye on it better.
They were in the back room and they just went up here to private chat.
Yes, and I need to look more, and I wasn't, so it's part of my fault too, not just yours.
I'm trying to see.
I see it, and I when I get on comments, I kind of forget about that private chat, but I'll keep my eye on it more. Don't worry about that. I just hate missing these people.
I see what happened. See
the message they sent us?
Yeah, I think, did Tin Man just leave him? And he says, does that handle adjust at all? Tin Man, no. Basically, all it does, you can't really do anything. You can rotate it. You know what I'm saying? So you can rotate it over to the left side and you can make it come a little bit closer up into here. But as far as up and down, no, you cannot change the handle reach length. So that is the thing.
That's funny, West Covina.
What is West Covina saying?
That looks like, my balls press that up. YouTube, it says show hide. So at least I know what YouTube's doing. It's your setting you have that does this when somebody says something kind of even mild, it shows up weird.
Okay, so I know what I got to do. I got to go in there and change that to post anything that gets that. Yeah. So
yeah, let the moderators hide it instead of YouTube. Yeah. Apparently, YouTube is censoring everything when you check that box. So if you mention balls, they censor it. I mean, jeez.
Hold on, I think I can go in on my phone and change it real quick and see if it continues.
It's
go into I think I got. Well, I'm trying to remember where I did that at. I think it's in YouTube Studios.
Yeah.
And
I just can't remember
yeah,
exactly where in there.
videos, play, comments. It's on comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Right.
in comments. Let's see.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. El Rushbo.
What was that?
I said, hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. It's El Rushbo. Joke. I miss him already. He was a conservative voice for all of us, believe it or not.
Analytics.
He didn't talk about guns because he didn't have to. He believed in conservatism. He predicted, I don't want to get political here. Here I go. He
Yeah,
predicted
there
that
you
they
go.
would,
Stepped it in it.
yeah, he will overreach and destroy their self. That's good news. Just hang in there, folks. It's coming. Occasionally, I do like to. I don't get into it where I want to fight though with anybody. I just like little tidbits here and there. I'll stay out of it.
Spam comments. Okay, there's that.
I'll hit show. There you go. I hit show. I stopped at YouTube. I mean, I can correct it too as I go. So apparently, they just like I said, they censor every friggin' word.
Restrictions.
I didn't know they did that.
This is on just that one.
Bomb house reloading.
What is it?
Dummy Round said 3 crates. 3 crates might make a decent seat. Eagle Eye says, "What the hell? Burn the house. Burn." Burn house reloading. Oh boy, sometimes you all crack me up. Everybody loves somebody sometime.
Where in the hell is this damn thing at? I was messing with this. And I can't remember where
I like that flag too, Idaho. Wished I had one. Talking about the flag with the ARs or guns on it, on the stripes.
trying to figure out how to get in here and do this on my channel, but I'm just trying to remember. I did it before. I could see in there. I wanted to say it's got to be in studios.
Yeah, it says something. Hold comments for checkbox. Hold comments appropriate or something. I can't remember. I could go in there and try to find it. Oh, James or Jay. Just a stupid setting YouTube did.
Videos, performance. This is all bullcrap.
Oh, they'll kick us all off this channel.
Comments. I don't understand because I'm like a box of rocks.
Did another? Oh, okay, yeah. This high stream events won't stream smooth live. High definition, 4K. I don't know what he's saying. He's saying, Eagle Eye. Jim's back.
Who is?
He's been back for a little bit though.
Uncle Jim is? Okay, what is this?
Right.
Subscribers. Where in the heck is... Should be something in here that lets me... whatever. I'll have to find it at a later date. Don't let me forget about that. Engage. It's...
Google does not make it easy. They got it all complex in there.
Got the audience in here, but I don't know.
It should be around the comment section.
Yeah, I looked at all the comment section stuff.
Whole comments for review or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in comments. I'm in comments right now.
Go to community.
Community.
Yeah, it might be under community.
I don't have a community. I don't have that.
Okay, let me go. Hang on.
Goodness gracious. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Did not mean to sneeze into the microphone.
Kenny says, get the Echo, get the high-rise mount from inline. Yeah, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah. They've got a thing that'll go on my plate. It just replaces the thing that I just spent $30 on, and it costs $50, and it makes it a taller.
You talk, Echo. I see the thing on my avatar move, like sound is coming through my mic. I'm turning you down some.
What?
I see my ring moving on it, even when I'm not saying nothing.
That's because it can hear. Mike can hear your headset. It's that sensitive.
But it's not here. Nobody can hear it though, can they?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Tell me around, Echo. Trying to do studio, then settings, then community. That's what I mentioned.
Okay,
Community.
go where? Go settings.
Go to studio, then settings, then community, then blocked
Okay,
words.
studios in set. Okay,
Community.
community.
I was thinking that.
Okay, in settings.
Jim, bam, bam, hammers.
Who Uncle Jim is?
He does that all the time.
Well, that's usually means he wants to come on the show.
Oh, hang on. Let me see if he's in the backside.
He's not.
Well, if he wants to come on the show, he needs to be in the backside.
Easy about that backside. What's going on with that backside? Okay, you're saying go into the studio.
Yeah. Community.
Community. So all right, let me do this. Seeing how
hit advanced. If you see an advanced setting, check that if you can't see it anywhere. It might be under that.
I'm going to try going into my studios on actually my computer instead of.
Says Uncle Jim, no, I want to know the paint was on the press, damn it. Black powder coat, isn't it?
Yeah, black powder coat, and it looks good. As far as I can tell, it looks really good compared to some of the ones I had seen. It looks amazing. Okay, now what does it say? Go into community on. Yeah. See, I don't have a community.
He's on the laptop right now. I'm on the laptop, so it might look different.
I don't have anything that says community on it. Where in the hell is he seeing community?
I've seen it before. I just don't, remember.
Yeah, you just can't find it now. Shut up. You can't find it. You don't know what you're talking about.
I can find it if I go in there, though, by God.
I can. I bet you can.
Hang on. I'm going in there. The hell with shit.
Oh, hell. I got dashboard. I got content. I got playlist. I got settings.
I'm gonna go in there.
I'm going into settings. Okay. I'm
Okay.
going into settings now. Now general
Okay.
setting, channel, upload defaults, permissions, community. Ah, here it is. It
There you
wasn't
go.
community. It was.
Okay, he was wrong. Or your
Yeah, there
software
was-
might be different than his.
It could be because they give me that Chinese brand from they make mine in Nicaragua, and then they pass it down through the apocalyptic mountains, through the Peruvian falls, and then basically they bring mine on LP cassette.
These
And
guys
Beta-
need a secretary.
Betamax.
Uncle Jim, these guys need a secretary. You damn right we do. We need them sitting in our lap, putting their arm around us while we sit there and pay them.
No, I don't need none of that. I need an actual secretary to take notes.
That's what I'm
and
talking about.
Good with shorthand and
I want her
longhand.
Right.
Okay, quit blabbing in my ear. Block links. No, okay. I didn't have that one on. I want the good links. I want all the links. Enter.
What am I blabbing in your ear?
What is this? Enter. What is this? Comma separated values.
I agree, dummy around. It seems Google is strange. I've been telling Echo that for weeks. I've had updates on it, and it's like it's went retard. I've been on software for years. I've used Chrome for years. All of a sudden lately, God, it's went weird on Windows 10. Granted, we're not adapting to it. I'm not, but still, it's still odd. Some of the stuff they're doing. But we shall overcome. We will look at it.
Yeah, whatever. This thing's nuts. Hidden user. I just want to paste the channel URL. Add.
I guess I'm gonna have to go in. And see.
Add. Yeah, I've been asking you to help me for like
Okay, well,
only
hang on.
20 minutes. 20
Hang on a minute.
minutes.
Hang on.
I can't read. I'm not a speed reader.
Hold on a minute. I will.
I'm a blind guy that just mounted a press in less than 20 minutes, and
Gotcha.
I need some help here. What is this?
We're gonna go to manage videos instead of customize. Okay, here we go. Comments. Let's see what that's it. Yeah, held for review. Here we go.
Where are you?
That's what I was thinking it was. Hang on, it's actually not showing. Let's see.
I see community. That's where I went.
There's none
I don't-
held for review in mine. It's under. Okay, you see comments.
No, I don't see comments.
Okay. All right. Go back to your main page in your channel. Just go to your channel like you're going to it where it says customize channel, manage videos. You'll see 2 blue squares. Let me know when you're there.
Hold on. Goddamn, got me going all over the fucking place here. What is
Sorry,
this?
man.
Where is this? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I'm on my main channel page. Now,
Okay.
where do I go?
Click on manage videos, blue block up on the top right. It'll say customize channel, and it'll say manage videos.
Are you talking about in your phone or on your?
Oh, on a PC. I'm on a PC.
Yeah, I don't see anything that
Well,
says big blue anything that says manage
Well, you got to go to your.
videos. I'm
Alright,
in
go-
my channel. I'm on my channel.
You should have control over your channel.
Well, I do.
Okay.
But, I mean, what the hell do you want me to go to?
Right,
I've got
right,
on the
right,
left,
hold on.
homepage.
Right now,
Homepage,
I'm on the home page, right? Okay.
Yeah.
You should see 2 blocks where it says customize channel and manage videos.
Oh, because you got to go to your channel first.
Right.
Well, you
Yes.
didn't tell me that.
Well, I
You told
talked
me
to
to
you-
go. Yeah, but
All
you
right,
didn't
man.
say
Okay.
that.
All right.
Look,
Sorry.
I don't know. I don't know those
No,
things.
sorry.
Look,
Well, give me
custom,
Give me a
custom.
break.
I'm
I'm
giving
not-
you a break. I don't know
Yeah.
what else to do. Customize channel. What I do now?
Manage videos. Click on it. Left click.
Manage videos. Now two. It looks like
Okay.
prostitutes came out and
Uh,
they say, "Come flirt with
Okay.
me, big boy."
You see
What-
where it says your channel, says dashboard, content, playlist, analytics,
Oh,
comment.
hold on. Yes.
Okay, click on comments. Left click.
Okay, where the hell is comments? I got
Oh.
send feedback settings,
Don't worry about those settings right now.
analytics,
Look at this.
playlist, content. Is that what I
Content?
need?
No, go down to comments.
I don't
Below
have a
analytics.
comment. Oh yeah, I had to roll.
you
Hold
should-
on,
Yeah,
I
you
had
can.
to roll the little
you.
scroll wheel. Hold on here. This is copyrights, comments. All right,
Held for
fine.
review. When you click on comments, you're going to see a window open up on the right. Hang on, folks. We'll get this solved.
Well, no, I just got a bunch of comments that popped up.
Okay, it says held for review.
Where?
Okay, I could be wrong. Let's see. I'm probably at a wrong area. Let's see. Click on filter. Okay. All right. You're going to see held for
it
review,
says
right?
held for review.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go down to the diamond where it says filter and left click on it.
Okay, I
Left click.
don't see your what
right-
you're talking about.
It's right below the circle. It's a kind of a light grayed out point. Diamond.
Yeah, okay. But that is under. It goes. let's
Don't
see,
matter
hold
where
on.
it's at. See it? Just left click on that, regardless. Right below
Oh
the circle.
no, that's a heart. That's not a. This is for
Well,
comments.
mine's a diamond. So
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude.
mine's a triangle, not a diamond. Excuse me.
I don't
mine's a
even know
triangle.
where you're talking about, dude.
Okay, click on held for. You see published. You see published where it says
Yes.
channel comments and
Yes.
menu. Okay.
Yes.
All right, look to the right. Do you see held for review?
Yes.
Click on it. Left click on it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, look over. See the circle
Yeah. it
down below,
says-
left, a little bit left. Okay.
Yeah,
Go, scroll,
and
go
then
straight.
then there's these three lines,
Right.
and it's next to
That's
filter.
that's the triangle. Left click on that where it says filter.
All right, now what do I do with which one of these
Left
do I
click.
pick?
Okay. I'm gonna put set no filters as default.
Where is that one at?
Well, when you left click on it, a window will open up, a little square.
Yeah, subscribe count.
Go down
subscriber
to the
count.
bottom.
Set
set no-
no filters. That's the
click
one
on-
I want.
That's the one I want. I just did it. So now we're
Okay.
set.
All right. Now type some filthy shit in there and see if it,
Hang on, folks. Sorry about
do,
this.
do I have to save this or anything?
No,
AR?
it just does it. Just
I don't have
close
to
it out.
I just come out of here. I don't have to
Yeah.
do nothing.
You don't have to do nothing.
Okay, let me make sure I'm in the right thing here because I don't want to close out something that.
I'm gonna close that out. I'm gonna close my
Okay.
channel out.
All right, now I got
Back
40,
in,
24.
oh, we appreciate your patience, people, folks. It took a little bit here.
Yeah, dude. You know,
But we got
I'm a blibbering idiot. You got to remember that part
No,
of it.
no.
Oh yeah.
You have a hard time
No.
seeing, man. I mean,
I have a hard time seeing. I have a hard time understanding software. It's mechanically based. I can figure it out. Electronic stuff I don't do so well with. Okay, now that we've run off 10 more people, what are we gonna do? Have we typed anything in there that Squibload? What's going on? I'll swear
On your
for
channel
the
here in the review.
purpose of live chat. Okay, Squib, give us some dirt, brother.
sorry, everyone. We have to listen to us sit here and talk about software and where to go. We should have probably muted this and said we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah,
We really should have did that.
yeah, but you know, you kind of learn as you go along and as you get better. Oh yeah. Squib, hold on, brother. See.
Now we should be set. Or you should be, I should say. Click on your chat. I mean, on your video. We're back in there now. Hang on, the chat's coming up. Hello, all. Well, thank you. Thanks for your patience. We should have muted this and actually discussed it in the background. But we got it taken care of.
There he is. What's going on, dude?
Hey guys. Yeah, full disclosure, it's late and I've been drinking. Here, just insert random element into chat right now.
So, where were you earlier? Were you on
Okay.
somebody else's chat?
No, I was just wrapping up some things around here, and I was actually watching a movie with the wife. Because I'm on second shift, I'm only home 1 or 2 nights a week, so we watched Man of Steel tonight. So we've got all the Justice League movies wrapped up except Wonder Woman 84. Even though I'm not a DC guy, I collected Marvel, so whatever. But DC's kind of more interesting on film. Yeah, just I can't sleep because I'm a second shift guy. I had those, that biological clock worked into my head, and I can't fall asleep. So I was listening to your chat. I was listening to Rich's wrestling chat, and I had another video going actually at the same time. And then I realized I had your audio turned down. What an a-hole! And I kept putting Carlin's 7 dirty words in the live chat, but I'm willing to bet YouTube probably blocked it. I can see it on my end, but you guys probably can't, right?
No, I can't see
No.
anything.
You
We
want me
will
to,
now.
Do you want me to say the words?
Yeah, no. Well, you can
No.
put whatever in there. I think. What was it? What was it removing?
It was
What were
removing
you-
anything. You say anything about balls, it would remove.
It's ridiculous. Have you
yeah.
guys had a situation where you make a video and on your phone it shows up as a partial comment? You can't read the entire, it gets, so many sentences in and then it ... right? And you go into your phone, into the studio, and it's not there. So you come home, you go onto your desktop or your laptop, and you go into the studio and it's not there either. And you check the next day and 3 days later, it's all gone. And what the? I didn't set any sort of limits on my channel where stuff is blocked. You're looking up for, not responded to or held for review, and it's not there. YouTube pulls that. Yeah, because if you guys have done videos, you get stuff on your phone that you can't see on your desktop. Then you get stuff on your desktop you can't see on your phone.
Right.
And the people who don't make videos don't know that. So they're like, this a-hole didn't respond to me. And it's like, no, dude, I literally couldn't see it.
Yeah. Like Clover Tack. Okay. I thought I had been subscribed to Clover since like 7 years ago. And basically I just thought because of analytics that it likes the stuff I like to watch, and it puts the things that I watch a lot of, up. Well, when in fact it had unsubscribed me to a lot of different people's channels. And then all of a sudden I resubscribed to him, and something happened where he got all these comments from like 7 years ago when he was at SHOT Show. And I was telling him, hey, can you please go down and check these guys out and see what their product is? And he starts answering me back. I got all these things from YouTube, and it was from you telling me back in 2010 where to go at SHOT Show, or 2012 or something like that. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and see, you understand that. He understands that. We understand that because we make videos when we jump on live shows or we do live shows or whatnot. The people in the audience, when you go to their channel, it says this channel has no videos. They may not understand that, and they may think that we're just blowing them off. And until you walk a mile in our shoes and you put up with someone, because YouTube doesn't cost anything. So we got to put up with their BS. And because of their BS, you get weird crap like this where it's like, why is this so old? And is it even relevant for me to respond to it at this point?
Yeah, I like the commercials for Gyne-Lotrimin. They hit my channels up for vaginal health products.
Nice.
And dude, I swear to God, it's not. And dude, it's not like one. I'm telling you, one day I had put up a video the night before, and I had done a small live stream for about an hour one morning, and about 6 people tuned into my live stream, and while it was going on, and some afterwards, they missed it by a little bit, so it was like post stream, and everything was my buddies at first started laughing, because it's like, he's like, do you feel not so fresh? One of those commercials. And then it's like, you need to try, stank ass smell sweat remover or something, dude. And then the next one was for like cramps, and everybody started leaving these comments like, dude, what is wrong with your channel? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Every time we log in to watch your show, we catch another video we cannot skip, and it's like on female vaginal healthcare products. I'm like, and I don't know why. It's like it wasn't like I was searching for female vaginal healthcare products.
You guys heard it.
Well,
here
I mean,
first.
not any more than normal.
Tin Man Vagisil wants to advertise on your channel.
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
You guys heard it here first. Echo's all about that vaginal health.
Hey, dude, let me tell you, I
Apparently.
am, because I don't want to come across a bad vaginal health experience. So, and also here, if any of you vaginal health product manufacturers would love to step forward and back a pro Second Amendment and constitutionally minded channel, I am taking sponsorships. I don't have a problem advertising for Vagisil or any of these products. I've bought probably most of them in the past, sometimes embarrassed, like at 3:00 in the morning, and you're like the only guy in the little Walgreens, and you go back to the counter with this product, and you're like, apparently there's a couple of different products, and one is extra strength and one is regular strength. This is the regular strength one. I need the extra strength one. And she's like, oh, you're going to need this product. And like, oh my God, so they take you over to the area, and then they're like, at least she didn't price check me over the speaker. I'm like, that would have been nice.
So what Echo's trying to tell everybody is he's not a gynecologist, but he did stay at a Holiday Inn Express once.
Yes. And I watched 30 minutes of Air Disasters the night before last. So there's that.
Yes, that will get you up to speed.
Yes, that'll take you right up to speed.
Okay, so is this sick? My wife and I like to watch. We like to binge watch that right before we take a flight. Is that wrong?
No. It's not wrong until you get in the plane, and then when it's taking off, you're like, did you hear that?
Yeah,
and
go all Bill Shatner on them.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
Echo.
get that. Yeah.
Y'all know what I put in my car, my sports cars over the years? I put a raspberry thing from Victoria's Secret under the seat, and as the steam and you clean the carpet over the year, it's several years. Women get in there and they go, God, this car smells like brand new. All it is a sash under the seat. The Victoria's Secret, this raspberry.
See, the only thing raspberry you should put in a sports car is a raspberry beret. Like the kind you
Smells
buy
good.
at the secondhand store.
Yeah.
This stuff smells good. Even it smells like a new car. You don't really think it's raspberry when it's in the under seat.
Yeah, when we fly, I either sit near the back because they have the higher survivability rate, or I sit over the wing because I like to watch the flight control surfaces.
Yeah.
And when I was younger, when I was in the service, I would wear my uniform when I traveled, and I would always flag down the stewardess, and I'd say, could you ask the flight crew to give the altitude and the indicated airspeed? And she'd come back with a card with the pilot's name on it and the altitude and the indicated airspeed. And she goes, and I would always request it in knots too. And she would say, how did you know what indicated airspeed when I'm like, ma'am, I'm in the air wing, you know, kind of like I'm watching you. You know?
He's all like, yeah, and if you have a problem, you just tell him old squib load back here to sit in a shotgun. Keep the top shelf cocktails coming.
Believe me, if the spoilers deployed at 36,000 feet, I'll be all over that, or you know, something else. If I saw something on the wing, I'm only looking over. You know what's weird is I think I've almost always been over the starboard wing. I've never been over to port side, but you know, military or civilian. And if I saw something, believe me, I wouldn't be going all Bill Shatner. I would actually be saying, yeah, we got a flight control problem, or you know, if something started getting weird with the plane, and you know, I'd be like, you know, what do you need me to call out? Or there's certain things you can look for if you know how the thing operates. It doesn't mean that I'm saving the day. It just means I'm an extra.
I'm
an extra
saving the
input.
day. I'm saving the day because as soon as I come to the front of the plane, and you know where to the loading gate, I tell them I've been doing this for 35 years. I tell them, I say, hey, I'm like, what kind of aircraft is this? And they look at me and they're like puzzled look on their face, and I'm like, is this a Boeing or a McDonnell Douglas? She looks at me and she's like, McDonnell Douglas, what year were you born, dude?
Yeah, we're old guys.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I'm like, please tell me this isn't an Airbus. And she goes, no, this is a Boeing. And I'm like, goddamn straight, it's a Boeing or I ain't going. I go, you keep that Euro trash to yourself. I'm not flying on nothing that's called Air France or any of that crap.
We're dropping down to 14 now. We had 25 earlier.
Yeah, they're pulling their ejection handles on the top of the seats.
Yeah, they're opening the door even though it's pressurized, and you
Uncle
can't
John,
really do
AR
that.
is a smooth operator.
Uncle John, what do you read over here? Wes Cavine is here.
He says AR, it's a smooth operator.
Laughing my fucking ass off. Oh yeah, Pop. What is he? Oh yeah, Pat.
Let me tell you about my new sense, LBJ. Oh boy. Okay, who reloads? Who don't? Anybody? You reload, Squib?
Yeah,
Squib reloads.
I reload. I'm not as passionate or detailed, but the main reason I reload is cost. I know people say you don't save money, you just shoot more for the same money. No, bullshit. I save money. So I do it for cost, but because of what happened last year, I realize it has a secondary purpose for me, maybe even a tertiary, and that is I got ammo when nobody else does. The primary reason I reload is for calibers that either you can't buy or they're very limited number of companies that make them and how often they produce it. You know, like 8x50 rimmed Mannlicher, you know, good luck finding that, right? That's part of the reason I reload. And now looking long term, next time there's a crunch, I mean, this is the worst crunch we've seen. We've seen crunches before that make us all, you know, stop and think and go, yeah, good thing. But this is a crunch that actually got me to reload 9mm Luger. It's something I said, I'll never. Why? It's always, you know,
cheaper.
Yeah. But it's like if you already got the press and the equipment and blah blah blah. Yeah. So I found a way to make it cost effective. It takes time. It's not a, you know, overnight thing. You buy the equipment on Friday and by Sunday you're saving money. It doesn't work that way. But if you reload for certain calibers, you can recoup the cost faster. Or if you reload a certain amount, like Smeggy was telling me, you know, he's like, look, dude, I reload 9mm Luger and 223 Remington. And I go, that doesn't save me any money. And he goes, I shoot more of both of those calibers in a month than you do. I start thinking about it. I go, okay, yeah, I see it. So we can all get into it for different reasons. You know what I mean? And do it in different ways. You can have one press or you could have 16 presses. You could have an entire room dedicated to it. You could do it in your living room while you're watching TV. I think we all find different ways to make it work.
Yeah, I think that's the way it is in life. I mean, I remember when I was racing motorcycles, I had a one bedroom apartment, and it was up on the second floor. But when we needed to pull my bike apart, we would push it up a flight of stairs into my living room, put down a tarp, and pull my entire Ninja 600R apart in my living room and rebuild it. And if there's a way, if you can figure a way. They've got Lee for one has these ingenious little stands.
Yeah, I
And
haven't bought one of those yet, but I considered getting one for my older son who's moved out and got an apartment.
yeah, those are a really good idea. They're like they look very much like what you would see in a metal shop with a bench grinder sitting on.
Yes, yes.
And they're very sturdy, and they're made out of angle iron. And basically, they've got a little area on there where you can bolt a press to. And the only thing you have to do is you get little bags of lead shot and you put it around the base so that when you're lifting up on your handle, it doesn't pick the base of the stand up off the floor. But
What
those
do you
work.
What do you load with, Squib? What kind of press you have?
Squib's got an All-American 8.
Yeah, I've got a Spartan, and that's my street cred press. That's the first press I bought. I had two friends, the reloaders, and they were using peer pressure like high school to get me into reload. 2 years they worked on me. 2 years. Finally, I just cracked, and my buddy sold me his Spartan for a good deal. And I love that press. I absolutely, it's like an eight position turret press from the 70s, maybe 60s. And when people see it, they're like, "Oh wow, you've been doing this for a long time." It's like, yeah. Really, I've only been doing this like 7 years, but it looks like I've been doing this since I was like 18. And it's a nice press. I've got it set up for 44 Magnum and special because it has so many stations. I can do both on it. And then I've got two single stage Lee presses. Now I'd like to get a Hornady lock and load, and I'd like to get an RCBS rock checker, although I heard they discontinued those.
They did.
I'm sure I can find one. Yard sale, you name it, right? And then even a rock chucker looks just like a Lee single stage, but it's got that. It's a rock chucker, right? Everybody's heard rock. And at some point, I wouldn't mind if I could find a used Dillon progressive, get that and just run it. It's not high on the priority list. I've used one before. My friend got one at a yard sale, and he got that and all the components and all the, it's just, they was pretty much, grandpa died and we're just going to sell this for next to nothing. And the guy got a steal on it. Right. And I ran it and I'm like, wow, no wonder people talk so highly of these things. Right. So I'd like to get one of those, a Hornady ammo plant where you just push the button and walk away. That would be awesome one day too. So I kind of like a combination of all three kinds. I'd like to get a Lyman T-Mag, and then they've got that series they introduced about 2 or 3 years ago. They're supposed to be American made, but they're more like an economy type series. I can't remember the name of it, but for the Lymans, I think I want to just stick with turret presses. I think a turret press is your in between.
Press.
Single stage is slow, but it'll do everything, right? Progressive is fast, but you run into more problems and expenses. Turret is kind of a little bit of both. If somebody said, look, man, I want to get into this, I think I should buy a progressive, I would steer them towards a single stage. And if they fought me on a single stage, I would talk them into a progressive, because you can do single stage work on a progressive if it's the right kind.
Yes.
But I'm fortunate. My friends were telling me, look, dude, start on a single. Trust me. Even though they sold me a progressive, start on a single. And I see where they're going with that. And the thing is, the Lee singles, one of the two Lee single stage I have, I could load 50 BMG in that if I wanted to. I don't, but it'll handle my 577 450 Martini Henry, right? And for somebody who doesn't reload, they don't get that. Your turret and your progressive press just will not scale up that high. So if you end up with a very large cartridge that you're hand loading for, you're going to want that single stage press. When one way or the other, whether you're just doing mass decapping or you're trying to do some precision work, at some point, I don't care if you start off with a progressive, you will go back and buy a single stage.
How you doing, Lead Bullet Junkie? Good to see you. What do you have? Do you have the Hornady lock and load progressive?
I do not yet, but that is on the list. Now, they use the shell plates, and that will be a learning curve for me.
Are you familiar with it? Have you ever seen it? Have you ever operated it?
No, I've worked a Dillon progressive, but I've never worked a Hornady progressive.
I'll say this. I had a brand new Hornady AP lock and load. Put the washer on there, like Cowboy said. That works. It absolutely does. The timing I got right. I didn't agree with Hornady. They said something about the timing. I said that's nonsense. So I got my timing right. I never used it, and I sold it. It's okay maybe for pistol rounds, like Elster does, I think, but I'm not that crazy about it.
So if I wanted to run 9mm Luger 45 AARP on it and just dedicate it to that, do you think it would be okay? All right.
Yeah, you're okay.
Like
I just don't.
My Spartan, my turret press, I will not change it out to something. It's 44 Magnum, 44 Special for life. And I asked the guys at Lyman, hey, can I take that T-Mag head and put it on my Spartan? They said it won't work. And I'm like, damn it.
Hornady gets strange. Sometimes the timing could get off on the shell holder. Sometimes it won't kick brass out right at times. They even though they tell you it's a lifetime warranty, don't believe it. It's not. They will say that it is a lot.
Lee will honor that lifetime warranty, but I've never asked any other company to.
Hornady will tell you that they don't warranty the priming system on a press. Press is a lifetime warranty, but they won't warranty that. So,
and see, that's just the whole thing, right? The progressive press, like a lock and load system, you want it to handle all those. Like on my Lee single stage, that I use, I can prime shells, but I've had issues with it, so I go screw it, and I'll prime them. I'll prime them off press, right? Even though I've got the adapters to make that single stage, I've had it work perfectly, and then I'll go ahead and swap it out, and then it just hangs up, and I can't explain it. No rhyme or reason. I don't even have, and this is where I manually insert each primer into the adapter there at the bottom, underneath the shell holder. I know that there's a setup where I can put a tube on it, and it'll drop them into that adapter. I'm not even going there because some of this stuff, it works on paper and it works great for a YouTube video, but the way my understanding of how things work mechanically, I'm looking at some of this stuff going, an engineer designed this, not a reloader.
Right. Yeah. The thing about the AP, sometimes after a while, the primer system will not work right. You can sand it. You can chamfer the little hole there to help polish it out, on the slide. But after a while, it'll get also where it won't prime right, and they'll go, "Sorry, we don't warranty that."
And see, the ammo plant, is something where you push the button, you load it up, you push the button, you go to work, you come home, and you got ammo. But if it malfunctions, you come home to a mess.
And it will.
And the thing is, that's something I would buy if and when the wife wins the lottery. Because at that point, I'm also buying a Gazelle helicopter and a log cabin in Arizona made with Michigan Northern White Cedar. But the reality is that she probably won't ever win the lottery, and we're not going to live like that. You might go, well, the ammo plant ain't that expensive, dude. It's only $1,300. You're right, but after I buy the lock and load press and a T-Mag and maybe another Spartan and a rock chucker, and dude, I've got enough presses for the way I reload. Do I really need something where you push a button and walk? No, that's something I would buy if I had lottery money, because there's nothing wrong with that. And if you can make it work, or you want to put up with the headache, go right ahead. But for what I do, it's overkill. Now, if I had all the free time in the world because we're living off lottery money and I'm going back to trade school to become better at doing what I do, yeah, my weekends I'm running the I'm running the ammo plant, right?
You know what Dylan says about the Hornady lock and load? They say it's a press that never was really thought out.
Well, yeah,
Never
but
done right.
Dylan's going to badmouth everybody.
Right,
And
I
the thing
agree.
about
Let me
the
say
Dylan-
this: the Dylan will not fail you on priming. If it does, you replace the part. You can't. It's not quite as easy on the Hornady though.
I'm not going to doubt Dylan's warranty, even though I've never actually used it. They've got too much reputation at stake. And it's one of those things where you get what you pay for, right? I can understand why so many people like them. And, my friend isn't the only person that I've heard of that has bought one at an estate sale or garage sale and gone, damn, I just bought this $2,000 press for $500 or something, right? But the thing about the Dylan is the sticker shock is enough to make somebody say, if I have to get this in order to reload, I'm not reloading. It's like, no, you can get a single stage Lee for under $50 and you're reloading. I mean, that's not the only thing. We all know there's more equipment, and over time you could get more and more and more. I may, I would say that I'd rather get like a Dylan 550 than an ammo plant, but the ammo plant would be one of those lottery toys. Once again, not because I can't afford $1,300, but just because when that sort of money is something I don't think about, I'm also not thinking about the hassle of I come home from class that day because I went back to college and what do you know, the thing jammed up. Oh, who cares?
I know right now, I know it's higher. Dylan is. When I bought this 650, I bought everything friggin' upgraded. And I also bought some stuff on eBay. I also bought the case brass thing up there. And I only spent $1,300 something.
You
Same
spent
thing
a
as
fortune.
I spent no more than you would spend on a Hornady ammo plant.
Oh, yeah. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, if you look at every one of the progressive presses, they all
And it
have
works.
they all have their plus and minuses.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Dylan has just as many problems as it does solutions. They're all like that. There's not one press
Yeah, they are. I agree.
that I would say in our price ranges. Like there is the 419 press, there is the 0 press, but these are presses that are $1,500 for a single stage. That's a lot of cash for a single stage. Then you've got stuff now. You got the Super 1050 or the new RL 1100.
That's the one I want.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at right now. For just one caliber only, 223 Remington.
Can I say this? If you get a progressive, and Dylan does have its issues, but let me tell you, it has no issues compared to the Hornady.
Yeah.
I think what it really comes down to is what.
And I'm not drinking the blue Kool-Aid. Don't call me a blue Kool-Aid drinker, everyone, because I'm not. It's just I've used both.
What it really comes down to, I think, is what did you start off with? If you started off with nothing but Lee dies and a Lee single stage, you're going to love Lee till the day you die. If you started off with Hornady and Hornady dies, whatever it is, and people always ask the same, are they interchangeable? Yeah, you can run an RCBS die in a Hornady press with, it's just, there's so many things that are not proprietary. There are a few things that are proprietary. But I think whatever you start off with, even if it gives you issues, once you get over those issues and you figure out how to make it work, you figure out the quirks, right? Growing pains.
Yeah.
That becomes your go-to. Like I love my Lyman press, but I like Lee dies out of all the dies I've ever used. And I still haven't used a, was it Forster? I haven't used Forster dies. I've used a Forster base sizing, but not like a complete die set. And I haven't used a Dylan die set. But when I get there, I'll figure out what their pluses and minuses are. But I think if you start off with a certain brand of press or a certain brand of die, that is your go-to. I tell new reloaders, look, If you want to save money, go with Lee. It's made in America, guaranteed for life. It'll work. It has its quirks, but overall, it's the most bang for your buck, in my opinion. There's a little bit more work
yeah.
with those. There's a little bit more work though. You know what I mean? But I think it's more user friendly, entry level user friendly. If you're mass producing precision rifle cartridges, I'm sure it's going to be Dillon all the way or Hornady all the way or something.
Dillon, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing. Everybody's got their choice. Okay, presses are like women's shoes. All right. So, and this is like handguns too.
All right, this is where we get to find out how Echo's some sort of creep wearing women's shoes.
No. I do footfetish.com but it's only from mid ankle down. That's all it is. So we're good with that.
Sure.
Do you all know Critter on High Boys Forum?
Yes.
Talk to Critter about an ammo plant.
Yeah. But the thing is,
and I can sit here and I'll run this thing all night. I only have a very little minor issue with this Dillon. It just runs like clockwork as long as I do what I'm supposed to do. It never fails. It does it right. Now, yeah, does it have a few quirks? Yep, but nowhere near like Hornady. And I'm not knocking Hornady, so I don't want them to think that. But me, it's just not worth the money.
just certain things are engineered better than other things.
Yes,
It's just like
that's what I'm
anything
saying.
else. And certain model Dillon presses are engineered better than other model Dillon presses. It all depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to learn how to reload ammunition and see if you want to put your foot in the water, maybe you want to put your toe in the water before you put your whole feet, you jump in both feet first, then Lee has gotten more people into trying reloading than all other manufacturers put together. And I can tell you from personal experience, I got $140 concentricity gauge. I can go over here. I can put one of 26 sets of Lee full-length sizing dies on my 4-hole turret press. I can run a piece of brass up there, throw it on a concentricity gauge without any decapping ball in the die in any of them, and I will get less than 1,000th, most of the time a half a thousandth's worth of run out, just in their actual machining the die to the outside circumference of the die. In other words, matching the internal diameter to the external diameter.
Got a good press. That hurts. Good press, man.
Yeah. But the dies are good too. They're rough on the outside. They're not going to look as pretty as a Redding die or a RCBS or even a Hornady. But the bottom line is, when it comes down to actually doing the job, I have Lee because Lee does the job. I've got RCBS because RCBS does the job. But most of the RCBS stuff that I've gotten on a discount or on a sale or on something like that, because they are a little bit more expensive than your Lee. And I've got Redding dies as well, but there's no getting that stuff really on that much of a discount. You try to get it when you can on a discount. Most of the time you're just getting it when you can actually get your hands on it.
Yeah, and with Lee, with the 4 die sets, you're really, getting your money's worth over some of the competition. I like the RCBS bullet puller that you can use on the press versus their kinetic. And I like their kinetic better than the competition because RCBS actually makes their kinetic bullet puller in America.
I love that. I love the turret, classic turret that Echo's got. Like that. I have a T7, but I actually want the turret by Lee, and I never would have thought I'd want that.
Yeah, see, now I was listening on while I was holding my grandson, but not to bash Lee. Lee technically does not have a lifetime warranty. They have a 2-year warranty, but you can send it back to them on your dime, and they will try to repair your item for you. If they can't repair it, then you're SOL, and they'll mail it back to you, and you pay the back shipping back to you. Because trust me, I had to send my Loadmaster twice because one of the Lee technicians left a wave washer out after I sent it the first time. So I spent, okay, when I went to buy my Loadmaster, I figured, you know what, let's look at Lee, let's look at Dylan. And I had 4 or 5 different Lee presses going all the way up. And I loved Lee. I was diehard Lee, diehard RCBS all the way. I looked at Dylan, I looked at Lee, and Lee just outpriced the Dylan 550. But in the long run, I would have saved money if I would have bought the 550, because number one, their warranty, and number two, having to spend $60 each way on shipping, and they will charge you shipping back to your house. So that's one thing bad about Lee. They say lifetime, but it's 2 years if you read the instructions, and they will flex their muscle about it, saying, no, it's only 2 years.
Yeah, but Lee has a thing where if it on the presses, the cast press part of the cast press, like on a Loadmaster, that's a big piece of that press, the giant casting, that is only 2-year warranty. It's called a limited lifetime warranty. Mm-hmm. If that cast press fails and they have to replace the casting, they charge you $80. And that's for any of the casts. It doesn't matter if it's a Lee turret with that little tiny piece of cast at the bottom, or an O press, or a Loadmaster. It's $80. They replace the casting and they use all of your guts and rebuild your press.
I guess I was talking about my experience with them with regard to dies, decapping pins.
Okay,
they don't even give you a second. It's like, here, free decapping pin. And then with my
charge you shipping.
Yeah, they charge you $7. That's one thing great about Lee. You can order any little piece or part and stuff like that. It's $7. So when you're going to place an order, buy everything you need. Sorry, I don't mean to keep talking over you.
No, you're saying exactly what
but
it is.
The dies, absolutely. I have RCBS dies and Lee dies, and a couple of Redding, but mainly Lee because I love their dies.
Yeah, I use Squirrel Daddy for the universal decapping die. 3 for $20, and you're probably never going to buy them again. But even something like my I'm drawing a blank on what it is. It's my off press priming system from Lee, the auto bench prime.
Bench prime. Yeah, I use it too.
Anytime that I've asked for the adapters, the large and small primer adapters, they've sent me a set free of charge. And because the little plastic springs in there just break, they wear out and break. And I've never had an issue. And so I'm not saying they're perfect, but I'm saying for the person,
every press has problems.
Yes, for the person who's getting into it, or the person who doesn't reload a ton, you can reload a few hundred rounds a year and still over time save money. Mm-hmm. It's not, once again, go back to what happened last year. There's no ammo on the shelf, and I've got enough components to make 10,000 rounds of whatever the hell I want that I shoot. You're laughing all the way to the bank. Meanwhile, everybody else is going, well, I should have got into reloading. Yeah, no kidding. But a lot of people are chicken shit. I don't know how many people I've talked to that they're scared if they reload ammo that they're going to burn their house down, blow up on the reload bench, or blow up at the range. And that's not the case. But people are terrified of it. Same thing with black powder. I talked to people about black powder, and they actually think they're going to die if they shoot a black powder, a reproduction black powder revolver with a percussion cap and measure their powder. And it's like, no, dude, I'm not saying that there aren't some issues that could happen. And if you use certain precautions, you'll be fine if those issues do. But it's not. People have been doing this since the 19th century, reloading and black powder. It's not what you think it is, but there's these myths out there, right?
It's just like anything else. There are safeties things that you got to follow. Like if you know, like if you hang out with groups of people and you hang out with a bunch of stoners, it's probably not, you're probably okay to play video games, but I wouldn't recommend going skydiving after they pack the parachutes. It's just certain things like that. There's certain things, if you think that you're one of those kind of people that you're very forgetful, you got a million things going on, you got kids constantly interrupting you, they're young, so you got to attend to them constantly. Maybe reloading isn't for you at this particular time in your life. But if you've got some time and you've got some want and some curiosity, you can get into reloading for a couple $100 and get yourself some stuff to do a caliber like 9mm 38 special or 223 Remington, something like that. You can start loading, see if you like it. And then if you don't like it, you've got limited amount of money put into it, and you will be able to get some of that money back out of it by selling it. People buy used reloading equipment all the time.
Yeah, you can, as a reloader, you can save money if you're looking to expand your setup or have some redundancy by buying used. My beam scale, it's an RCBS 505. I bought it used. And man, that guy was adamant he was not going to go. He was getting so pissed because everybody's trying to talk him down at the gun show. And my buddy said, just do it, buy it. It's still cheaper than buying it new. The only thing I bought for it new was the cover. I got that off of Midway, and hell, the cover costs about as much as the press or the scale did. Yeah, but you know the thing is, people are like, I don't want analog calipers. I don't want a beam scale. I don't want a single stage press. It's like, no, you do want this stuff because you have two advantages with this. One, if you learn off of it, you'll always appreciate digital more. And two, it becomes your backup. That single stage will run anything. That digital or the analog set of calipers is your backup in case your digital are screwed up. Or that beam scale is your backup in case your digital is screwed up. If there's a grid down situation and you're like, oh crap, I got to reload, you've got everything you need to reload. People, it's like the person who says, I've got to get into reloading, but I got to start off with a progressive press. You can. In my experience, I just don't advise it because you're going to go back later. On the other hand, if you're lucky enough to get stuff at a yard sale, you know, where grandpa died and left all this stuff and grandma don't know what it's worth and she sells it for next to nothing and you're laughing all the way to the bank. Meanwhile, you've got all this higher end equipment for a decent price. It's not a bad thing.
Now, one thing Lee screwed up on is getting rid of their old hand primer. The new one sucks balls, but the old one, I've had this forever. Now, this is the second piece. I've had little pieces that break, and you got to find them on eBay, unfortunately. But you can find, like West Korean Dutch said, he went in the estate sale and bought a bunch of presses. You know, I have a list of written all my guns and all my presses, how much they're worth, so my wife doesn't get blind eye and get taken advantage of. You know, I'm not a blue Kool-Aid guy at all. I have I'm not either. Square Deal B, and I have a 450. I bought them both inexpensive. I got the 450, the Square Deal B from Lead Bullet Junkie, and I appreciate that again, my friend. It's a great pistol round. If you press just making pistols all day long. Yep, that press works good. I mean, but I love my 4-hole turret press. But if I'm doing rifle rounds that I want to be on point, it's going to be a single stage. I'm not going to use a progressive, and I know you can use a progressive to get really high quality ammo, but in my book, I want to take my time, measure everything, and make sure it's just tits, you know.
What do you got, Willie? A 450?
I have a 450 and I have the squared OB.
You have the case feeder on the 450?
No, I do not. I do not. I was trying to
What-
buy one from Tin Man when he was building all the pieces, but he's not doing it anymore. So
What issues do you have if it goes wrong? Typically, what's common?
on the 450, the only thing different on this one is, and I kind of like it, is I have to manually index the primer and the powder. I can buy the upgraded to run where when you pull your handle, it'll index the powder for you. But I prefer dropping my powder that way. You know, William C. Chapin has the same thing. You know, 450. I wish you can send it in to Dylan and have him mill the top so you can slide the turrets in, but it's not worth the money to do that. You might as well just buy a 550 parts and swap everything over. So far, knock on wood, I haven't had any problems at all with this 450. Not
Good.
one.
Yeah. I run the 650, my first progressive press, and I've run the Hornady, and I won't say any more about that.
Yeah, I don't
And,
think you can count the 450 or a 550 as progressive since you have to manually index each round, but you know, you can still crank out a lot of ammo.
The only thing that goes wrong with my press 650 is if you don't do the right thing, short stroke it or something, you'll get a brass drop down or something and hang it up. But if you do what you're supposed to do and stay at it really good and the rhythm, it just keeps trucking.
Yeah, I need to upgrade to the roller handle. Everyone tells me it's worth the money. So I have the standard ball handle on mine.
The only issue I have with the roller handle, you can tighten the holy hell out of it with a dang pull bar, which is, you know what I'm talking about, 3/8 drive.
Yeah.
Or even half. And you got to line it up. It has no flats on it unless you want to go get flats. And you got to hold it, crank it down good. And Dylan told me one time, said, well, take the washer off and crank it down on just a pure aluminum. I tried it both ways. I just cranked it down. But occasionally it would kind of shift a little bit with me.
What's aluminum on it? The aluminum washer?
Well, you got the entire handle is steel, and it goes through aluminum thing there attached to the ram. That is aluminum. That's not steel.
Yeah, mine's steel.
Yeah.
Where my handle mounts to it, but mine's really old, you know.
This may be steel. I hadn't looked at it. It probably is. I hadn't actually looked on there, but it's thin, very thin. Yeah, a little over 1/8 thick, something like that. But that's the only issue I have. Occasionally the handle gets a little off. I got it tilted a little bit towards me, and then it just keeps, and I keep my hand not on the outer edge. I keep it more in the center, a little bit to the left, and it just cranks, man. I just keep popping ammo out constantly.
One thing I wish I could find a mirror that I could set up where I can see the powder in the case. I'm trying to get a mirror where I can fidget it to get it to sort of stay. You know, I bought one of these little mirrors so you can bend it and put it in different spots, but it's just not
right.
It's not my cup of tea yet.
You need.
I've seen guys do the bore
camera.
snake. Actually, do a bore snake and a
camera.
I got one.
I'd have to drill a hole in the press to mount something like that. And
I don't think so, Willie. I think if you looked at some of the camera applications that they have now, that you'd be really surprised on what they have available.
Yeah,
they have some stuff now that gets absolutely unbelievable. I'm talking 720 DPI out of a camera as small as an eraser on a number 2 pencil.
Yeah, you'll be able to see that entire powder right in that brass.
Yeah, you'll be able to see on the inside of the case how far the powder.
Oh, I'd love to have that because that's the only press that I have to kind of stand up if I want to look down into, because I have it on the tall Dylan stand.
Yeah.
I forget what they call that one, but it's just like one you're using basically. But it's
the high rise or whatever they call that. Yeah.
And again, Lead Bullet Junkie sent me that, so he hooked me up. But I'm not a blue Kool-Aid guy. I'm more red or green than, I mean, I don't care. It could be pink. I don't give a shit as long as it works,
Yeah, I would use a nice salmon colored press. I would use the hell out of it, dude.
I thought about having one painted for Tin Man and had it sent to his daughter.
Dude, screw that. I'll have it painted and sent to Tin Man.
Oh, you know
I'll
he'd
be-
use it for her. He got to break it in, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, he could show his that dude. Let me tell you something, all right? A man and his daughter, there's a special bond there, and I gotta respect that. I don't have any kids, but my wife and her dad have a really good relationship together. There, and he's in his 80s. He's a professional artist, oil-based painter, and they're just really good, friends. And if Tin Man, I hope that he has the same kind of relationship that my wife has with her dad. It's really cool to watch them. They're just really good friends, and it's cool because no matter what, I will never get in between her and her father. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those type, just daddy's little girl type thing. And
You know what my son-in-law said about my daughter years ago?
uh,
She said every time her dad speaks, Jennifer jumps. She goes and comes and does everything I ask. I said, that's funny. So I never thought of it that way.
Now, one thing, Echo, if you buy a 1150, I'm going to fly to Florida and smack you right. I'm going to kick you square in the balls.
I'm buying one, dude. I'm
You don't
buying
need
one.
it.
Joe's
it.
buying me one. Joe's buying me one.
As long as someone else pays for it, then I'm with you. I just don't think you really need it, my friend.
Joe told me he was going to buy it for me because he wanted to stimulate the economy
There you go.
with me. And I told Joe, I said, Biden, you write me a check for $5,000 and I promise I'll spend it all on ammunition, guns, and reloading. And he said, Mr. Wright, we are going to send you a check.
Best
And I'm
salesman
still-
ever was for guns.
Yeah. And I'm still waiting, but that's neither here nor there. But I'm gonna talk to him about it because he still owes me at least one of those White House lunchroom at the White House. What are the cafeteria? He owes me a cafeteria card.
Hmm.
We were playing back shuffleboard. Yeah, you didn't know he turned the White House. He's got the backside of the White House, and as he calls it, part timers. And when he goes out there, he's in his robe and his slippers, and me and him play a little shuffleboard. And
So that's pretty much every day.
yeah, pretty much, it's a good place. Willie, you can come out there and hang out with us. We hang out, watch the birds, crap our pants.
Hey, wait a minute, man. Joe Biden don't go out there with no robe. He goes out there naked and swims in front of Secret Service. He don't give a shit.
You guys are killing me.
You didn't know that? That's what
I
he does.
came back on for this. Come on now.
I thought you guys knew that.
What are you drinking?
Me?
Yeah, what are you drinking?
You're talking about Biden in robes. I'm just telling you the facts. Biden goes naked in a pool with female Secret Service there. He don't give a shit. Just dives in there butt naked.
You know what? I think I would too, and I'd fart, and I'd have to say, "Excuse me, ladies." I'd be like, "Yeah, that was a stinky one." I'd be like, "Old Juan in there, be careful. His tamales are really hot," and they tore me up a little bit.
He loves to smell hair. He loves women with that crosses their legs. He loves bobbets. I can't even remember what it's called in your hair. He's a weirdo. Enough of that.
I'm drinking a concoction of Courvoisier, creme de coco, and club soda, and it's still not strong enough to deal with what you guys are saying.
I don't blame you.
Well, I heard the wardrobe, so I just thought I'd just tell the real story. The real story is that.
Hey,
That's what he does. It's been reported over and over. He just goes out there and acts like a stupid idiot.
It doesn't matter. The man is he's probably got some serious Alzheimer's setting in.
Oh, he
The
does.
guy doesn't. he's one of those, you remember when you were a kid working like at a grocery store or at a tractor supply place or somewhere like that, at a oil, changing oil, something. And there would be like some old woman or man that would come up, and be lost and be like talking, like just shooting salad, not knowing what the hell they're talking about. And you're trying to understand them, and you are severely upset because you're like, oh my God, this person is just gone. They don't know where they are, and it scares you. And the first time that ever happened to me, I was like 15 or 16. I ran into somebody that had Alzheimer's, and this lady was just a mess, and she was in her late 60s, 70s. And that's a horrible way to go. And then, man, once you see something like that, and for them to have him in that position, knowing damn well that he's not 100%, is not only disrespectful, but it's embarrassing to embarrass someone like that. You wouldn't want to see your father or grandfather made to fill a position and just made fun of all the time.
Well,
Sorry, but I didn't mean to go down a rabbit hole on weird stuff, but it's just the facts.
I don't think he's actually going to launch the nukes during an episode, but it is embarrassing for the nation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and for his family, when he makes mistakes like that, they know that he's not the way he once was.
You know why he
what
gets
I'm
by
saying?
with it though? The media.
Yeah, because
No. His son is so embarrassing that he actually looks normal.
that is
Oh,
part of it, though,
that's true.
too.
Media
It
covers.
is part of. Yeah, well, they do as well.
Not what the
They
media covers, it's what they don't cover.
yeah. But the bottom line is, I didn't want to get off on this route. Let's talk about reloading. I want to
Get off of it.
reload. Let's 20 Mike Vulcan cannon. Dude,
Let's
I
get
think
off of it.
can we, if I start a GoFundMe to buy a Vulcan cannon 20 millimeter, and
Did anybody win the oil, Echo?
dude, I asked you to figure out who the person was supposed to be.
Okay, I got to go to my email then.
3 people.
Well, one
gonna
thing
get three
about
people,
the 20 Mike is you don't have to worry about primers.
Oh yeah,
All right, let me check the email.
all electronically ignited,
Correct.
because they
I
can't
didn't know that.
Yeah, they can't make a firing pin move that fast without
Okay, there's-
they can't make it stay together. The firing pin firing.
It's not as efficient. The original M61 did, as far as I understand, was percussion primed, and they had issues. So the later A1 was electrically primed. I know the M197 3-barrel is electrically primed because I'm certified to work on it. So it's more or less a spark plug. Seriously.
Yeah.
Is
It's
it
a spark,
really?
yeah, it's a spark plug that you run 24 volts DC through. But
Echo.
less than 24 volts DC will set it off.
There's no winners, Echo.
There is nobody sent in nothing.
Not one single email.
Oh my gosh.
They either didn't look it up or they don't know.
They just didn't care. Look at you out there.
That oil's
all
pretty good though. I got that oil. for you.
15 of
Work.
you out there, and you didn't even want me to send you a bottle of oil. I see how you are. We're all watching you now.
They
We're
can
watching.
squirt it on the camera lens.
Shit, I wouldn't care if you were using it to wipe your face off after, or wipe your chicken that you put in the deep fryer down with. I mean, I was giving away some free oil that's not exactly the cheapest stuff. I mean, I got some Quaker State that I can sell you some quarts of, that basically what's left over after oil changes in the lawnmowers.
We'll name it AR-15 oil.
AR-15 oil.
You got to keep that oil when you're done there, buddy. That's how you lube your guns up after you're done. It's on the bottom of the bottle, and you keep them stored. Lube up.
I tried on a boat carrier. It works pretty good.
Yep.
That's,
Uncle Jim is totally right. Just when you're done, just save it, and wipe your bolts down, wipe everything down.
most of the time I use Extreme Duty Lucas.
Yeah. Lucas is good oil. So's what's that other shit that we used to use for a race car? Not Mobile
Red
One.
Line?
Red Line. Yeah. And what's the other one?
Royal Purple.
Royal Purple, and there's one other one.
Ames
too.
Oil. Ames Oil.
AMS oil.
AMS
That
oil.
was the one. Yeah. AMS oil. That shit. Good stuff.
Yeah, I thought about running my Corvette years ago, back in the 90s. I ran, back in the day, I ran 050 Castrol Syntec. And even though it called for 520, that's BS. You can run 050 in a Corvette day and night for 80, 100,000 miles, and it'll run perfect.
Oh yeah, I used to run 2050 in my damn Honda, Valvoline T5 Turbo 2050, and it ran fine.
I love 2050.
Yeah, yeah, and Valvoline, you can't go wrong with it unless you're turning over 6,000 RPM. If you are, I would definitely recommend like a Mobile One. And
Willie, you do engines, right? You know about engines, right?
Just a little bit.
You ever heard that 520, if it overheats and you rev high, will actually smear the bearing?
No, but I remember when Pennzoil, when you would start to overheat your engine and you'd rev on it, turned into plastic in your bearings.
Years ago, I
didn't believe a guy until I went to the machine shop and the machinist said, "You ever seen plastic in the bearings?" I'm like, Pennzoil.
I used to get what is it, Hot Rod magazine years ago in the 90s, and it had my second vet in it, and it started talking. Yeah, I was driving at the time, and it was talking about the 1020. You know, that probably wasn't 1020, but it was talking about 20, 30 weights, all that. It says if you high rev those motors, you will smear the bearings if you get up around red line, or even not even close to it. You'll smear them. It says use a 1030 or a 40 or 1040. But yet all the cars now, because of the federal government, wants you to run 1020. I had an argument with my son years ago. He said, "Wait a minute." He says 1020 is what Ford says. So I went online and I researched it. My brother sent me some stuff from oil experts. Guess what? Ford in America recommends 520. Guess what that same Ford uses in Europe? 1030. But in here, they'll tell you, oh, you can't do that. It's got that variable valve timing. You've got to have 20 weight oil.
AR, you got to watch out. Some of these new motors, you got to be pretty on top what they're saying, though, on some of these new stuff.
I do. My brother, my car calls for 520. I've never ran in it. My brother's truck calls for 520. He runs 530. I've run 050. And I've run the dog shit out of my vets. And nothing ever happened.
This is the bottom line. Listen, you got the reason why these newer cars have decided to start running thinner motor oil.
Federal government regulations.
Let me finish. This is the only reason why is because of the EPA. When you're building a car to be imported or manufactured in the United States of America, you have a number, like a point system. This is where Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein got the fucking point system for the arm brace. The point system has been around since, I think, the late 40s. The point system basically states that if you're building a car in the United States, it has to pass so many points, and you get so many points positive for being so fuel efficient. You get so many points positive for being so oil conservative. In other words, instead of changing the oil every 3,000 miles, it's every 10,000. So they get all these positive points. When they add all those points up, is there to get a deduction on taxes because their cars are more efficient, they're safer, they're cleaner, they're this, they're that, they're all this shit. And it's the same reason why Volkswagen got caught trying to make their diesel, turbo diesel, was cleaner than any other car and got the better gas mileage than any other diesel, turbo diesel was ever made, when it was falsified shit. Long story short, the federal government, this is from, okay, I own an Audi A3 turbocharged car, okay? Audi says 520 weight is all you run in that car. And any mechanic with half a brain will tell you that if you run that thin of motor oil in that car for the amount of mileage that it says in between oil changes, you eventually will spin a main bearing, because the fucking crank bearings will eventually just wear completely out. The motor will eat itself from the inside out apart, because oil is only vascular or hold on, I'm trying to think of a 50-cent word here. Velocity. Yeah, oil's velocity.
Viscosity.
Yes, viscosity. Thank you. Is temperature and age sensitive. So when an engine oil sits for a long period of time in an engine, or is heated to heat and kept there for long periods of time, the viscosity of the oil, the thickness, the ability to absorb heat and apply lubricity to the engine deteriorates. And when it gets to a certain point, it deteriorates astronomically. So the bottom line was, my uncle told me, after building racing car engines for over 40 years, all German cars, Porsches, Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, Audi. He told me, if we want to keep this car and we don't want to put a new motor in it and at 140,000 miles on it, run 2050 pure synthetic in it.
Yeah, you said it well.
And and change your oil. Basically, there's no magic oil. Oil deteriorates, and when you change your oil, if you've ever had a muscle car, when I used to change my oil at 2,500 miles, when I was draining that oil out, I could smell that oil was literally burnt.
Yeah.
Because I was pushing my engine to 6,000 RPM in a high lift cam 351 Windsor motor sitting in a Fox body 5-liter Mustang body with a 5.8 liter, a 351 Windsor motor in it, just built from the crank all the way up. And I was pushing 692 horsepower at the rear tires on a dyno. And I could tell you right now, when I changed my oil, I would gain 35 horsepower from when my oil was bad to the time I changed it. I would gain 35 horsepower. And that was just on a dyno, just shaking it and draining the old oil out and putting new oil in, not changing the filter, and running it right back on the dyno. Same settings on the computer. And the oil was dirty. And he told me, he's like, dude, I'm telling you right now, your oil is getting to the end of its life. He's like, let's change the oil in it. And we didn't change it with nothing. We changed it with the same stuff I ran in it, which was the Valvoline 2050 T5 turbo T5 motor oil. Comes in a gray jug, and it's about $5 a bottle.
Here's the problem with synthetic oil. People hear that, oh, I can go 10,000 miles on my oil change, and they don't realize every 5,000 miles you're supposed to change your oil filter, and that gives you another new quart of oil. Basically, people they'll do the full 10 with original filter and original oil. Read the instructions. 5,000 miles, change your filter. It gives it a little bit of a new, fresh, new quart in there, and your filter is going to be able to process more crap out of it.
Yeah.
My son,
So
me and my son was talking about this years ago, and I said, "Well, that same Ford you're talking about, buddy, is used in Europe, and it runs 1030. So tell me now, it's going to damage the motor here in America. We go to 1030." He couldn't say
Tim
nothing.
Man was right though about cold weather. You know, if I lived in the snow belt, I'd have a block heater in my car.
yes,
I've got
Yeah.
one. I've got
Yeah,
one in my vet.
that yeah.
I got
You just plug it in at night. Yeah. Yeah.
Plug
There's
in the
nothing wrong.
110
Yeah. Yeah.
suspension torque and keeps your engine
Yeah.
warm.
All it does
Keeps
is
it from
heat up your
freezing.
oil. All it does is heat up your oil pan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just keeps it so your oil doesn't get basically, this is the problem. When you get in cold weather, oil thickens because when you're talking about a variable viscosity oil, when it's 5, when it's its thinnest, its oil is its thinnest. When it's its thickest is when it, say it's 5W30 weight, then that means it's 5 when it's its thinnest, it's 30 weight when it's its thickest. It's 30 weight when it's its hottest. When it's its coldest, it's its thinnest. So that when you start your car up and your engine's cold, the motor oil's thin and easily goes through your oil journals around your engine and cools your motor and lubricates it. As your motor starts to go into its power stroke and starts to build engine internal temperature, then it starts regulating its temperature. It starts basically, where the hell was I even going with this? But bottom line is engine oil heats up and then it starts to thicken. And when it's thickened is because it's giving the best amount of protection. But when your motor is already hot, thick engine oil runs on it quicker and slicker and more lubricious. It slips and slides on something much easier when the surface is hot.
Slip slide. No
I missed part of what you said because I went out of range. Go take care of business.
I was basically talking about how engine oil, when it starts, if you got a 5W30 weight oil, when you first start it up in the morning, it's thin. And then as it gets hotter, it starts thickening to give you more protection.
They did tests on oil. If you look online, I forget what website it is, and they'll tell you when the oil starts viscosity and the stuff in it starts breaking down. They'll tell you about the mileage range. Get the website. My brother sends it to me. My brother's a big car nut. That's all he does is read that stuff constantly. I don't. I just know the outer edges of it. And that's all I need to know.
Yeah, outer edges.
Yeah, I just know the important parts of it. I don't worry about the friggin' details of it. I just know what oil works and what really shouldn't work and what don't work. Yeah, you said it well.
What happened to Squib? Did he purchase?
He's just muted.
Yeah.
A lot of people won't agree with you, though. I mean, I had my own son disagree with me. He's 40-something years old. He wanted to sit and argue with me for 30 minutes. I said, I don't care what you say. I said, I know exactly what oil is.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the inside of engines. I can tell you time and time again. I've seen too many of them. I worked at a shop where I saw what happens to people who don't change the oil in their cars on a regular basis. And I seen the engines on the insides when my uncle and me tore them apart, and you would see things just completely just disintegrate. Rings that are so collapsed, you can take the piston inside the cylinder head and take the connecting rod and freaking just rock it back and forth.
I seen a YouTube video a while back. Some guy rebuilds engines. I can't remember the YouTube channel. He rebuilt the motor for a guy in a Mustang. 8,000 miles later, he brought it in. It was blown up. Guess why? What do you think happened?
Oil pump shaft broke.
No, he never changed the oil. He used the initial oil after it was rebuilt. He just drove it for 8,000 miles. The oil broke down. It blew his engine up.
So he
Oh,
had
my.
non-detergent oil in his engine and drove the shit out of it.
Yeah, he didn't
Yeah.
change it. And the
Well,
guy
yeah,
says, "Hey,
Braking oil isn't detergent. The first oil they put in there is a super thin oil. You're not supposed to go over 2,500 RPM.
mhm.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah,
That's
that.
the braking engine oil. That's all it is.
Uh,
Of course,
He
motor
actually-
oil isn't as good as it used to be for engines being rebuilt. It's hard to find non-detergent oil now. You can mail order it in, but go into an AutoZone or a Craigan's and O'Reilly's. It's hard to find non-detergent oil. You know, it used to be on the shelf all the time.
Yeah, but I don't want that in an engine, new or rebuilt.
on a
Oh.
rebuild, you got to add some a lot of people add zinc and additives in it.
Yeah, on
Okay.
every engine
Yeah.
I've rebuilt from
What do
as
you
long
do?
as I can remember, my old man, non-detergent oil from day one. All the machine shops here, non-detergent oil. You run them, break in the can, and then drain it and put the good shit in.
Yeah, the only thing I've ever seen an application where you use that is like, if you've got a Model T or a Model N or something like that, but with a modern engine. Now, I tell people all the time, if it comes with synthetic from the factory, keep running synthetic. If it
Sure.
doesn't come with synthetic, drive it for a year before you switch to synthetic. Do not immediately switch it to synthetic. You literally need to bake on the
Yeah.
gaskets
You
from
need
the
to wear your
inside
ring.
out. Yeah.
You need to wear your rings in too. You go
Mhm.
right to synthetic, your rings aren't going to break in as good. It takes a long time. But it's funny, you see these people, oh, I can't afford synthetic this time, so I'm going to shove normal oil in. And the next time,
Oh,
go ahead
yeah.
and throw a synthetic in. It's like,
look like mud.
yeah, exactly.
So the thing about synthetic is that if you forget to do your oil change, you're probably going to be okay. If you run your vehicle hard, like you push snow with it, you tow with it, you drive it hard on the road, you do a lot of stop and go driving, you're probably going to be okay. If you're driving in really cold temperatures, like here in January and February, it's in the negative, and then the rest of the winter, it's okay, right? It's a good oil to have. In my experience using it, it's been worth the money, but some people don't understand what it is. They don't understand that spending $80 on an oil change will save you $5,000, $8,000 on a motor, or that spending $80 on an oil change just destroyed your motor. They just need to understand the difference or the reason. Different people operate in different environments and they operate their vehicles in different ways. So for some people, synthetic is absolutely a good investment. And for other people, it's a waste of money.
Yeah.
What state are you in, Squibload?
I'm in the Enchanted Mitten,
And that is?
Michigan. It's shaped like
Oh,
a
okay.
hand.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
If we grab Echo's state by the by our,
By the
our-
junk
yeah, it looks kind of obscene.
or a short and curly hand.
This is a weird question. Let me ask you, Echo. You run those oils and you know the motors. So do I, somewhat. And have you ever noticed after one's broke in, like he says, Squibb says, have you ever noticed a difference in a motor when you dump the synthetic in it compared to conventional? Anything at all?
I have
What have you noticed?
longevity.
Could be cooler temps also, especially cylinder head temp, where most
Also
people
note-
don't have it set to read
Occasionally-
cylinder head temp.
It depends on the motor, and I can't say every motor. You'll also hear the motor quieting down sometimes,
So a motor,
slightly.
an older motor that wasn't designed to really run past 100,000 miles, got way past 100,000 miles with full synthetic. Same thing with machines. We switched to
Yep.
Royal Purple on all of our shop machines.
Yeah.
And they
Mhm.
said, once you put this in, you will never change it again.
Yep.
And I changed it. And sure enough, there was no breakdown. So I started using it in my vehicles. Come to find out that gear oil you put in the differentials, if you drain it at 30,000 miles, when they say you can get 100,000 miles out of this, and it's still got the purple dye in it, because that purple dye will turn brown when it breaks
Right.
down.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're going,
Mhm.
holy shit, there's 30,000 miles, and it looks as good as new. It's really working. If you've got that press in the shop and you drain that 46 weight out of there and it's still got the purple dye in it, or you don't notice that there's any of the sort of, it doesn't look all beat up, the press seems to run well, you're not having excessive leaks even though you're running synthetic and stuff like that, you're able to say this is worth the money. I love to run full synthetic in differentials and transfer cases and transmissions. In engines, it just depends on the application. In industrial machines, it just depends on the application. If that machine doesn't hardly ever turn on, why spend the money on synthetic? If you run it, but you maybe don't want to change the oil for 10 years, run synthetic. I mean, it really just depends on it's the same thing with filters, right? You can get a crappy filter or you can get a high quality filter. They're both going to trap particles, but one's going to trap more particles. You're probably
One's gonna give you more oil pressure.
well, one might change them both out at the same number of hours or miles, but one might be more plugged up.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I mean.
okay-
One's
I'm
gonna
o-
give you more oil pressure.
More
Yeah,
flow too.
I'm okay with it being more plugged up if it saved the motor. If it's not saving the motor or whatever device it is that is saving, right? The pump or what have you, right? If it's more plugged up and if I know that I need to change this more often, I need to change this less often, whatever it is. If it's doing its job protecting, that's one thing. If it's doing its job and I'm losing power, then that's on me to change my maintenance schedule. But this is the sort of thing you notice with whether it be a machine or a car or truck or what have you.
Right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
also the type of each piece of equipment's different. Like if I was running a diesel motor, because I'm going to be running long mileage on it, but in between oil changes, I'm going to go for a higher end oil. But if I'm running a piece of say tractor equipment, gasoline powered tractor equipment on a farm, I'm going to run the cheapest freaking oil I can run, because I know every month I'm going to be changing that oil filter and that oil in that piece of equipment. So I can literally run Pennzoil. Yeah.
What filter do you use on your cars, especially high performance? You've got a high performance now.
K&N.
That's
See,
what
I
I got
do
in
Wix. I do Wix.
Yeah, I do Wix as well. I use Air Raid for the air filter or Wix, and then all the other filters I use Wix. However, I don't have a problem using AC Delco, and I've used a combination. I've used Royal Purple, I've used Valvoline synthetic, and I've used AC Delco, which who the hell knows who makes it for them? Could be Shell, could be Citgo, could be anybody makes it for AC Delco. As far as full synthetic,
That's good oil, though. It's good oil.
Yeah. The Dexos 2 is good oil. It's just AC. General Motors doesn't have a factory where they make synthetic oil. They contract somebody out to do it. It could be Sunoco.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Mobile One makes a good filter, $10. K&N makes one. It's called High Flow.
Yeah.
You don't stop up as easy. A lot of people say, well, let's let it stop up. No, not necessarily. It's a high flow filter.
Now that
it's on my Corvette.
That Mobile One filter might be made in the same factory that a bunch of other filters are made. It doesn't mean that it's made to the same quality, though.
Every filter has its own build genetic code.
Right. If you go to Champion Labs and you say, I want you to make a filter for me, and it has to meet specification X, that's all that matters. So if it's got name brand X on it, it's supposed to meet spec X. The fact that the factory makes filters for 8 different companies doesn't matter.
Right.
Echo,
like if Squibb had a company and he wanted to get 1 million filters made in a what is that? What would that color be called? Hold on, a salmon color. like
Tactical salmon, sir.
tactical salmon for breast cancer awareness month, and he wanted to have 1 million filters made. He could have those filters made at the same place that they make K&N, they make Mobile One, all these filters, because there isn't like they make their own, like Squib was saying, they don't make their own shit. They contract somebody and they say, okay, we want a filter that's going to give us this amount of mileage with this type of purification running this type of oil. And they give them that product.
Also, for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the Squiblo channel is a proud sponsor of # Free Those Puppies. So
that's what I'm saying.
Show them off.
Yep, I'm a big sponsor of that. And also, I wanted to thank our sponsors of tonight's show.
Massengill?
No, Gangbusters. TV games and arithmetic sets. We're trying to teach kids the basics of school again.
I thought it was 1-800-Dalaporn.
No. That's for the other channel.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Yeah, the other channel.
When I was a kid, I lived in Cobb County, Georgia. I came to Gwinnett County back when it was more rural. And I used to go back to some of my family members, and they'd go, "What do you do out in Gwinnett County?" This is where stories got into what you're talking about. And I told my family friend one day, she looks at me, a teenager, and I'm young, and she goes, "What do you do out there?" I said, "Oh, they usually get gang fights and go to high schools and beat the hell out of everybody." She goes, "What?" I said, "Yeah, that's what they do for fun in Gwinnett County. They beat the shit out of people."
Y'all were doing the same thing we're doing down in Doherty County.
Really? Wow.
You ever been to Albany?
No.
Albany, New York?
No, Georgia.
This family girl, she was about 13, 14. She says, "What kind of county you live in?" I said, "It's Gwinnett." It's a little bit rural. She said, "That don't happen in Cobb County," and it never did when I was a kid.
Yeah, it happens in Cobb County now. Things have changed.
Yeah.
Y'all ought to go north to Lee County. They're not as violent up there. I don't know. You ever been to Cordele?
What is Idaho Rogers is here still. Oh my goodness.
Hey, what's up? You still got Napa, like 18 on.
Yeah, look, Napa.
He's in Idaho. He's like 100 hours behind me, so
yeah,
he better be awake.
Napa though. Napa makes some good auto parts. I'll tell you what, there's something that you remember seeing a gun. I remember always like going to the Napa auto parts store. And this, I'm going to tell you a little funny story, and maybe you guys can probably laugh along with it. My dad would be like, "Hey, son, do you have anything plans for today?" And it didn't matter if I did or not because, yeah, I knew. I was like, "Well, what do you need help with?" Because I knew exactly he was going to ask me for help. He's like, "Oh, I want to change the oil in your mother's car and in my truck." And I figured, I'd show you how to do it. You could help me a little bit. And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I knew it was a good thing because I got to go up to the auto parts store, the Napa auto parts store. They always had that Marlin made Napa 22, and it was the lever gun up over the checkout counter where you would bring your parts up when you would go down the little aisles and get your whatever you needed. Or if you had to get something, you'd go up to the counter and ask the guy for a specific alternator for a specific year car and get. So anyways, I get to hold it this time, and I'm all like wanting to save up to get one, and they were like $100. They're $96 or something like that. And no, they weren't. They were $88. I'll never freaking forget it. It just boom. I remember seeing the little sticker hanging down off of it, like mini pearl. $88. I was like, man, how many yards of grass? How long do I have to cut grass for before I can get this rifle? And it was just cool because everybody's got there's a couple of different auto parts stores that did the same thing. Napa was one of them.
Yeah, I thought only Western Auto and Canadian Tire did that.
No, there was more than there. Napa did that. There was also another one that isn't around anymore, and I'm trying to remember who the hell it was.
When I worked
'Cause
in the shop, that's all we called was Napa constantly. They brought
Yeah.
parts to us.
Well, the reason being
Right.
is Napa's the quality of their parts,
Yeah.
and that even to this day they don't
Still
they
buy 'em.
they yeah they're very high quality parts. If you're not
Not as many. Back in the day, more of their parts were quality. Some
Yeah.
of their stuff is slipping, but some of the other stuff is still maintained.
Agreed.
yeah, it's been a while since I bought anything for cars or trucks, but
Like
yeah,
10 years ago, everything you bought at Napa was made in America. Nowadays, half the things
China,
you buy,
really?
yeah, and it kind of sucks too. And it doesn't
Yeah.
mean that Napa doesn't have its own specs. Like we were talking about filters, right? You buy
Right.
Napa brake pads, they're made by Akibono, but they're made in
Yeah.
an American factory with American quality control. It's not to
Yeah.
knock Japanese parts, Japanese technology either. Akibono is a good company, but the
Yeah.
fact that they manufacture them for themselves and for as a tier one supplier to the big three or more than
Right.
that, and for
Yeah.
Napa here, that shows that they've got to meet a certain standard, or else it won't go out the factory door.
Or yeah. Well, dude, auto parts, that you want to hang yourself in auto parts, start selling your people that you sell parts to shit parts and see how long they
Yeah.
stay. Because I tell you what will piss off a shop faster than anything else is supply a service to a shop and then all of a sudden start turning out dirt work. All of a sudden, dude, the first people the customers bitch at are the people that own the shop that the car was at when you did the work to that car.
Well, not only that, they're eating it in labor costs to
Yeah.
replace them. Even if they get the parts for free, they're still eating the labor.
Yeah. And they're still eating the time that they could have been on another car turning a profit.
Yep.
See, that's what people don't understand. I used to tell these guys when they be telling me, "Oh, I'm gonna buy a truck and get into tow trucking," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's a good idea, but you want to wait and save yourself some money, get yourself some accounts built up where you're working now. That way, when you go from not owning a truck to having a payment and having an insurance payment and paying a fuel bill." That way you're making money day one. All you're doing is just going to get your truck, putting the door stickers on it or painting the doors, and you're going out there and you're starting to work. You don't have to worry about it. And then I'm like, but what happened? They're like, well, if even if it takes a couple months, I've got money for reserve. I'm like, well, yeah, dude, but you don't understand. If a truck breaks down, not only are you paying for that truck an astronomical amount of money because a tire for one of my trucks, and I only drove F550s. That's a Class D CDL license to drive it up to 28,000 in a pound. And that truck's tire for one tire was $326, and that was in '99.
My tires were $300 in 1995.
Yeah, but you're getting a hell of a lot more tire.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're getting a high performance race car tire. Yeah, I'm getting something that's made to haul a heavy load and withstand high temperature on asphalt.
Check your phone, Echo.
Now, this is America. Go to the damn auto parts store and pick up a bottle of this great, wonderful gun oil.
Check your phone. You see what I had in 1995.
Eagle Eye told me about this stuff, and this stuff is great. Comes with the nice little oiler pins on them.
Those are nice.
Yeah. The Lucas gun oil and the Lucas CLP works pretty good. Not all auto parts stores sell them though. I've talked to some people in other states, and they'd be like, "What? Really? You can buy this at O'Reilly's?" I'm like, "Yeah. Well, you don't have an O'Reilly's? What the hell's wrong with you?"
AutoZone, O'Reilly's, yeah. Napa had it also. That's what I liked.
Just sent you 2 pictures, Echo. One of 1995, and this one here is 2 years ago.
This is a good-looking girl. Who's this?
Check it out. You see it, don't you? The
Yeah,
top one is
That's
it-
from the Napa calendar, isn't it?
top one is charcoal metallic. It's very kind of rare. There's not a lot of them. I had that in 95 with camo leather.
He's talking
Yeah,
cars.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like the interior.
Yeah, it's
Talking
camo leather.
Corvettes.
Kind of like Magnum. The red
Yeah.
one is the latest. Same year, but different color. The first one I loved. Man, that son of a bitch would move. I used to wipe it out, man, on weekends sometimes in the rain. I'd sit there and see what it would do sideways. Yeah, and going in circles. I would actually take it in the middle of the highway and make it spin around and go the opposite direction. That was crazy.
Weren't crazy.
Tires
Just
are the
having
same.
fun.
Hey, where is
Well,
this
I-
thing parking? There's a bunch of vets all over the place.
The one in the grass is actually Easter 95. This one here is probably 2 years ago.
No.
There's no vets there.
It's parked. No. Look.
Yeah,
this
they do
is-
have vets there. Yeah, they got newer vets there too.
Oh, is this a vet dealership
Yeah,
where your
that's where I
car
got
was parked? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
I don't really care a lot for the red necessarily. But I love my old charcoal gray when I look back on it.
Well, yeah, I got a couple cans of rattle cans of spray paint. We can paint that son of a bitch back
Hell
black.
yeah.
The top one had 40 or 50 watts per channel, Bose Gold. And I'd go up to red lights with the top off, wide open, and old guys would ride by when I was 40 and shake their head like, God, this guy's nothing but a crazy teenager listening to rock and roll. And I'd be listening to Lunatic Fringe, and it would be blasting through the red lights, man, across the parking lot. You hear it through the service stations. Then I'd smoke out sometimes through the red lights and burn the tires. Yeah, just say, kiss my ass, bye.
AR, I used to love guys like you. I used to love guys like you. 1 minute I'm putting a motor in or train in, changing the rear axles, or constantly putting tires on. I used to love guys like you.
Yeah, I love to drive. I grew up driving crazy. My friends, when I was young, used to get out of the car and almost scream. They go, God damn, Elliot's crazy. I'd go down a dirt road and I would take my rear end and scoop up the right side of the ditch and then swing it back over to the left side of the ditch. And I used to do a lot of crazy stuff with cars. I had 20 acres I actually practiced on back in the day.
Yeah, you don't want to do that with your vet now.
No.
Oh no, yeah, you can do that with a vet now.
You can, but you're throwing your money right out every time you go through the rock.
Listen to this. I'm about to tell you how redneck Florida is. Let me tell you how redneck Florida is.
There's the interior Echo. The one I got. It don't show much. You can't really tell by looking at it in the picture.
Here, listen to this, dude. I was driving a bicycle, and I was going to school, and I was going to school.
Okay.
And I was 19. What the hell was it? Oh yeah, it was 1987, and I was riding my bike. I had a little Huffy, and basically, this guy had this freaking 1977 Corvette.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember. some of
And
those.
the Stingray. And what he had done, oh my God, dude. What he had done was he had made this goddamn car into a Corvette, a 4-wheel drive Corvette. He had, dude, I don't know if he took some other vehicle's frame and put underneath this Corvette, but it looked like it was done correctly. And he had it had Posi-Track front end, Posi-Track rear end, and you were just like, I was in amazement. I was like, why would you do what is that? Why would you? He had this huge 454 motor in it
Mhm.
with a high rise intake manifold. I'm like literally birds could land on top of this intake manifold, and you couldn't even see them when you were looking straight out the front windshield. They would be up above, you'd be like, it would be like if a bird crapped from the intake manifold, it would be like a bird crapping on your hood of your car from a power wire. And you were like, it was that high. And I just was like, that is just ridiculous. I was like, but I never saw, and I was just like, this is why people think people in Florida are rednecks. This is why. And my dad, I went and told him that when I got home from school that day, he's coming home from work around 6. I go, Dad, well, I saw this car. And he goes, I've seen that car, David. He goes, that guy lives around here. He's a moron. Why people do that kind of stuff, I don't know. He's like, he could have had a nice car, or he could have had a nice 4-wheel drive truck. But he wanted to combine the two and make an apocalyptic vehicle and just ruin the hell. Yeah, and he says
that is redneck.
And he just ruined the hell out of both cars. He would have had a nice 4-wheel drive, or he would have had a nice Corvette. But put them together, and he's got just a big dumpster fire.
Did you know a few years ago a 1967 Corvette, I think it was 427, sold for $1 million?
I don't doubt it.
Years back, well, quite a few years back, actually. Yeah.
I drove a 1970 something, maybe an 8, 454 Corvette that had a warning, thing in the owner's manual saying not to downshift from 3rd to 2nd gear above 4,000 RPM because it would break the independent suspension and send both tires going out both sides of the wheel wells in the back. And
I had a friend back in the 70s. He had a Chevelle SS396 straight shift with, I think, 411 positive traction.
Right.
Muncie 4-speed.
Yeah.
He come out of a nightclub on Beaufort Highway down near Atlanta. And he come back and he went down in the neighborhood I grew up in, near the neighborhood I grew up in. He had a telephone pole and bowed it like a horseshoe. Wide open, man, 396.
As long as he's okay.
Bam! He did. He survived. Yeah.
That's good.
He died a few years ago from another wreck. He was probably in his 50s. Yeah. I knew him when he was 10 years old. He had some kind of internal bleeding and passed away. He was like a brother to me. Billy was. And his older brother, he died at 23, unfortunately. We went to school together at 10 years old.
Jesus. And on a brighter note,
Yeah.
my sister Selena slit her wrist in the bathtub when she was 17 years old.
And I knew
God.
I knew a few people in my day that died in cars, man, from going too fast and going crazy. I've drove.
Hey, dude, I got you all beat. I had a friend in high school who had a moped. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
The ones where you put gas in it, you could pedal it like a bicycle because it had it had chain and sprockets on it, and you'd pedal it like a bicycle, and then you would engage the starter and you would start the little engine up, and then you'd put your feet on the middle of it and you would just ride. Well, this kid, he wasn't feeling good one day, so he left to go home from school. And this is the reason why nowadays that they have you make your mom or dad come and pick you up when you're sick. He went on his little moped and got started, and he came down our driveway at the schoolyard and passed out at the red light, fell over. And a moped is like sitting on a bicycle, you know what I'm saying? It's not high. It's like, you're 3.5 feet in the air. fell over and hit his head on the ground and died.
Oh,
Right there.
damn.
Yeah, dude, and died right there.
You ever heard of the Cushman? Remember the Cushman?
Yeah, yes.
Looked like
yes,
a motorcycle.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Not big tires, but big and yet short.
Little
Small.
Cushmans. Yeah, they were little
Got a
scooters.
floorboard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cushman
I think it was on
scooters.
Mhm.
Some of
Had a
them had
friend.
gears.
I had a friend had one back in the 70s.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them that they were made in Italy. A lot of those scooters were made in Italy, and what is those ones that are popular back in 2000, 20 years ago? That they were made French, Le Mans. What the hell are those ones that are the scooters that were popular 10, 15 years ago?
You're out of my generation because I didn't follow them 20 years ago.
Well,
don't remember.
Somebody in the side chat's got to know what I'm talking about. Eagle Eye. He's here. What is he
You
doing?
guys had naps. Was the first sergeant always told us?
What is he talking about?
Idaho Rogers. I was just reading this thing.
Excuse
Good
me.
sense,
Goodness. Yeah, my gosh.
Them artillery guys. I'm trying to take a nap in my fighting hole, and I don't know if it was artillery or an airstrike. I don't know. I don't really care. One of you guys woke me up. All right, I was trying to take a nap. Do you mind?
That was me sneezing.
I'm pretty sure it was artillery that time because it was consistent. It just kept coming and coming. It's like, dude, how many planes did they got? So it's probably artillery that day. So yeah, I'm giving Sergeant Devil Dog there in the chat some crap because I'm pretty sure that they're personally responsible for waking me up back in 1993 or 3. Oh man, it all kind of gets mixed
blends
together.
It's just,
Yeah, you know what I mean.
You got that
What
part
branch were you in?
I'm a Devil Dog.
Oh, you're a jarhead?
Yeah, I'm a jarhead.
Semper Fi.
He put his testicles in Uncle Sam's pocket and his head in a jar.
Yeah. Yeah,
Nice.
USMC, you suckers miss Christmas.
Yeah. It's just Christmas.
Well, you know why they're called jarheads, right?
Probably because of the tight haircut.
Not just the tight haircut. Is when you guys used to take your helmet off, it looked like a ring. And that's why they were nicknamed jarheads.
Oh, that's you know what? Holy shit, I can see that because when we were young kids, we used to wear the Army. You remember they had the fiberglass insert liner
Man,
into
the
the
old
steel
pot.
the steel pot.
Yeah.
It would leave a sweat ring around the very top of your freaking
Yeah.
head that made
You
you
have
look
behind tight.
yeah, it
Behind
made
tight,
you look
you can see that ring all the way around their head.
it made you look retarded a little bit. And I was like, and me and my friends, we were like, dude, you got a ring on your head? And my buddy's like, yeah, you got a ring on your head too. Look, you look like an idiot. I'm like, how are we supposed to ride our head? We were going to ride our bikes back. We'd been playing Army in the woods all day long, digging foxholes and getting sweaty and freaking, yeah, dude, ended up riding home with the helmets on. We were just like, oh, let's just ride them home. But you know what I did figure out? That helmet aerodynamics is important, especially if you don't have the right chin strap, because with that thing catches air just right and it'll spin its way around on your face like a damn turtle shell where you can't see shit and you're like going 30 miles an hour and or 10 miles an hour and this thing spins around on your face and you can't see where you're going and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, now with the Kevlar, I learned pretty quick, don't wear the chin strap. They told us if a frag grenade lands over there and you got the chin strap on, your noggin is going to bounce around inside this thing like a bowl. So it's better to get it blown off. And then when I got out to the fleet, I was in the air wing and we wore what's called a cranial. That's the colored, I guess you'd call it headgear with the ear protection, eye protection that you'd wear on the flight line or on the flight deck when you're around aircraft that are turning. And the color denoted what job you did. And you had other stuff on there to denote who you were, what you did, or that sort of thing. But that had a chin strap as well. And there's maybe one picture of me ever wearing the damn chin. You just didn't wear it. You're better off having the stuff fly off your head than keep that stuff on there. And yeah, it's something where TV and movies make it look one way, but the way we really used it, you know, I'm sure you guys had the same thing in the Army, right? You guys watch a movie and you're going, we didn't do that bullshit, but in it, you know, it looks good on the silver screen.
I still have my original steel pot in my garage. Now, were you in when the Kevlars first came in? Did you get where they got that ring and freaking killed the top of your head?
Yeah, and because I got a big fat noggin, you know, nothing ever fit, right?
I got you.
But Dad was a 22-year lifer, so I grew up around it. So I know all about sea rats and the steel pod and all that garbage. And you know, what's kind of funny is when I got in, I could talk to the older devil dogs, and I could speak the same language. They'd be like, "Damn, where's this kid know all this stuff from?" It's like, yeah, I know all about being a Marine in the 70s. You know, I remember when Carter cut the budget and we were all sucking ass, and Reagan comes into office and everybody gets a pay raise. You know, and when you're talking with Desert Storm veterans who are trying to train you something, they're like, yeah, I think I'm gonna spend a little extra time with this kid. You know, he's, you know, and it's like, yeah, I didn't want him to go. Hey, yeah, Tad. You know, my dad might have freaking, you know, pissed you off. You know, fortunately though, or unfortunately, I only met one person that ever knew my dad, and he could have actually changed my orders and given me a better gig. And he ran into me after he retired, not long after he retired, and he's like, I think I know your dad. And you know, it's like we started talking. It's like, holy crap, kid, your orders came right across my desk. I just signed them and just threw them in a pile with all the others. If I had stopped for a second and looked at your name, I would have said, I'll give him any job on the base he wanted. And I'm just face palming going, son of a bitch.
Squiblo, you were around when Reagan was in office?
Dad was active duty, and I was just a kid, but I remember all of that. I remember Carter. I remember Reagan. I was born during Nixon, but I don't remember Nixon, but I remember Carter and Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
Carter was a piece of shit. Reagan,
oh my goodness,
great commander in chief.
Dude, I remember Nixon just to bury, like.
Hell, I remember Kennedy.
Well, yeah, but you're older than me.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I remember my parent. I don't remember Nixon, but I remember my parents talking about him and being upset.
He was a big government. He was not a conservative Republican.
No, but
he expanded government power.
Yeah. My parents, I remember them being very upset and talking, and I remember it bothering me as a kid. Like, why are they upset? You know, like trying to figure out what's going on, being like 4 years old and be trying to figure out what's going on, and parents just trying to explain to you, oh, mommy and daddy are upset about what's going on in the government.
You know, believe it or not, it took Reagan a decade or so, or several decades, to swing the Republican Party to where he wanted it, or where he thought it should go. And I agree with him.
Sergeant Devil Dog, did you carry the Hog? What did you carry as a light machine gunner in the Marine Corps?
I think there was talk of a 240, which the ground pounders had the 240 right before I got out. I never actually saw a 240. I knew they existed, but you guys had them before we did, because you guys had budget and we don't. So you guys had them.
The Marines got the crap. They got our old shit, and it was new to them.
Yeah.
They were happy to get it.
Yeah. The story behind the M249 is you guys didn't want them, so we took them, and then we kind of, used them. Like, we made it look cool, and you guys were like, hey, we want them back, and it's like, no, but that's because that's the only way we get crap is, to beg, borrow, steal it from you, and but as far as the 240, it existed, but they didn't have it over on the air wing side. By the time I got out, but people on the other side of the river and the ground pounder side had it. And I mean, it's the same setup. It uses the same ammo and whatnot, same cyclic rate, I believe, or what. It's a little bit heavier. But as soon as somebody says that they had an M240 and not an M60, I know that I'm an old Marine.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you, Squib?
I'm damn near 50.
I thought you was older while you was talking.
I got you a few years. I got you.
Yeah,
Back to
the
you.
thing is, though, at a certain point, it all blends together, right? Just like,
Oh, yeah.
thinking back to what year this happened and what year I was deployed here and what year that, the same thing with you guys. It's like, yeah, it all kind of blends together.
Well,
But
thank
yeah,
you for your service.
yeah,
thank
you
you.
ain't got to thank me, man. You had your ass in the grass too.
Yeah, that's all right. I still thank everyone I can.
Well,
I
I
thank
remember.
I thank you too, Willie. So,
I
Not a problem.
remember the Carter years, and I remember the Reagan years, and I remember Dad getting a big pay raise, and that made a
Oh,
difference
yeah.
in our life. And the thing is, I talk to young people, and they were either born when Reagan was in office or born after he was in office, and they go, use him in it, use him in it. It's like, dude, you don't get it. He was told that the Hughes Amendment would get swept under the rug by the NRA, and the NRA dropped the ball. And I'm not bad mouthing the NRA because I'm one of them people that is pro NRA. I'm not saying they're angels. They're not. They want our money. They don't want anything else. They're pro 2A, but they're not as pro 2A as we want, and they never will be. But they're the big dog in the room when it comes to the fight. Regardless, despite all the good things they've done some shifty stuff. And one of the shifty things they did was they convinced the politicians that they were going to fight to get rid of the Hughes Amendment, and they dropped the ball and they didn't. So Reagan signed off on that because it was attached to other stuff. And younger people go, Reagan was a terrible president. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? He was the best president we ever had.
Besides,
He stopped the commies.
Kennedy.
Yeah.
Besides Kennedy, Reagan was the best.
If Kennedy wasn't assassinated and I lived back in the 60s, I would have voted for him the second time around. And
Absolutely.
I'm not a Democrat. I am not a Democrat. But Kennedy actually gave, don't get me wrong, Kennedy was in his shifty stuff too. But he gave a crap about the country. And Reagan did what he did, and he stopped the commies. And nobody was able to stop the commies until Reagan. Yeah. And all these kids want to scream, use amendment, use amendment, use amendment. And they're just nitpicking little snippets out of history. They weren't around. They don't remember watching The Day After and going, holy crap, they're going to kill us. And they don't
remember. They don't remember having fucking nuclear bomb
duck
drills.
And cover.
Oh, duck and cover.
Yeah, remember that bullshit? I was like,
oh, yeah.
I was like, my dad's like, oh yeah, you're going to be doing these drills today in school. This was back when they used to send notes home with the kids to actually tell you what the kids were going to be learning that week. And they would give you kind of like a heads up to your parents. And then my dad's like, okay, tomorrow you're going to be learning how to do these duck under your desk drills. And I'm like, what the hell is that for? And he's like, okay, this is what they think. I think that a bomb's going to go off, a nuclear bomb's going to go off, and your ass getting underneath your little flimsy desk there is going to save you.
Total safe. I'm telling you right now.
And then he goes like,
do you all remember what Ronald Reagan had on his desk? A little saying.
Jelly beans?
Well, yeah, he had that too.
Yeah, the jelly beans.
He had a saying on his desk, a little plaque.
No, I don't remember that.
It says on the plaque, he said, you can get a lot done here in Washington if you don't care who gets the credit. And Reagan figured that out. And that's how he got so much done.
But see,
he let other people.
He didn't care about the credit. He just wanted it done. He was a can-do guy.
The younger generation doesn't understand that because they weren't around for it. It's just like I'm never really going to truly understand Kennedy except from the historical references because I wasn't alive then. I can only go off of what my parents told me and what I've researched.
So
but the thing is, though, when I try to explain to all these people, stick your Hughes Amendment in your ass, this man saved America. He saved the planet. They don't get it. They do not get it. All they go is, I want a machine gun. And it's like, okay, look. You can get a machine gun. Well, if the Hughes Amendment wasn't there, I could get X. And it's like, all right, look, dude, look. I think anybody should be able to have any of these NFA items. I don't believe the NFA should exist. I don't believe the Hughes Amendment should exist. But here's the thing. Until you actually use one, you aren't going to realize how much this thing is actually going to cost you. It doesn't matter if the gun is free. The ammo is going to cost you so much you can't afford it. Now, I'm not saying there should be a law keeping you from getting it. Go ahead, get it, sink your money into it, and then realize, holy crap, I've got a gun that I can never use because I can't afford the ammo because I flip burgers at McDonald's. But the reality is This is something that was deceptive. The Hughes Amendment was this, and if you look at all the other things that Reagan did that were good, the Hughes Amendment is inconsequential. 401ks, everybody thinks Clinton did that. Reagan did that.
Reagan.
They took forever to come into play, and by the time they started showing up at a point where people could take notice of them, Clinton was in office. So who took credit for it, right? And that's the thing. These younger guys don't have that perspective, and I try to slow them down. I try to calm them down. I try to say, look, son, this is the way the world really works. I was young and naive like you once, but this is the way the world will, and they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, my son called me one day. He's 40-something years old, about 3 years ago. He says, "Is there anything you think that Reagan did wrong? What do you think about the assault weapons ban?" I said he actually agreed in '92 or something for it, and I said, "Well, you got to look at Reagan in the context of times. In 1990, 89, 90, 91, most people didn't shoot AR-15s. It was not at gun ranges. Most things were talked about politicians. Oh, Saturday night specials in the 70s.
Yeah, I try to explain to these younger people that in 1988, I think there were 2 or 4 companies making AR-15s. Seriously,
Right.
like, what? Because of the 1994 crime bill, now we have 100 companies making AR-15s. It backfired on them. They thought they would put us out of business. Instead, now we have more choices. What? No, son, you don't get it. You go to a gun show and you see an AR-18, an AR-15, an AK-47, a MAC-90, an FAL, but you didn't see a ton. But no, they were cheap. They were plentiful. It's just people weren't buying. But son, this is the way it was before you were a thought in your daddy's sack. Okay. Do you not understand? It doesn't mean that these guns didn't exist. It doesn't mean these guns aren't important. But because they banned them when they weren't a thing, that's why you like them today. That's why everybody likes them today.
Ain't kidding.
Yeah, I love the Hog. Now the 240 is on its way out, I heard.
I told my son
it's not as accurate as the weapon systems they want for a belt-fed weapon system.
told my son back then, I said Reagan wasn't perfect, but he damn well was a good president, and he did a lot of good things, more than most in my lifetime. And he was a true leader. When military, he walked on ships. Even CBS used to say, "Oh goodness me," he said, "Man, these military Navy guys love this president." And that was a liberal media saying that back then in the 80s. When he walks on a ship,
he reactivated the battleships, which was a big expense. It was more of a political move. I'm not saying a battleship isn't an effective weapon system. It's actually more effective than people make it seem because it's outdated. But he took them out of mothballs and reactivated them. That told the commies, look, we're willing to take our battleships from World War II out of mothballs to kick your ass. And by the way, if the battleships had stayed in active service to this day, those 4 Iowa class, they'd still be out there kicking ass and taking names. They can do things that modern ships cannot do. I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm very pro battleship. You might see my LPH there in the background and a French aircraft carrier in the background, but I am a battleship guy to the day I die, and I never served aboard one. I really wish I could have. But it projects America, just like the Great White Fleet. It projects American power. A battleship and an aircraft carrier are the only 2 capital ships. You can argue nuclear missile submarine to the day you die. They are the only one that projects American power.
Oh, yeah.
USS Ronald Reagan.
USS Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, a donkey on it. A little boat.
Yeah.
I love that.
But you see the Ronald Reagan there? That's 3/4 to a full acre of sovereign U.S. territory that can go around the world and can take down a third world nation by itself.
But how many right now knows? How big is the Russian Navy right now on ships?
Doesn't matter.
No, I'm just wondering what the number is.
The Coast Guard could go over there and whip their ass.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they have many ships left. I don't believe.
What I'm saying,
I know they still have nuclear subs out there, and they.
What I'm saying is Reagan in 1980s eventually accomplished what? A 600 ship Navy. Right now, the United States has got 240 or 260 ships.
That sounds about right.
Okay. And in the modern days, China only has, I think, 300 something right now. So Reagan, decades ago, had America where it was the most powerful friggin' navy the world's ever seen. If you look at it right now with China, put their ships together, our ships together, and probably Russia's ships. It was a big son of a
So-
bitch after a while. And he's one of the first modern presidents to get a blank check to build the military. And that's rare.
2/3 of the planet's surface can be reached by the oceans. A
Mhm.
navy will do a lot more than people think. When Reagan was in office, we had 2 battle groups deployed at all given times, sometimes 3. So you're talking about one in the Pacific, one in the Atlantic, and sometimes one in the Indian as well. And whenever there was a crisis, the first thing Reagan would say is, "Where are the carriers?" Now, that battle group wasn't just an aircraft carrier. It was all of the ships around it. And that included an ARG, an ARG, an amphibious readiness group. That is a couple thousand Marines and everything they need to land on shore and to kick ass until everybody else shows up. And they can do it too, especially with the support of that carrier group. And sometimes a battleship would be right behind the carrier when Reagan was in office. When we had the Persian Gulf thing, everybody thinks of Desert Shield or Desert Storm, but they don't think about the stuff that was happening in '88 before. When we reflagged the Kuwaiti tankers and all the other stuff, they don't think about Libya or Lebanon or some of the other crap that went on before then. We projected our power, and it cost us a lot of money. It did.
Oh,
But the fact is, we showed the commies we will outspend you, and that's how we won the Cold War, was with money, capitalism.
Reagan told Gorbachev, he says, "You can't beat us. You can't outproduce us," or something like that. I forget what exactly the words. I told him that to his face. He said, "You can't win it." He's also the first president to walk down Moscow and kiss babies, and our babies being, on the street. Kind of odd when you think back of the Cold War days.
Thing about it is, the Russians are the Russians, all right? Whether they're Soviets or whether they're Russians, whether Ukrainians, whatever, they're different people. They're a different culture. Are they really our enemies? You could say in some ways yes, in some ways no. At the end of the day, though, money will defeat them because even they want to make money. They might say they're communists, some of the old guard, but they're eventually going to die off. Capitalism is out there. So it's the whole thing about Russian collusion, all this. We could really use the Russians, Ukrainians, the Georgians, the Uzbekistanis, all these as our allies. And I think if we approach them from a financial standpoint, we don't have to worry about a military thing with them. It's the same thing with China. Everybody's all like, one day China's going to call in all of its debts. If it does, it'll crush itself. It'll crush itself. You can't go after the person that owes you the most money, who buys the most stuff off of you, and expect to work.
Well,
You come down to Big China Joe's, and I get you what you need.
Yeah,
I think
if they come to us and they said, we want all of our money and we want it yesterday, whether we could pay them or not, it's inconsequential. If we were able to pay them off, it would devalue their money. That wouldn't help them more so than they've done it, right? The other thing is, we've got the biggest and best military in the world. If they come to call in our debts, we just say, we'll call up our military. Now come collect it. It ain't going to work. So the last thing is, they depend on us. If they come calling on us and we go, we'll just make it here in America, they're out of business. You can say all these other countries, they don't buy like we do.
we do. Yeah, they're not consumers.
They need us in debt to them to make their economy work. And these conspiracy theorists and these preppers that are, they can't think beyond 5 minutes, don't understand that. And they make these YouTube videos fear-mongering about that when they don't understand how the world works. That's one thing about being in the military and being deployed. You suddenly start maturing real fast and realizing how the world works, and it's really ugly and scary and stupid. It really is.
Well, what you got to understand is, if China continues its routine of trying to take over lands. Like they're acquiring land all over the world, and they're funding all these projects. And in turn, for like, what were they? I just saw something recently that it blew my mind. Like something like China wanting to build a base in Cuba, and I was like, oh my God, 90 miles from my coast where I live. They want to build a base.
They already got the South China Sea area. We
Yeah.
keep flying around, and they keep raising hell. You're in our airspace, and they go, "We're United States. We're government, whatever regulations, crap." Yeah,
We're NATO.
we can fly in international space.
Yeah,
It's
and they're trying to say that it's Soviet airspace.
my
when it's
philosophy
not.
on this is a little bit different than Squibs. In my opinion, the Republican Party over the years got off track and says, "Well, let's just let China supply stuff. Because we do, they won't go to war with us because they need us." I don't agree with that. I never have. I don't think Reagan would agree with it back in the day. But his philosophy was, we'll just bankrupt the Soviet Union. We'll financially destroy them, and we'll also outbuild them militarily. What do we do with China?
What he did with the Soviet Union was said, we can outspend you on your defense budget.
Yes.
And he,
Yes.
yeah, but that
And
didn't
he did.
bankrupt them.
No, they just
No, they
didn't
come
spend
close.
the money.
They were not that well off in the last years of Reagan.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah,
that
the
had
Soviet Union was
it had-
crashing.
Yeah, that had more than military debt though to do with. That had to deal with the military, the Soviet culture as socialism was breaking down, and that was like Reagan just finished it off. He threw the final hand grenade into the socialism that was already failing, and that's what worries me, because a lot of hold on, let me think. Catch my thought. A lot of governments last around 200 years. If you look in history, a lot of governments at about 200, 225 years, right in that range, go under either a massive infrastructure change or reevaluation, or just go away. And so that's what it's got me a little bit worried.
Echo. It's surprising. Just kind of hid words of someone here. Google did. YouTube. I unhid it. It's still doing it, even though you changed the settings in there. Strange. Because he said the word badass. It show hide. Stupid.
Oh no shit, huh?
I'll be right back. I got to wash my hands.
No,
Yeah.
you don't do that. You don't need to wash your hands. Were you playing with yourself? That's fine. That's fine. You just that's just don't smoke a cigarette with that hand. He's like,
Got on now. Got 14 still.
Now going back to battleships, a couple years ago, before all this Coco crap, we went to we drove up as far as Connecticut and back, and on the way we stopped in Camden, New Jersey, right across the river from Philadelphia, and we went to the USS New Jersey. It's the only time I've ever been on a battleship. Took the whole family. Went up the gangplank, saluted the ensign, came on board, and a guy said, "You've been on a ship before, haven't you?" I said, "Yes, sir. I'm a United States Marine." And he said, "You don't need a tour guide, do you?" I said, "I've never been on a battleship, but I think I can find my way around." He said, "Ship is yours." And I took my family through there with no tour guide or nothing. We went right up to where they handle the Sea Whiz, and there was a guy in there, and I said, "Well, is all the fire control missing for the Sea Whiz?" And he goes, "Do you know what Sea Whiz is?" And I said, "Yeah, it's the 20 millimeter. Everybody calls it a phalanx, and nobody calls it a phalanx in the Navy or Marine Corps." And he said, "Well, let me tell you what happened to it." And then and then from there on, we just went through the whole ship, and we got down.
oh, that's cool.
Down there in the aft section of the ship, past the mess decks, and a guy said, "Where you're walking around this thing? you've been on a ship before? And I said, yeah, I was on an LPH for 6 months. And he says, you want to see part of the ship you never seen before? That we don't let the public go to? Yeah. So he took us into an aft section of the ship. There was nothing there, but he's like, yeah, we haven't opened this up to the public yet. We're thinking about cutting out a wall here and doing, I was like, yeah. And the day before, we had gone on the USS Olympia, which is a protected cruiser. It's from the Spanish-American War. And when we were on board ship, I'm going around being the tour guide, explaining what everything is on the ship, even though this thing is from the 19th century, but it's still a ship. And the one guy goes, you seem to know a lot about these things. You've been on a military ship before? I said, yeah, I was on an LPH for 6 months. And he says, what branch? I said, Marine Corps. He goes, you want to see part of the ship we don't show to the public? And they took us into the captain's quarters, and they don't show that to the public, and everything in there is preserved. And my wife and my kids, they were so geeked. They were so geeked. They were like, wow, because everything is, it's all mahogany and just, it's beautiful. It's, just the best, as far as, the china in there and everything else is like, wow. And, it was really kind of nice. And then we went aboard the submarine. I can't remember the name of it. I want to say it's a Agato class that's next to the Olympia. And because of the weather, nobody was out there. And they said, yeah, we typically have somebody on board, but, it's really bad weather. And I said, I'll keep us off of the mast and just go down below. And they said, all right, submarine. So we had the submarine to ourselves there for like a half an hour. And it was awesome. The kids are running around and they're looking at everything. And what's this do? And honestly, a World War II submarine and a modern attack sub, they're so similar. And I was able to explain everything because I was on the Sand Lance, and that thing's scrap now. I mean, that's how old I am. But it's really nice going to some of these museums and seeing some of the how hard they work to preserve this stuff and how hard they work to get stuff to make it, historically accurate. And, the kids are looking in the display case at some of the guns and going, we have some of those. And, it's fun. It really is. It's a lot of fun, especially. And my kids appreciate American history more when we do that, because not only do they see a piece of it at home, but they actually, I was going down the ladder well and the non-skid's there, and I just zipped down that thing like I was 19 again, right? And I'm going, I still got it, and I'm telling them, watch your head here, watch your feet here, and they're like, how do you know what this is? You weren't even on one of these things. Like, look, it's all the same shit. It really is.
Watch out for the knee knockers.
Yeah. And I'm correcting them. It's a bulkhead. It's a deck, it's a ladder well. This is a mess deck, that sort of thing. This is port. This is starboard. We went up to New York City. We went on the what's the one up there? It's not the Yorktown. It's the crap. I can't remember. Same class, but the one that was up there in New York City, and then they've got the Growler, which has got that Regulus missile on there, which is so cool. That is so Cold War, right? And then we went up to Groton, Connecticut, and went on board the Nautilus, which is the first nuclear sub. And they had all kinds of history up there. Oh my goodness, it was just, and I'm able to show the kids, this is 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. And they're amazed at how the technology advanced. And it's like, this is real history. This is the shit they don't teach you in school. And they understand why national defense is so important. Yes, Idaho, Rogers, USMC, Intrepid, that was it. And the Intrepid had some interesting aircraft on board, both U.S. and foreign. It's even got one of the space shuttles on board. It's got the Enterprise, I believe, which is one of the prototypes. There's two prototypes. One's in Alabama and the other's in New York City. So I had that on board. It was kind of cool because we went down to Alabama. We went down to Huntsville to the Rocket Center and got to see the other prototype, I think, a year later. So it was really relevant seeing the Enterprise in New York City. And then I can't remember the name of the prototype. It's down there in Alabama, but just all this stuff, it ties together. It really does. America has so much rich history that we should be proud of, not just military history, but history all over that says we spent money, we spent time, we made sure people came back alive from this, we did this, we were the pioneers, we protected this, we supported that. You can talk about, people, all they want to do is talk about all the bad things in our history. They don't want to talk about all the things that we did that nobody else did.
That's because it's easy to pick something apart. It's hard to build something up. And that's just the way, idiots are. They never see the good. It's like all they see is as far as they can see. They can't see beyond the horizon, so to speak.
All right, guys, I have a reloading or gun question. Has anyone done tung oil? And how many coats did you do on your rifle? That's my question. I'm on the third coat now, so.
What does it look like?
Well, I got it out back right now. I'm not going to drag it back in the house.
Well, yeah, I understand that because it's stinky.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, what are you just letting it sit out there and just completely dry a couple days?
Let it dry. Tomorrow, I'm going to go out and 4-aught steel wool the whole stock again and put another coat, 2 coats on tomorrow, and that should be done. I thought about rubbing beeswax into the stock just to fill the pores and smooth it out a little bit more. I mean, the stock is butt smooth now. The end cap on it looks like it's supposed to have a rounded cap, one of the black ones installed on the stock. Well, the gentleman never did that, so I rounded the end of the stock like Jamie. That's what I've been doing today. Everyone, Mr. Pollard asked me what I was working on, so that's what I'm doing. I'd love to have a belt sander. It would have been done like that with a belt sander, but you always want stuff you don't have. Let's put it that way. I was just curious if you guys any of you ever used tung oil and how many coats you put on.
I've used it one time, and I did it the exact same way you're doing it, just scuffing the high spots with quad-aught steel wool. I started out with double-aught steel and then went all the way to quad, and I went 3 coats.
Oh, I went from 400 paper to 600 paper. I've done it with the 4-aught steel wool before I put my first coat on, did it with the steel wool again after the second coat. So I'm just curious if anyone else has ever done it and how they went about it.
Well, how's it look, Willie? Does it look good?
Very much so. Sorry, I'm eating some dry cereal, but it looks very nice, For a free gun, I can't complain. 300 Savage, just like a 308, basically, Okay, thanks, Mr. Pollard. I got nothing but time, so 8 to 10 coats I could do. I still need to order parts for it. I'm missing a rear trigger housing spring or pin bolt, and I'm missing the follower and the spring on the inside of the internal magwell. So that's it. Once I get those parts, it'll be a complete gun and put a scope on it and go shoot it. But he bedded the whole stock, so I had to remove all the bedding compound out of the barrel channel so I could have it free floated.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that they do that. Sometimes I've seen a lot of, seems to me it's older or.
Oh, he's 98 years old. So
yeah, or somebody inexperienced, one or the other. It's always one or the other. It's not somebody that's been around it for a while. It's usually
if I had a barrel rasp, it would took no time at all. So I had a stick and I put the tape around it and just sanding like I was jerking off in here, Round after round sanding.
That's how we hear you like to do it, Willie.
You know it, baby.
After round.
Round after round. Okay, we go deep.
All right, so I just got to figure out what I want to do about this press. But that's an easy fix for me because that's just ordering something, or I just live with what I got. The hell happened?
You don't like your new press now? The
No,
neck?
I like it. No, I like it. I like it. I like it. No, I'm just saying, I either order one of those extension
Or
mounts
just live with it.
or just live with it.
Well, you can order it, see if you like it. If you don't like it, then see ya.
Yeah, but that's 50 freaking bucks. I don't know if
But
I
you're
need
talking
this.
about dropping $6 grand or $7 grand for a press you don't need?
No, it wasn't 6-7 grand. It's like $2 grand.
Oh, okay. Pardon me. I thought it was a lot more.
It's like, yeah, but like 25.
But you're bitching about $50 instead of $2 grand?
Well,
Come on.
yeah, because it may be 50. See, I just spent $32 for the quick change plate.
Oh, okay.
To mount this press. So if I have to eat another 50,
Mom gonna be mad.
Mama's going to be mad because instead of spending the 32 or 33 that I did on this and just another 20, now I got to eat another 50 plus shipping, and I got to keep this other plate. I'm going to open up an inline fabrication secondhand store because I've got so many of these damn plates because I've bought presses that turned out not to be very good. I've had a couple of them. Oh, so that's where I'm at with that. So I could literally, I think, oh, wait, hold on.
I understand. It's money's, you gotta save your money, you know?
Well, I just want to spend it on stuff that would be much better appreciated.
I understand. I got you, buddy. Did
Like
he
Tio-
fall asleep? It's late where he is.
Oh, hold on. We got another contestant, and
The price is right.
Bryce is definitely right.
What y'all yakking about? I've been gone too.
Who's this? Who's this? That West Covina Dodge fella?
Hey, Pat.
Up.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Oh, hey, brother. What is going on?
Always happy to have Pat.
I was wondering if someone was going to come in here besides us.
Well, I'm happy you guys are still on. And sorry, I've been working today, but love all you guys.
What is it?
You
9
too,
at night
Pat.
where you're at?
It's 11:05.
Yeah, bullshit. It's like 9.
It's like 8 o'clock there. It just yeah. Look, he's got sun. There's
Yeah,
sun.
yeah. That's just yeah.
In the car, there's there's sun shining in on his car.
I mean,
2:05 a.m. here in Georgia.
One day I plan to be in the Mountain Time Zone, but East Coast time will always be the only time zone that matters.
Yeah.
Please do not come near California. Please do not come near California.
I like that
I
saying.
used
The
to
only
live-
time zone that matters.
I used to live in California. I think it's a nice place. It's good to visit. I don't want to live there again.
To visit.
But if the eastern side of California broke off and became its own conservative state, I might be living in Baker. Just saying.
No, I got you. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love California weather. But, man,
I
Just
couldn't live there.
get away from all the bull pucky. Hey, Dead Horse. Good to see you here.
Oh, Dead Horse is out there?
Yep, he's in the side
Where's he
chat.
at? Oh, there he is. What is
Come
going
aboard,
on?
Dead Horse. You haven't seen you in a while. Jump on.
CV6 and ED.
So he's
Wow.
talking about a carrier and a destroyer and a battleship. BB-63 would be an Iowa class. DD-557, I'm not sure what class, and CV-6 might have been the original Hornet, maybe?
Yeah, Dead Horse plays a video game that I play as well, World of Warships. And basically, you get to battle with all these classic old ships that actually existed. And you get to use all their weapons and specialty weapons and defensive and offensive weapons. Pretty cool.
Yeah, well, if I ever get back into flight simulators, maybe I'll do that sort of thing too, because I'm a sucker for battleships.
Yeah, boy, you can shoot some battleships on this one too. Iowa class and even the German ones. I like to get up real close and let the secondary weapons start blasting.
Just get off work, Pat.
Just got home.
I can kind of tell where you lean back in that chair.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
The sun is still up.
It's been a long day, huh, Pat? I heard that when you lean back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I won. I had a camera kicking my ass, but I won. And Squib, the Iowa's pretty nice over here when it's not too hot in the middle of the summertime. They did a good job. Not as nice as New Jersey does with that guy on YouTube all the time, but really tastefully done over at Iowa.
Now, he isn't the guy that gave us like the run of the ship when we went over there. I didn't see the curator, the volunteers that were there that day. We talked to 3 different ones, 1 on the shore and then 2 on the ship. And I knew my way around, even though I'd never been on a battleship, but I knew what this was, I knew what that was, and they were, everywhere we went, they were just like, yeah, you're good. You got your family, you're good. Because they knew I wasn't going to get them in some sort of situation where, because they got to worry about insurance claims and stuff like that. And I was making sure the kids were doing this and doing that, because there's a certain amount of safety on a ship. And if you live on a ship, you kind of know. It doesn't matter if it's aircraft carrier, destroyer, sub, or what, and I just it's the same thing when we went on what, 3 different subs, 4. Oh crap, I'm losing count how many different subs we've been on, but I use the USS Sandlance as my base for how you behave on board a sub. And I think we're up to 4 now. 5? Oh man. Anyhow, but it's great. It's great taking the family around and just answering the questions and, Dad, what's this? And honey, what's that? And why is this important? And why does this look stupid and ugly? And, and I'm trying to explain to them how important it is, certain things like chow time, right? Civilians don't understand that because they haven't been like hurry up and wait and all these other things. And it's just something about the ships bring that stuff back, whether they were retrofitted in the 80s and are brought up to speed, or whether they're 1940s, because some of that stuff from World War II still translates to when I was in. So it's nice that people work so hard to preserve this history for some people to appreciate. Other people just jump on there and they go, oh, okay, this is a tourist attraction. They do it. They don't have a clue what they're looking at. They don't care. And they walk away and going, yeah, I was on the New Jersey or I was on the Iowa. But they don't even know the significance of, like, the Missouri in Pearl Harbor. Why is the Missouri in Pearl Harbor and none of the other ones? Well, there's an answer to that. But if you don't study history, you won't know.
Yeah, my son did Boy Scouts, and we were able to sleep on the Hornet, and that was cool. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the New Jersey does the same thing. My younger son is now too old for that, but at one point I was thinking about trying to do some sort of thing where it's like, look, he's at this age and this is there was no school thing, there was no Boy Scouts, but they had certain criteria. But one thing is the child had to be under a certain age, and I was going to try to do something where we could just spend the night on the ship and sleep in the berthing area and get one night of what I used to have to do on an LPH. Because, I had the kids jump in the racks. I literally had him jump in the racks. I said, lay down, try to sleep comfortably. And like, this is uncomfortable. And like, I did that for 6 months. You did this for 6 months? Yes. And they're like, how? And it's like, well, what other choice did I have? And suddenly they got an appreciation for the people that go out there every single day and risk their lives. People are like, if you weren't getting shot at, you weren't risking your life. Bullshit. We
Bullshit.
fight like we train like we fight. And that's just it. I mean, they don't, not to mention just all the, back in my day, we couldn't just get on the laptop and Skype and message home and all, we had to wait a minimum 2 weeks for mail. So
not to mention how many people die in training every year.
Oh my goodness. People don't even understand how many people die stateside in safe, air quotes, safe training every year. I mean, the first time I ever got shot at was in boot camp, and it wasn't because somebody grabbed the gun and started this was part of our training. We were actually having live rounds thrown at us, and if you stood up, you were dead. And they're like, whatever you do, don't stand up. It's like, are you for real? And people are just like, what do you mean? You were in training where you were in basic training, and if you stood up, we had a guy drowned during swim calls in second phase. We had a guy drowned in the swimming pool at NTC in San Diego, and people don't understand that, 3 drill instructors jumped in after him. It's too late. By the time he got to the bottom pool, he just went into shock and died. And it's like, this shit happens. And people don't understand how many people get hurt so bad in boot camp that they can't actually continue with their enlistment.
Yeah, they
and
can't.
They're technically retired.
They're medically discharged. And think about this. I don't know how this works, but if you get hurt, Squib, like, because I know a buddy of mine that was in basic training and hurt his ankle, and they made him go through the entire basic training again, and he had already been in it like halfway.
Yep. And
they made him go all the way through it again. Now, if he wasn't able to finish, I'm guessing he finished and went on with his thing because he became in the military. My question is, what happens if you can't, if you're too fucked up where you can't finish?
You get an administrative discharge, which is a good conduct discharge. It's a general under honorable, and you actually get medical disability for the rest of your life and benefits. Rich White off of Unloaded Media has that.
Okay.
He has a medical discharge. I can't remember what it was, but it was their negligence that got him hurt. It wasn't him. I know people that have gotten hurt. You could question a negligence or whatever. And I knew a guy that was in the Army, and he was told to climb to the 3rd floor of the barracks and enter the window through the ledge on the outside of the barracks. And he said, I'm not doing that. And they said, do it or else. And he did it, and he fell from the 3rd floor, broke his back, right? And he's got medical, insurance for the rest of his life and access to the base for the rest of his life, and a certain percentage of his pay at the time he fell and broke his back for the rest of his life, et cetera, et cetera. And so different people have different circumstances. Some people get screwed. Some people get hurt and they get nothing. And it's BS.
I had a roommate here that died. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
I had a roommate here was a sergeant, did 2 volunteer tours in Vietnam. He had a 50% disability because a bomb blew him off a vehicle. He used to ride in the helicopters with the guns and shoot into the jungle. He passed away in 2010. He had awards, bronze awards, Vietnam, some kind of Vietnam Valor or something. He won from the South Vietnamese.
So the way I understand it is they give you a certain percentage of your pay at the time you're discharged. So say you're discharged in 1970 and you live until 2020. You're not getting E5 pay at 2020 rates. You're getting E5 pay at 1970 rates. You're getting fucked. Mm-hmm. And the percentage, you could get disability for losing part of your hearing. Part of the reason I'm deaf is from being around military aircraft, but it's not the only reason, right? And that would be something where I could petition the VA and go, hey, look, a certain percentage, and they could go back and blah, 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 blah. And some people go, screw it, I just don't want to go through the hassle. Some people go through the hassle and they still get screwed over. Mm-hmm. And other people get certain things. And I'm not saying one person is better than another. It's just the luck of it. It's like being in the military, right? It's luck of the draw, right? But at these benefits, some of them aren't any good. If you have base access, but you live 250 miles away from the nearest base, does that really help you? No. And then what do you really get from going on base? You can shop cheaper at the commissary. Big fucking do. You can golf cheaper at the golf course. Big do. You know, I mean, that's not really. And I'm not saying that these people should be given, a throne of gold for the rest of their life either. But I'm just saying that depending on your circumstances, the fact that you've got some sort of military pension or disability is not necessarily as good as what it sounds to somebody who doesn't understand how the system works.
My roommate, when I was telling you about, he drawed almost $1,000 from injuries in Vietnam. Here, yeah.
Is that wait? Hold on though. He got
he-
that per month.
he had- I actually know it because I used his bank card when he was hospitalized, and I have he would let me take control of his bank account at times.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
He got hurt when he was in Vietnam,
yeah. He was
and he
sergeant.
made as a sergeant, and he made $1,000 a month.
It was about 989.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that was his disability. Now,
Right.
are you telling me that he's been getting $980 since 1960 something when he got shot?
No. What they
no.
do, they treat it
No.
like retirement. So retirement, if you do 20 years or more and you retire, you get a certain percentage of COLA every year. But it's nothing compared to what. So let's say you retired in 1990 as an E9. Even in 2021, you're not going to make as much as somebody who retires in an E9 in 2021, but you're going to make more than what you did as an E9 in 1990. They give you a small percentage every year, and it goes up and goes down, like Social Security, right? Goes up, goes down, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a game. It's a game, and it's just no different than when we were active duty, right, guys? You play the game.
My roommate told me this. He says, at first I gave him like $300. He goes back and he complains and he says, I want more money. A few years later, they end up jacking up to $900. How I know that? I looked at his bank account. It was being deposited in his bank account. Then he got his Social Security when he turned 63, and he was making almost $1,700 a month. He hadn't worked in 20 years, but he was still getting that pension from the military, from that injury.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, in some cases, I mean, you got to look at it like this. He's stuck with this for life.
Yep.
You know, he sacrificed this for our national defense. And you might say, well, this person didn't even make it out of boot camp. It really depends on what the situation is. We can all judge it whatever way we want. But the fact is that they sacrificed their health for the rest of their life so that all of us could live in comfort.
Amen.
He was a good guy. I miss him.
Yeah, we had a guy, fifth floor, trying to be a dumbass. He went backwards and landed and snapped his neck, and he died. It happens. There was a guy. I went to my nephew's graduation at the island, Paris Island. They're all cocked and locked, in formation. He must have had both of his knees locked and passed right out.
I know. Yeah, I knew you were going there.
He cracked his face, cracked his nose, his orbital sockets. He jacked them all up. Both knees locked, standing at attention, and that's it. Lights out.
Yeah, he survived. My roommate survived for years here with me on that military pension of disability.
Yeah, well, I remember when I was stationed at Marine Corps Air Station New River back in the 90s, and there was I took a job out in town delivering pizza, and there was a guy delivering pizza in this beat-up car. This car was just beat to crap. I mean, he had like Visqueen over the back hatch window, because it had been blown out and stuff, and he had long hair and everything else, and he was just working his ass off to make money. And one day I talked to him, come to find out, he wasn't much older than me, and he got a general under honorable from the Marine Corps. He got medically discharged. He was injured on active duty. I don't know what his injury was because he seemed to be able to run around as fast as he could and deliver pizza. But he was taking that medical pension that he got with the money he made from delivering pizza. And in a matter of weeks, he bought a brand new car, and he was just driving the wheels off that car, delivering pizza and making more money, and then putting that, and so on and so on and so on. So, living poor in North Carolina, delivering pizzas, you're not living well. And I'm not saying the guy lived rich, but you add that to his pension, he was doing okay for himself. But, somebody who looks at that as, oh, this is a life, I'm sure the pain he was in every single day, whatever the hell it was, it wasn't worth it. It just wasn't. You can only put so much money on how bad you feel.
Truck blew up or something with him, and it hurt his back for life.
Yeah, and see, that's just it. People don't understand that there are so many bizarre accidents that can happen. I was blown off of a hill in France by a CH-53. The rotor wash blew me off of a hill, went down face first, 14 feet face first into a rock, and broke my nose, fractured my nose. I'm bleeding all over the place. It could have been a hell of a lot. Where I was pissed off that I destroyed the sunglasses I had just bought in Egypt. And, not thinking I just got a fractured nose or, and they're like, don't get any blood on the gun. They're like trying to take my cartridge belt off of me and having me like spread out my arms and lean over face forward. And they're trying to get my cartridge without me dripping any blood.
Yeah, they don't want it to rust. It rusts immediately.
Like, nobody wanted to wear the cartridge belt with a holster of blood all over in the ammo pouch and the clasp. And yeah. Actually, in the picture you see here in my avatar, I have a broken nose. I have a broken nose in this picture, but you cannot tell. You really can't. Those French army guys stuffed this petroleum gauze, just jammed it up my nose.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt, dude.
They thought I got hit in the face with a rotor blade, not realizing that would take my whole head off. And, and then they're like, oh, you got in a boxing match. And I'm like, no. And then they're like, well, what happened? And it's like, I got blown off a hill by rotor wash. Like, you asshole. And they were just like, oh, we're going to make this kid pay. And they just jammed that shit up my nose.
Freaking, I remember one time, my uncle told us a story when we were young boys. He was a Piedmont. Okay, I always get this fucked up. Piedmont Airlines. That was a real thing, right?
Yes. I've actually flown on Piedmont Airlines.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm just making sure I'm pronouncing it right because
Piedmont is a region in North Carolina. Actually, it's North and South Carolina. So
North
it's the
and
middle,
South Carolina. Yes, he was in North Carolina.
It's the middle region of the state. The states are divided into coast, Piedmont, and mountains. Piedmont is in the middle. It's a combination of flatland and hills. If you don't live down there, you don't understand what the word Piedmont means. Piedmont Airlines was a legitimate small-time air carrier that operated. It was based out of North Carolina, and eventually it was absorbed by Eastern Airlines. I believe it was, or U.S. Air. U.S. Air. That's what U.S. Air.
I remember Eastern Airlines.
Yeah, when he worked there, he was a plane mechanic. He was in the military. He was in the military with my father during the Vietnam War. And basically, one day he told me they were revving up one of their engines and some idiot had left his mechanic's cart sitting with like all his real expensive tools and stuff on him. And this motor sucked it up and just like completely exploded the engine. And I guess it was like, like $100,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, that's what they call FODing out the engine. FOD is FOD, foreign object damage. Literally a rock, a tool, a person, anything can get sucked into that intake and it FODs out the engine. If you ever hear them talk about FOD or a FOD walkdown is first thing in the morning, everybody gets in a line and walks down the tarmac and walks down the flight line to look for a nut, a bolt, a tool, a rock, a stick, anything. Anything to get sucked into an engine will FOD out the engine. So you can put screens on it and certain things up to a certain point, but if it gets in that engine, it's going to damage a fan blade. The engine will still operate. In most cases, it'll keep turning, but now it's losing efficiency. Now you're losing lift. If the aircraft is fully loaded, you're kind of screwed. If the aircraft, like modern jet airliners, are designed to run off of one engine, once it's airborne, it can stay in the air on one engine. Usually. So if it takes off and they suck a flight of geese into one engine but not the other, and it FODs it out and they have to shut it down, they can circle around, dump fuel, do whatever they need on one engine and come in and land safely. But that sort of thing, when you're talking about $100,000 easily for a jet engine, yes.
Hey, Echo.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm cutting out. I'm going to bed.
What? You better charge. Hey, listen, don't overcharge your headphones. So, like, plug them in when
Right.
you're awake tomorrow and charge them and watch them.
Okay. Yeah, I will. Anyway,
All right,
appreciate.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all take care. Good
You have
talking.
a good night, brother.
Yeah. Good night, all. Catch you later.
All right, brother.
See you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't get an Air Wing Marine on here and start talking about aviation maintenance and safety. You know, a lot of people look at military aircraft and think they're all armor plated, and they're not. Or they look at something like a Deuce and a Half, right, and they think the thing is armor plated, and it's not. I'm not talking about, like, you know, Guns a Go-Go or the gun trucks of Vietnam or something, but they look at them things and they look so big and bulky and mean, and they've got the gray spray paint or the green spray paint that you know, the Kark paint or whatever, and it looks so basic and raw that you think that that's 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch steel, and it's really just 11 gauge sheet metal. Yeah.
Yeah. The same thing happens when you try to teach someone to drive a semi. They get up in this big truck and, you know, you're showing them the doghouse, you're getting them used to what's going on, the gear selector, and how a non-synchronized transmission works. And basically they get in it and they think, first thing, they think this thing is so big nothing will stop it. However, a empty semi, just the tractor trailer sitting on wet sod overnight. I can park there at 5:00 in the afternoon, totally flat, sodded lot field. The next morning, little bit of dew on the ground, and I get stuck. I can't go anywhere, even with all 8 wheels locked up in the back. I can't move to save my life. And basically the same thing with these big trucks. Now, Deuce and a Halves and stuff, they're a little better off because they're all-wheel drive and they use an all-terrain tire. But still, even with a truck like that, if you're empty, that just spins the tires and they'll just sit there and sink.
Well, it ain't just that. It's that, you know, you see this big truck and you can put a lot in the bed, but it doesn't tow a lot. Or you're not thinking about how much wear and tear you put on the front tires because you've got, you know, 8 tires in the back pushing it, and that actually physics says that you're wearing every time you turn left or turn right, you're wearing out the front set of tires. Or they look at this thing and it looks armor plated, and you can shoot a 22 through the door.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but the cool thing about the Deuce that I wasn't aware of until I talked to a couple of guys that knew them intimately, and they told me that I've driven a couple of them for my buddy. He owned one, and he owned a construction company, and he had gone to one of those government auctions and bought a Deuce and a Half and one of those big, huge 10K generators that they would tow on behind by the front of the National Guard. They would sell their old stuff, but it was still in good shape. So he got this thing, and I used to drive this thing all over, you know, messing around and freaking. But it was pretty cool, you know. The kind of, they would run off of kerosene, diesel, gasoline, like all these. It was a multi-fuel powered engine, and it would run off all these different combustible liquids, and even alcohol, like drinking like regular alcohol, high grade alcohol. It was pretty neat to know that it would do all those things.
So the Deuce, the M35 series had that Hercules straight six, and it was a multi-fuel engine. However, if you ran anything other than diesel or a diesel-based fuel like kerosene fuel oil or jet fuel, then you had to put some diesel in it. So if you put gasoline or used motor oil in there, you had to mix it with some diesel. But yes, it would run all that stuff. It wouldn't run it as efficiently as diesel. It wasn't good for the longevity of the engine, but in an emergency situation, yeah, you could literally take a couple of bottles of, well, more than a couple of bottles of hard liquor and mix it with a little bit of diesel, and that thing would run in an emergency situation. Or you could just burn up the used motor oil that you drained out of the crankcase, mix it with some diesel, and get rid of it. It is a nice feature of the truck. It's not a fast truck, and to some
uncomfortable
extent,
as hell.
It can't compete with a modern one-day pickup or one-ton pickup truck as far as fuel economy and power, et cetera, but it's still it's in a kind of a class of its own, especially the way it can ford a river. And the LMTV and the FMTV are the modern day equivalents, and they do a better job, but they have a lot more things that can go wrong. They're obviously they're not multi-fuel, so it's
and
tit for tat.
you can't have a mechanic in a set of tools pop the two hood latches, open up the hood, and have a chance of actually getting you going. Most of today's new shit, it's all computer, and if you don't have that type of stuff or some type of workaround, you're just stuck.
Yeah, with an LMTV, it uses a Caterpillar commercial engine, and there's 3 different engines in it, and it's cab over. So you actually have to raise the cab, and if you don't have power, I think there's a manual way.
Yeah,
and
you can pump it. You can hand pump it.
Yeah, and that probably takes forever. Now, Idaho Rogers, you might think that the CH-46 is a flying coffin, but I will ride on that before I fly on one of them stupid ass MV-22 Ospreys. I will not fly on that flying coffin. I will. You go down to Davis Monthan and you pull any one of those frogs out of storage, and I will fly on it any day. Any day, as long as you've got Navy or Marine, aviation maintenance working on it, I will fly on that thing any day. But you put me on a brand new Osprey, no thanks. Thanks, but no. I better be getting shot at, and I'm going to die one way or the other. Might as well die falling out of the sky on fire. I will not get in one of those Ospreys.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I've heard some horror stories. Just being civilian and hearing stories that those things weren't the safest. They had a lot of they used a lot of computer controlled electronics to make those actually flight capable. Like basically without a computer, it's beyond the ability of a human being to fly one. And you have to have computers basically aiding you in control to keep the aircraft airborne. And anytime you have a system like that, it's just a question of time before more of those systems go bad or have an error or a corrupt file, and you end up crashing horribly.
So it's called an AFCS, Automatic Flight Control System. Now the CH-46, the Frog, has that as well. It makes it more stable in flight. If it goes out, the pilots know how to manually handle that aircraft. When I was a kid growing up in the 70s and 80s, the XV-15 was the precursor to the V-22. And the XV-15 crashed, and then when it wasn't crashing, it crashed. I think when it was on the ground and nobody was in it, it crashed. And the V-22 is definitely a different aircraft. It's bigger and it's more powerful, and they've worked out the bugs. And when I was in, they were testing them still. They didn't have an operational squadron. I don't care. I ain't getting on one of them damn things. But I got to tell you, my dad, he was a 22-year Marine, and CH-46s were around the entire time he was in, and he says, I will not get in one of those egg beaters, right? And I love those aircraft. I love those aircraft. So it's kind of interesting that my dad won't get in the aircraft I flew on, and I won't get in the aircraft these kids fly on today. And I just think that's a confidence thing. Now, when I first got into a CH-46 squadron, I was like, oh man. And then when I got into, I realized, hey, dude, this is kind of cool. The aircraft has its quirks. And one of the reasons that it has such a high accident rate is because it was the most flown aircraft between the Navy and Marine Corps for rotary wing aircraft, helicopter. It was the most flown helicopter in both of those branches. If you log the most flight hours, you do the most missions, you're going to run the risk of the most crashes.
Did it have the rounded front on it, Squib?
Rounded front?
Yeah, like a rounded kind of, it looked like a troop transport type of helicopter, but it had a rounded front. Now, it wasn't, in other words, you know how the Black Hawk has like a chin with like the glass? Like it's kind of like a Huey front a little bit.
This would probably be a little bit more chin. So I think what you're thinking of is the shitter. So the reason we call this shitter is because it looks like a toilet with 8 rotor blades on it. So the CH-53, the CH-53's got 3 engines. The older Delta models and the Alpha models had 2 engines.
Yeah, the Chinook.
And
the CH-50.
No, not the Chinook. It's a Super Stallion. Sea Stallion is Super Stallion. The Air Force and Marine Corps used it. It's a 7-blade.
It looked like Frankenstein's face, but elongated head. It had this
Yeah. Google a CH-53 and then look at a picture and then think of a toilet. Now put an 8-bladed rotor and a tail on it, and oh my goodness, it's a shitter.
Okay, hold on. CH-53.
CH-53. And it'd be specific, CH-53.
CH-53.
Yeah. E for Echo.
Oh, E for Echo.
Yeah. Yeah. Now think of a toilet with a tank on the back. Think of the lid. Think of the bowl. Now put an 8-bladed main rotor and a tail on it. Oh my goodness, it looks just like this fucking helicopter. It's a shitter, right? So we never called them Super Stallions. We called them shitters.
Dude, the blades look nutty. They look like they're all going different heights.
This son of a bitch will pick up 2 Humvees and take off at almost 220 miles an hour, outrun the gunships with 2 Humvees underneath it.
Holy mackerel.
We never weighed anything we put on board. We never, we'd throw sea bags on and put Marines in there and gear and all this stuff. They had these cartridges that you could slide up in the cargo bay and hook up to it, and there'd be additional fuel. We could put fast attack vehicles in it. We never weighed anything because this son of a bitch didn't care. This aircraft could pick up 16 tons and haul ass at over 200 knots.
Boy, it looks mean as fuck.
Oh yeah.
The real tail blade is huge. Yeah. It looks like a rotor blade to like one of those small experimental helicopters. And it's huge.
Yeah, it is. You can actually load the back end with a forklift and stuff. Now that's our heavy lift helicopter, but it's ugly as hell. It looks like a flying toilet, a green flying toilet. But the thing is, it was so powerful, we never weighed it. Now on a Huey or a Frog, a CH-46, we would actually weigh certain things we put on, especially on a Huey. Huey, you put 4 people on there, the damn thing's lucky to take off the ground. The newer Hueys have got more power. But when I was in the Huey, you put 4 guys, a normal crew on there, and be like, yeah, we can't take anything else. Because you had crew serve weapons, you had rockets, you had the little Pac-Man machine in there that controlled the laser and all. That all weighed the damn aircraft. It just didn't. It had 2 engines. You think it's more powerful. But back then, they didn't make those 2 engines work as efficiently with the combining gearbox. You say, well, why didn't they run 1 engine like the Army? The Army aircraft had 1 engine. They were more powerful. And the reason they didn't is because 2 engines are safer over water. You have 1 engine go out, you got another one to get you back to the ship. Nowadays, they have 2 engines that run more powerful than a single engine, and they actually get everything out of that combining gearbox. So when I was in, you didn't want to get on a UA because the thing had it couldn't lift anything. And the Frog, the aircraft that I worked on the most, that one, a lot of people were afraid of it because it had a high crash record. It had a high crash record because it flew more than any other kind of helicopter. And then, we had the shitter, the Super Stallion, and that thing was a beast. And you might go, well, I want to get on that every single time. No, you don't. We didn't have as many of those. And even though they had a lot of fuel on board and they could carry this and carry that, we didn't really fly them the way you would think. We flew we did most of our missions in CH-46s or UH-46s or HH-46s or VH-46s. So the aircraft we had the most of and the aircraft that could fill more roles flew more flight hours. And that's why it had a higher accident record, is because it was out there kicking ass while everybody else was sitting on a flight line gathering dust. But it doesn't mean that any of those aircraft were incapable of performing the job. Back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, even into the 2000s, the four rotary wing aircraft the Marine Corps had before it went to this tilt rotor horse shit, did the job and did the job really well, better than anybody else who had helicopters, in my opinion. Get me up on my ammo can about the frog, and I'll just go on.
Oh, no. I was talking and had my little mute button on my headphones pressed like an idiot, and I've been talking to you for the last 20 minutes, and the funny thing is, I would speak when you would take a breath, and then you would kind of answer me. And I was like, oh, okay, and then I'd be like, well, what about, and I was asking you questions about the helicopter, the landing gear, and all kinds of shit, dude, and just oblivious to the fact that you couldn't hear me. I mean, can people hear me? Can people hear me right now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Is it low?
No, you sound normal.
Okay. Are you going to be doing anything 300 black? Because I know that last time I talked to you, you were building a 300 black. Did you get that rifle done?
I didn't get that one done, but we have one in the family. We just don't have the second one.
Oh, okay. You were building a second one because they liked the first one so much.
So my wife shot my younger son's rifle, and she said, I want one of these. So I got a receiver, and I started to get some parts, and then just kind of stalled out. As far as doing reloads, I've made some reloads. I've got some notes. We found out what works well, and I've got plenty of components, so I can make as much as I want, but really about the only thing we've gotten are the PMags that are supposedly slightly different for 300 blackout, and some aluminum mags that are labeled 300 blackout, so we don't mix up our shit at the range.
Right. Yeah. What I was also going to recommend is like if you use Magpul magazines or GI mags, totally go to like a Lancer mag, like a totally different color, totally different brand, and use those for your 300 blacks. That's what I've always done. That way you get a visual with a different color, and you get an IQ from it being a different manufacturer.
My quick and cheap is colored electrical tape around the mag.
That works. Yeah.
Another thing is take out the floor plate and just spray paint. But for right now, since we only have the one operational complete 300 blackout, it's really just a matter of being conscious about make sure that we don't get anything mixed up, etc. If the whole family goes to the range, if it's just me and my son, then it's fairly easy because I'll just take something else. I'll take the Garand or a Mauser or something, and then we won't get them. But if all four of us are on the line with ARs, my older son he loves his Riley Defense AK, so his AR is now in the back seat there, and my wife she likes to take my 44 Henry from me. So I mean, if you think about it, if the four of us go out to the range again all at the same time, which hasn't happened in 2 years, then we're probably going to bring 4 separate calibers out there. So we're lucky in that regard. That's one of the reasons why it's another good reason to have multiple guns, multiple calibers and stuff. There's a lot of good reasons for it. But yeah, no, I want his mags readily identifiable, and I want to slow down anything we're doing to make sure that mags don't get mixed up or ammo doesn't get mixed up, or the reloads kind of help with that, Echo, because like if I do some of the barn stuff with the blue tips, nothing else we have has a blue tip, right?
Right.
You might go, well, it costs more money. Does it really? When you're reloading?
Yeah, when
Does
you
it?
blow
Does it?
yourself up.
Yeah.
If you compare the price of the bullet to the powder, the primer, and the free brass, you're actually, you're more expensive. You're higher on the price side of a reload, but the safety feature and the ability to identify the round just at visual IQ and know that it's not the right round for that gun, and keeps you from going to a hospital with a facial eye injury or blowing a finger off, not to mention a $1,200 gun. That's way cheaper.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I have to load everything. I mean, I like using 150 grain full metal jackets with following the reload data, and that's the same bullet I use for 30-06, right? But
for your grands,
yeah,
you're using a Hornady. I can even give you the bullet number. It's a 309 something 30679.
I'd have to click a couple folders to get my reload data, but I have that. I have it.
Hold on, I have it right here. Let's see, I gotta get in the light though. Okay, I was 3037, and it's 150 grain full metal jacket boat tail with a canalure, 30 caliber, 150 grain. This is basically the 147 grain military NATO load for the 30-06 for the M1 Grand or the 1903 Springfield.
Correct. I pulled up my sheet while you were talking, and Hornady 3037.
Yep.
But see, the
I've
thing
got
is,
1,000 rounds of those, dude, because those for 300 black or 308 or 30-06, all same bullet.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things about having those, because we don't have a 308 or a 7.6251 yet, but we do have 30-06 and 300 blackout, so we can share that. So in that case, I'm not getting the expensive blue tip or what have you. So I'm not saying you have to have a TTSX or something like that in order to shoot it for safety or whatnot, but the added expense means nothing to me when it comes down to safety and the cost of the property. But in some cases, you could say that we're using the same bullet, just not, and even the same powder, but not the same cartridge. You're going to tell the difference between a 30-06 and a 300 black. Obviously, you're not going to get a 30-06 cartridge in a 300 blackout magazine. So if I take something bigger to the range and I'm using the same components, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. So there are two sides to it. One way is to spend more money, but you have that advantage. One is to spend less money, but you physically can't make it work. So either way, I'm good.
Yeah. I've got a 300 black, and I really like that rifle. I got to do a little work to it. I got to put a different gas block on it because I was just getting it ready to go out the door, and I was setting up the gas block, and I just tightened it on, and I used red Loctite because I didn't want it to move, and I was shooting it within an hour. So I red Loctited it, knowing that it wouldn't come loose, and when it got hot, it would just cook that Loctite in. But I didn't realize I didn't have it straight. So now I'm going to have to drill out the set screws and buy a new gas block. So for an extra $25, and throw it on and repin the the pistol length gas tube and throw it on there. But I want to do another one as well, another 300 black. But I think I'm going to do a 6.5 Grendel, and I think a 6.5 Grendel is going to be the next thing I do. And then after that, I don't know. Nothing has really impressed me, you know. Dead Horse got me interested in the 6.5 Grendel, and it seemed like a pretty neat cartridge. I do the 458 SOCOM 300 black, the 5.56 223. Trying to think, is that, and I do 9mm AR. Oh, and I've got AR Guns is going to be sending me a special surprise, and basically I'm going to be doing a new caliber. So I'm going to build another rifle here in the next 3 months, next 90 days. I'm going to build probably either a 6.5 Grendel or a 204 Ruger.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, all the different options that we can put on there. I mean, the 300 blackouts, everything you said it would be. Everything, your description was perfect. And I was like, wow, it's like almost like he knew. It's like, well, duh, you know. But yeah, what surprised me was when my wife shot it and she turns around, she looks at me and she goes, "When you build me one of these?" I'm like, oh, fuck, now I'm on the hook for this.
Yeah, you're happy because you're like, wow, she really took to it.
Yeah,
and she's finally really coming to me and saying, honey, I want one of these, but now I've got to come up with the freaking money.
Yeah, 4 years later, I got a
it.
receiver and a handful of parts, and I've spent money on other guns and other projects, and at least she hasn't nagged me about it, because all she has to do is, tell my son I'm shooting your gun. But I like the fact that, my wife says, I got to have one of these. I mean, I've thought about buying her a Henry X just so I could get my big boy back. So, it's, what's mine is mine, and what's hers is hers, and what's mine is hers.
Is hers too.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's cool that I knew she would love that cartridge. I knew you would too, because it's like the first time I shot it was years ago, and I was just like, they were talking all this gibberish to me, and it was at SHOT Show, and they were telling me, oh, and it works really good as a close quarter combat weapon. And I'm thinking to myself, I bet my girlfriend could shoot this and not, and it wouldn't bother her shoulder. And then I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, man, I want to shoot this some more. And these guys are still talking. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to shoot some more. You guys done talking? And I was just like, I had, then after I got done shooting about 2 magazines, they're like, oh, there's not a whole lot of ammo available. And I'm like, oh, so you introduced me to this totally killer round, and then you give me 2 magazines to shoot? I'm like, that's not even cool. I was like, and I didn't reload or anything back then, or I would have told them, give me some brass. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Yeah, it was funny because I was just like, I really enjoyed it. I shot a magazine of Subsonics with a suppressor on it, and I was like so impressed. And then I took the suppressor off for the last 5 rounds, and it was so quiet anyways. It was just like a big pistol that, because the barrel was longer, it muffled the sound of the pistol so much that it was quiet. And then we shot the subs with the suppressor on it, and the thing, you could hear the hammer drop on it. And I was like, oh my gosh. And the rifle did not kick at all. It was like shooting a 22 long rifle, but shooting a freaking 30 caliber cartridge. And I was just like, I'm like, wow, dude, this is what the AK should have been in the AR-15. all along.
Yeah, I'd say your description is accurate. When we shot it for the first time, it's like carbine length, and yeah, it's like a 22 long rifle. And I've shot a suppressed one since then. I've even got a video of me shooting it suppressed at a pumpkin. And I'm trying to we had some malfunctions because of the buffer spring, I think it was, right?
Right.
So I'm trying to edit the video where you're not seeing the malfunctions, and the neighbor from down the street comes up like, "Hey, what y'all doing?" And I'm like, "Asshole, I'm shooting a YouTube video. You just ruined, So, and he's like, "What's YouTube? Y'all got them funny cameras out there. What's going on?" So, but yeah, I even got to shoot it suppressed, and I got to say that whether it was designed that way off the 300 Whisper or not, it doesn't matter. It works well suppressed, but without a suppressor, it is not as, it doesn't have the kick and the flash and the
obnoxiousness. It's not obnoxious
that you're expecting.
From a rifle cartridge. You're like, what? I'm like, its little brother, the 5.56, is so loud, it's irritating. I'm like, especially if you're standing even with somebody shooting one and they're shooting a carbine and not a rifle length, you're so close to that muzzle. If you're like to the right of them or to the left of them, that you catch that blast wave, and it's just like very, very irritating. But the 300 Black, it just does what it needs to do, and it's fun to shoot.
Oh crap! I just noticed this in the chat. WB, I'm backstage. Oh crap! That was like half an hour ago, 35 minutes ago. Because I don't moderate the whole StreamYard thing. I wonder if he's been.
No, it's not. No, he hasn't. He dropped in and he texted me too, and then he said, "My wife said I'm being too loud, so I have to go to bed."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Yeah, okay, yeah."
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye peeled for the back to see if he wakes back up. He may jump back in.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to jump out myself because it's
right,
0300 hours Eastern time zone, the only time zone that matters. So I appreciate the fact you let me run my yapper here and jump in.
Yes, sir. Take care, Squib.
Hey, Squib. Have a good night. And you're right. My little woman has buried me with new calibers. They pick guns like purses.
Yes.
Yeah, but when you take them purse shopping and they say, "What do you think?" You're like, "Well, can you fit a 1911 in there?" Literally, we were at what the hell was that place? I can't. There's so many different those fancy purse companies. I'm trying to think. Not Louis Vuitton. It was another one like that, and I want to say it's like, was it CK or something? I can't remember the initials. Anyhow, I don't know. They gave me champagne while she bought expensive purses, and she goes, "Well, I have two choices," and she shows me the small one and this big one, and I'm looking at the big one, going, "Well, you can put a 1911 in that one." So she goes, "Oh, so I have to get this." She did.
Yeah. And my 1911 story is she sees them on TV and says, "Oh, I'd really like a 1911." And I'm thinking, I know what kind of 1911 you want, honey. It's going to be $2,000. I know it. And keeping my mouth shut. And I took one home, a Wilson Combat. And she's like, "Nah, too heavy." It's like, oh, fuck, I'm saved. So, but then I got her Glock 17 and it was too big. So now it's a Glock 26.
Go for the SIG 238 or 938, right? 380, 1911.
9mm 938. The
Okay.
380 is the 338,
But
the Kimber Micro 380 or Micro 9.
Or a Colt Mustang. All of them are what?
Yeah.
An officer length, right, or something like that. Commander.
They're about a 3.5 inch barrel, little micro frame 1911.
None of those will be cheap, West Covina.
Oh, I know. So
Yeah.
that's just how it goes. Same with the purses, right? They're
Yeah,
never going to be cheap.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
and-
it's
and-
whatever you want, honey.
Well, the other thing too is, well, whatever purse she wants. I mean, you get whatever gun you want, so it's all it works out. But the thing is, though, you're there going, holy crap, 380 costs more than 45 AARP. How is this a deal?
Yeah. Well,
or the mags cost more, or whatever.
Hey,
right?
listen, I've got 2 380s. I've got a Glock 40 or 3. I've got 3. I've got a knockoff PPK that my dad left me. I've got a Kimber stainless steel micro 380. It's a 1911 380. And then I've got a Glock 42. And they all shoot really well. I mean, and I've got ammunition. I've got brand new brass, everything, and dies. I just I just got to load some ammo. I've been sitting around not loading enough ammo. I loaded some 223 yesterday, so.
Yeah, reloading will help absorb some of that cost, but it's like it's almost like the smaller, lighter guns are more expensive in general. So
Yeah,
but
and kind
anyhow,
of painful.
yeah. But anyhow, good night, guys.
Good night,
yeah,
brother.
Squib.
See ya.
So, West Covina, what are you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm just kicking back, drinking some water, and eating, what are these things? Pecan pralines.
Oh,
Yeah. It's a little woman's stash. She's in Texas right now. But, yeah, so I'm eating her pecan pralines now. And let's see, what else? That was it. I was going to go in, and I got a Glock 26 to put together. I got my spring in. I've been waiting on. Recoil springs have been on back order for 6 months.
holy
So-
shit. For a 26?
Yeah, well, I mean, for almost everything. I mean, you can pay through the nose, but I'm not going to pay $70 for a $10 spring. And but anyway, that's what I could be doing now. Last night, I was working on a Glock 17 and launched the what is it? The little safety plunger for the firing pin. Yeah, it disappeared midair. Don't know where it went.
Oh, hell.
Do you guys ever shut up? I'm kidding.
You get a nap and back with us.
Is
God
it
damn.
safe? Is it safe?
Dude, Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Just decided not to go to bed.
Obviously, you were like, did you have a screwdriver?
Yeah, I didn't have enough of them apparently.
Well, that's a good idea. Now that we got you on here, AR, I'm going to step out and grab a beer and start my drinking.
All right, brother.
Yeah, I've had a few screwdrivers myself.
I know you look a little inebriated. I like it.
Oh shit! What you got on here? Boy,
Me and you.
You've been drinking-
West Covina.
You've been streaming for 7 hours.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's only a minute. It's only a minute.
Yeah. Right. Does this thing sound any different at all than it did earlier?
Yeah, it sounds a little different. You've been messing with it.
Yeah, I've been tweaking it some.
I know. You shouldn't do that when you're drunk.
Sound like shit anyway. Who cares?
Well, dude, here's the thing. You think all of a sudden you're like, God, you're like, damn, this sounds great. I sound like a damn rock star. And
Shit.
then the next day you turn it on and you sound like an old chicken getting strangled behind a barn. You're like, what the hell happened? I had it tuned. I had it tweaked. I had this thing dialed in yesterday. I remember one time I was setting up a scope on a buddy's rifle and we were shooting. I wasn't shooting. He was shooting the gun, but I was adjusting the scope. And I was drinking moonshine that his father had made, and it was as smooth as silk. and I had taken 2 good swallers, and I'm adjusting the scope, and he's firing, and I'm looking through a pair of binoculars, and I'm adjusting it. By the time we get it sighted in, about 4 rounds had been fired, and I'm like starting to see double and shit through the binoculars, and he's like, "Where'd that last one go?" And I'm like looking, and I find myself like I'm looking through the binoculars, and my whole body is swaying around because I can't. When I pull the binoculars away from my face, I can balance, but when I put the binoculars up, I'm looking at such a far away target that my body starts like feeling like I'm gonna fall down. So I have to stop looking. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm about to fall down, dude." I'm like, "I'm gonna need you to do this." It was funny, but it was a comical story, and it ended up hurting my stomach really bad later that evening, and yeah, it wasn't good the next day.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed shortly. I just jumped in for a minute.
Oh, listen to you. It's all right, dude. I'm gonna shut it down.
Yeah, I've
I
been
think
tinkering with the settings over here.
you've been doing some tinkering. Okay, what have you done? Because I want to know what you have discovered besides turning on the heckler mic.
Heckler, yeah. Heckled the hell out of you in text, didn't I?
You overloaded me. I was like, "What the hell's going on with old Jim Bob here?"
Yeah, I'm like everybody else. I have a short attention span. After a while,
See,
I
this
kinda,
thing keeps telling me, listen, it says select a preset that works for your recorded voice
What do you got your set on?
sample.
Your set on,
It says Pro Broadcaster presets. 1 of 2. It says G2.
I don't know what you're looking at. I don't see it.
I'm okay. Okay. Do you see where you're talking and your microphone? There's 2 different things. One says microphone, and then one says enable blue voice, and it's a
Right.
check, and then it says master output level.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm apparently at microphone level 91, and yeah, I don't understand why it's so high.
Okay, let me put mine there. Hang on.
That's just a gain level. That's not an actual volume level.
Okay. Yours is input gain at 91. I'm at 89, so it's similar. Wait a minute. I'm trying to get to 91. There we go. 91. What's your master output level?
70.
Yeah, I'm at. I was at 100.
Yeah, you're louder than me. At 91.
I'm 70 on master, and I'm 71 on the mic level input gain. Is that what you're set at?
Microphone input gain is now at 86.
Jesus, don't keep changing on me here.
Hey! I'm trying to even out.
You sound good. So
yeah. I'm trying to even out the master output level and the mic level output gain,
right,
or input gain, because the closer you get those 2 to level out, the better it'll be. The more clear it'll be.
Okay, I'm at 71, and I'm at 70 on the lower one, on the master output level.
I'm on 70 on the master, and I'm on 89. Hold on, let me.
On the top one?
Yeah, okay, now I'm going in the red a little bit.
I'm on 87 now in the mic level input gain on the top. at this point.
What are you at?
I'm at 87, 85 on the upper. So, and the mat, let's just call it mat level. The lower is master output
Yeah.
level. Okay.
Yeah.
84 on the top, 70 on the bottom.
Hey, that's good.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, we got all these people on here too, so
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to be messing with all this shit
So
while
I'm
they're
sev-
on there.
Yeah, I'm 78 and you're 74, so probably
Yeah.
close.
So we only got 7 people on. We've ran everybody the hell out of here. I think I'm just gonna shut it down because I've been going 7 hours straight.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Ladies and gentlemen in the side chat, thanks for hanging out for a long one. Everyone, hope everybody's having a good night tonight. West Covina, I'm shutting it down, brother. It's 7 hours and 10 minutes.
He's just
going
now
on.
starting to have a drink.
That's okay.
Yeah, I
start
just
going.
cracked the beer.
We can hang out backstage.
No,
I
that's
did.
all right. It'd be good. I could get some work done tomorrow. It's only midnight. Idaho,
Ah,
Mr. Devil Dog, everybody else in the side chat, AAB. Good night, you guys.
thanks for hanging out, gentlemen. Squib, if you're out there, Idaho, Sergeant Devil Dog. Everybody,
Have a good one,
Yeah.
guys.
have a good one. You guys take care. Peace out.